Hey guys, what's up? It's iFlynn here, and welcome to my Warframe Beginner's Guide at 2026. We're doing it a little bit differently this year. This is going to be one big long video, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate the different chapters of the video into separate days. So the goal is that by day 17 of playing Warframe, you'll have free Warframes that are able to do everything in the game. You'll be able to conquer all of the content in Warframe with absolutely no problems. The reason that it's going to take 17 days is because this game is full of time gates. So time gates are basically things that prevent you from progressing for a period of time. So say, for example, you wanted to rank up with a faction. Now, you're only able to earn a certain amount of reputation or XP within a day until you have to wait until the next day before continuing to rank up with them again. Before we get started, if you haven't made a Warframe account already, go down into the description of this video. There is going to be a referral link down below, and what that is going to do for you is it's going to give you an affinity booster, which is going to speed your progress up just a little bit. What I get in return for you signing up using my referral link is basically if you were to buy, let's say 100 platinum, I would get 10% off the platinum purchase. So I would get 10 platinum, you would still get your 100. That's how that works. It's nothing too special, but that affinity booster is going to speed up your early game progression quite a bit. This game is pretty painful to play without boosters, so a lot of our time is going to be spent getting the currency to be able to get boosters to speed up our progress. Also, another note, I'm going to try and keep this guide as spoiler free as possible. What I'm going to do is I'm only going to cover the things that are important, difficult, or like extremely necessary for you to know. So there's not going to be many spoilers in the video, and if there is going to be a spoiler, I'm going to give you guys a heads up. But yeah, with all that being said, let's go ahead, log in for the very first time, and the first thing that we're going to do is pick our starter Warframe. So on the character selection screen, we've got the choice between Excalibur, who is kind of like a swordsman, a melee playstyle. We've got the choice of Mag, who is a caster Warframe, whose playstyle is like stripping away enemies' defenses and crowd controlling them. And then we have Vault, who is kind of like a buffer Warframe, where the idea is to go fast and buff up your damage. Now, for this guide, we're going to be playing Vault. I believe he is the best starter Warframe, but that's not to say that you can't choose Excalibur or Mag. We're going to be able to get Vault for entirely free quite early in the game. So if you went with Excalibur and Mag, you don't have to restart or anything like that. It's just, I think starting with Vault from the get-go is probably the best idea because they can buff up your damage in many different ways, be that increasing your melee attack speed or just increasing the total amount of damage that your shots do, stuff like that. So Vault is going to be the Warframe that we're starting with. Once you've selected your Warframe, go ahead and pause the game, and this is where you want to go ahead and change all of your different keybinds, sensitivity, accessibility options, stuff like that. So what I like to do is I just go ahead and turn my sensitivity all the way down because I play on 1600 DPI. Same for Arcwing. So if you scroll down just a tiny bit, you're going to see Arcwing here. And then we also have another system called Railjack. Now, I like to keep my Railjack just a little bit higher. I'm going to put it on 7 for now just because it kind of has like a different aiming style. So the sensitivity feels a little bit like slower in Railjack. It's just, I don't know, it's a whole thing. But yeah, come in and do your video options as well. I play on a pretty beefy PC, so I kind of just don't change anything. And then obviously you've got all of your audio and stuff like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and fix mine right now. We are probably going to come back to our settings later on for like optimizing farming routes and stuff like that. So don't worry too much about all of the other accessibility settings and stuff like that. So just go ahead, unpause the game, and you'll see that these enemies are just attacking you. Press 1 to cast your ability, and the enemies will hopefully just drop dead. So at the start, you don't have to worry about like mana cost or anything like that. You can see it in the bottom right hand corner. You've got like an energy bar. So mine's just is out of 100 right now. And you can see your health and your shields in the top right. On top of that, any buffs that you've got active, you're going to see beside your health bar too. So you can see that I've got like a little energy looking thing here. This is actually Volt's passive. So Volt's passive is whenever you're running around, you're building up, you're storing electric damage, which is going to be spent on your next shot. So for every step you take, you're storing electric damage that you're going to put out on your next bullet, right? So we're just gonna move on, and we are going to pick up a melee weapon here. The choice really doesn't matter, but I always go with the scanner. Whichever one you don't pick up, you're going to be able to get later on, so it doesn't matter which you pick. So to melee an enemy, at least with the default keybinds, you just go ahead, hold down E, and you just continuously melee. So that's pretty much that. Another thing that you really want to practice and get good at is the movement of Warframe. So I've got different keybinds for this. I'll go ahead and share the keybinds that I've been using for literally years, to be honest. So this is what I do. So my hold to crouch is on shift, my sprint and dodge is on mouse button 4, and my sprint is on mouse button 5. I do have another roll on control, but you can just double tap mouse button 4 to do a roll as well. So this game has a pretty unique movement system where you can continuously sort of like chain your movement to keep the momentum going. It's quite cool. So start with a sprint and then go into a slide by holding down shift and then double jump. And then after the double jump, you can then roll and then into a slide again and just chain that movement together. It's important that you get good at that because this is a grinding game, right? And the idea is to do things as fast as possible. So what you'll notice as a new player is players are completing missions way faster than you can keep up with. So they're going to be standing at the exit of a mission and you're just going to be like halfway through the mission, right? So yeah, it's important to get good at that to sort of speed run through content as fast as possible. Another setting that I'm going to go ahead and change, which I totally forgot to change, is my field of view. I just maxed that out. You don't have to max it out, but I just feel like it's just a lot better. I don't know. You can aim glide as well while you're in the air. So that's just holding down your aim down sights button. So that's right click for me. And you can sort of keep a little bit of air time with that. And then, you know, chain all your movement together and stuff like that. So it's all quite cool. While you're playing, you're going to come across these little glowing containers. Now, these ones aren't too important to open because all they do is drop like energy, health, and maybe sometimes credits. But later on, we're going to run into some that are like way more important because they give you resources. The game's teaching us how to do a stealth attack. Honestly, this doesn't matter too much. Stealth attacks are kind of, you know, not a big thing. But after that stealth attack, you've got another choice of secondary weapon. Again, just go ahead and choose which one seems more appealing because we're going to be able to get these later on anyway. I'm just going to go with the kunai because why not? And yeah, just keep on progressing through. Eventually, you're going to come across the choice between two primary weapons. Just, again, go ahead and pick whichever one you want. If you want a rifle, pick the rifle. If you want to use a bow and arrow, pick the bow and arrow. Like, cool thing, you're actually able to, like, shoot while you're in the air. So just go ahead, jump, aim, and you can see that you can sort of, like, keep yourself in the air for a short amount of time and shoot while you're floating. So, yeah, you'll eventually fall, though. So, like, if I were to bullet jump up the way and then hold it down, the little timer that you've got will eventually like run out, so you can get super high and then just aim glide, but you'll eventually just fall to the ground. To do that jump where you get a lot of hype, just go ahead, crouch, then either look up or look down and just press spacebar. So you see I did it by looking down and do the exact same thing by looking up. It's always going to like sort of propel you in the direction that your crosshair is. So if you want to do a diagonal jump like that, just go ahead, crouch, and then press the spacebar. And yeah, Warframe has a lot of hacking mini games, so you're oftentimes going to come across these little consoles where you gotta like zoom in and do a little hack. For the purpose of the tutorial, they've slowed it all the way down, but that little rotating thing gets a lot faster. All you gotta do is wait for the rotating thing on the outer edge of that circle to pass over one of the little like lock things, then press spacebar, and yeah, you've basically done the hack. But all I gotta do now is wait for my ship to be ready, and then we're going to have access to our very own spaceship. All right, so after the very first mission of the game, you're going to end up in your orbiter. This is your very own like base of operations. And what you're probably going to notice is that you have a bunch of messages. So go ahead, pause the game, go to communication, go to inbox. You can see there's the affinity booster for using the referral link. There is another affinity booster for some reason. And then this is also anniversary stuff. So this is just cosmetics that I got for logging in at this certain time. So you may or may not get that depending on when you start playing Warframe. We don't know, but they always have like fancy things running where you get free stuff in your inbox. So yeah, but I've went ahead, skipped over all of the dialogue. Our next step is to restore ship comms. Now, what I want you guys to do is you can either play public or solo by using this little icon here in the top left-hand corner. You just go ahead, hover over it, and then select whichever you want to play. So you can play public, which is going to matchmake you with some people. You can play friends only, so only with your friends. They can join you if they've got you added. Clan only, if you're part of a clan. That's one thing that we do need to do. We need to join a clan as soon as possible. We've got invite only, so you got to send an invite, and we've got solo. Now, I'm going to be playing solo for most of this guide, but whenever it is important to play co-op, I'm going to let you guys know. So let's just go ahead, jump in, and see what this next mission is. All right, so we are in our new mission, and one important thing that I want to highlight, remember how we talked about these little containers in the prologue quest? Well, these, again, they just drop credits, ammo, energy, health, things that'll help your gameplay, kind of. But then we also have things that look like this. Now, these are going to be like entirely different looking containers or resources as you play the game. So this specific one is going to drop a resource called Ripido. And as you come across these, especially as a newer player, it's really important to break these because that's going to give you bonus resources to craft new warframes, new weapons, stuff like that. It's important to always be crafting stuff in this game. So you want to maximize the amount of resources you get with every single mission. So these aren't really worth running around destroying and opening, and neither are these because you can walk up to these and open them up. And as you can see, it's just credits, it's ammo. I got a little bit of Ribido there, but looking for those other containers, the ones that actually look like the resource that you need, those are far more beneficial. I guess you can open those up if you want. It's just, it's going to take a very long time. And remember, like, there you go. I only got credits from that one. Remember, the idea is to go as quick as possible. So you want to kind of blitz through missions and, of course, you know, just open up as many of those little, like, resource-shaped containers as possible. This is a spy mission, so the idea is to not get detected. Quick little tip. Should open this grate and then jump down this hole over here, and you're in the spy room. That's important to note because this spy vault is going to be in other spy missions that you're going to play as well. So showing you guys that tip early is pretty important. I'm just going to go ahead and open these because why not? You know, I'm in the room, so might as well. But yeah, like getting the mission done quick is far more beneficial compared to, you know, running around and opening up those like locked doors that you got to interact with for the lockers. And keeping your eyes peeled for the likes of the little Ribido containers and such. Like I'm on purpose sort of slowing down to find some of those. So yeah. Another thing that you might come across are some like plants and stuff like that. You can walk up to them and harvest them. There is a quicker way to farm all of those plants up later on. That will take a little bit of work to do because you can use those to get like kind of powerful mods that people will buy for platinum, but you can pick them up along your way if you want to. You don't have to because, like I said, there's a faster method of getting all that stuff, but every little helps, right? So I've just started my second mission. Here is a ferrite deposit. It's another one of those little containers that it's important to break open. You can get a decent amount of ferrite from it, and this is a rescue mission. So the idea here is to go into like a big jail room, and then we're trying to break somebody free, right? So there's a ferrite deposit, Ribido, nice. Get those on my way there. Very cool. But yeah, we're going to be going into this big room, and I'm going to show you guys a quick little path that you can take to save the guy as fast as possible. Now, what's going to happen whenever we break this guy out of his cell is it's going to look like you have to defend him. But the thing is, if you just play fast and you get to the exit as fast as possible, the prisoner is just going to teleport behind you and follow you. So that was the little right there. I just went into the big room and went off to the right. So it's just a matter of hacking these consoles. It's very slow at the beginning of the game. It's kind of painful. So he must be in this one. He wasn't in that vault over there. So we hack, we hack, we hack. And you can see this is our new defense target. You can see his health on the left-hand side of the screen beneath the map and the objective. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to rush to the exit. Again, keeping my eyes peeled for those resource containers, ferrite, Ribido, etc, etc, etc. A little bit of lore is going to happen here, so I'm going to cut. And yeah, because I was waiting for the cutscene to end, this area got locked down. So sometimes the enemies are going to like trap you in rooms, and all you got to do is hack a little console that is in the room that you're stuck in, and that's going to open up all of the doors again. So yeah, that's how you get out. But as you can see, This guy is simply just going to teleport behind me. So I just go fast. Remember using all that movement stuff that we talked about earlier. And yeah, that is the mission done. Now let's see what rewards we got. We got just what we picked up. So yeah, that's cool. So in that last mission, we rescued a arms dealer, and that gave us access to the market of Warframe. So in the market, you can spend two different types of currencies. You have the normal currency of the game called credits, which you can earn by simply just playing missions. And then we have the premium currency of Warframe called platinum. Now you can buy platinum with real money, or you can get platinum via the in-game trading system by trading items that you farm with other players that are too lazy or don't have the time to farm them up. We can't trade on day one. We have to wait until day 2 before we can trade. So we're going to completely forget about trading just for today. Now, when you first get access to the market, I'm going to give you guys two different options. If you plan on playing Warframe tomorrow and the next day, what I want you guys to do is go ahead and pick up a resource booster. For the simple fact that this is going to speed up your progress by quite a bit. You're not going to get stuck farming resources. You're passively going to accumulate a lot of resources with this thing equipped. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to purchase a resource booster. But if you're not going to play tomorrow, go ahead and buy some Warframe slots or weapon slots. It doesn't matter which. They're both pretty not expensive, pretty cheap. So Warframe slots, one is 20 platinum, or you can go for weapon slots. You get 2 for 12 platinum. It's up to you which you purchase. It doesn't really matter. It just determines how many Warframes and weapons you can hold at any given point. We are going to be getting a lot of platinum in this series anyway, so just treat it as something that you can spend to just, you know, get more things and become stronger, right? So don't worry about the fact that it's a premium currency. It is pretty easy to come by, especially if you follow this guide. Another thing that's important to note is how to check the amount of time that you've got on your boosters. So you can see that Affinity, I've got 6 days and 23 hours, so basically 7 days. And on my resource boosters, I've got basically 3 days, right? So yeah, you can check it by simply just coming to the market or pausing the game and hovering over that little icon in the top right hand corner. So I'm going to be getting a lot of XP and I'm going to be getting a lot of resources simply by just playing because I've got these active. The reason it's important to, you know, only buy the resource booster if you're playing, you know, tomorrow and the next day is because this is in real life time for these boosters, right? So you got to keep that in mind whenever you're making a booster purchase, that they're all in real life time. Simply just keep on playing the game. You're eventually going to reach this area right here. And here, all we got to do is collect some resources. So just come to this area, break all these boxes, open up this glowing container, and you're going to get a bunch of stuff. And that's basically the entire mission. We're just going from point to point to get bonus resources. One thing that you might want to look out for while you're here is these little plants. So this is similar to the ones that we got back on Earth. You can just go ahead, harvest them by holding whatever your interact button is. But again, don't have to do it if you don't want to, but every little helps. Polymer cases this time, so we're going to get a lot of polymer bundle from that. Now that we've got all those resources, the game wants us to take those resources and craft this little device right here. So just go ahead and do that. You can also rush it for 0 platinum, but the sad thing is you got to wait for all of this dialogue to end. So yeah, we're going to be waiting for quite a bit. Once you've built that little device and you've taken it off of your shoulder, you're going to be put into this mission called Obtain the Nav segment. Fun fact, if you're ever lost and you don't know what to do next, just come up to the top right hand corner, then click on that. It's going to start your next quest for you. So in this mission, we're here to collect like this little nav segment thing. So I'm about to pick it up in a couple seconds when this finally opens. There we go. Then the game's going to present you with a choice. You can either go and save a bunch of colonists or you can just leave. Just leave. It literally doesn't give you anything. So yeah, just leave. And now we have to kill Captain Vor. Don't stress too much. Just walk up to him and hold melee and he will eventually die. You'll hopefully have unlocked other abilities for your Warframe now, so you can press 1, 2, 3, and 4 to, you know, cast other stuff. So this is my third ability. This is my electric shield, so enemies can't damage me if I go ahead, place it down, pick it up, whatever. I've also got my 1, which we used in the very first mission. My 2, which is going to speed me up. And then you've also got the 4, which is called Discharge. You're going to jump up into the air and let out a big pulse of electric around you. But honestly, Don't really like that one too much because it's quite a long casting animation and it holds you in the air for quite a while, so the enemies can just shoot you while you're casting it. But yeah, once you're done with the first phase of Vor by just whacking it with your melee weapon, we have this little like sort of like, I don't know, dodging segment where you got to dodge these lasers. Pretty straightforward if you master the movement. Again, keep your eye out for all those resource containers. So yeah, they're quite important. Any in here? Oh, there's some right there. Nice. So yeah, we just dodge all the laser beams, and now we're gonna be in a different arena. No containers there. Okay, continue. So this is Vor's arena, I guess. Bunch of containers. Don't need any of those. Don't care. So now we just shoot at him. We just whack him. Do our thing, and then we gotta shoot these big battery things, I guess. And once the batteries are gone, you can just come up to him, shoot him, whack him. Bro is teleporting. Stop teleporting, bro. Where did he go? There he is. Shoot. One more shot. And he's dying. There we go. Just like that. He's dead. Again, pick up all your resources around you and just rush to the exit. Once you've defeated Captain Vor for the first time, you're going to be put back into your ship. Pause your game. Go to communication. Go to inbox, and you're going to see that you've got a message from Darvo. It is a blueprint for the weapon known as the Burstin. You want to go ahead and craft that in your foundry, and a new message from the Ludus telling you about your next quest. So I'm going to go ahead, go to my foundry real fast, go to the ready to craft page. So that would be this one, but it's just here because we only have one blueprint. And you can see that I can just go ahead and craft my Burstin outright. So that is going to take 12 in real life hours for it to be crafted. And this is the thing, we want to always be crafting new weapons and warframes, because by playing with new weapons and new warframes, leveling them from level 0 to their max rank, we are going to be getting this stuff called Mastery Rank XP. So you can see it right here. We currently have 7,440, and that's because we've been playing with and leveling our Vault Warframe, our Paris, our Kunai, and our Scanna. We've got enough to progress to the next Mastery Rank, so from 0 up to 1. So we're just going to go ahead and press Mastery Rank up, and this is going to make us do a test. It's also going to show us what we get for completing this test. So we're going to get plus 500 daily standing limit, which is basically the amount of XP you can earn with factions in any given day, and plus 50 void traces, which we're going to talk about later on. So just go ahead, hit begin test, and this is just a very simple kill all of the bad guys test within a certain time limit. It gives you a very generous amount of time, so you don't have to stress about this at all. It is very, very, very easy. Just pay attention to your mini map in the top left hand corner to see where the enemies spawn in. So just use your Paris or your Bratton, whatever you've got equipped, to just take down all of the enemies. And just like that, we've completed the test. We are now Mastery Rank 1. And this is the first time gate of Warframe. And you can only go up one Mastery Rank per day. So yeah. It's important that we are increasing our master rank as much as possible, as fast as possible, because master rank actually gets you from using certain weapons, right? So I believe the highest master rank that we have to be is master rank 17 to be able to access all of the weapons. The most powerful weapons in the game are pretty much unlocked at master rank 14. So whenever we get to master rank 14, we're going to be able to get some really powerful weapons. But it's super important that we are crafting as many new weapons and as many new warframes as soon as we can, so we can take those and level those to increase our master rank. Like, there are a ton of weapons in Warframe. If we head over to the market real fast and we go to the weapons category, you can just take a massive scroll down this page, and a lot of these are viable, a lot of them are bad, a lot of them are great. And, you know, it's just a matter of playing around with what you like. You know, Warframe isn't a game where you have to try hard necessarily, because there isn't any like super challenging content in the game. It just comes down to playing with what you like, right? But you can see the amount of weapons that are master rank locked, and our goal is to unlock all of these weapons so we're able to use them. We're not going to worry about picking up any of these blueprints just yet. We'll do that at the end of this day, so then we can start crafting a bunch of stuff with you know, all of the credits and resources that we've got. And remember, like a lot of these weapons, they take like 12, 24 hours to build. So starting the crafting time at the end of your play session or the start of your play session is kind of ideal. Next up, we need to start a quest called the Teacher Quest. So come over to your codex, then go to the main quest page and just click on the teacher. Then in the bottom right, there's going to be an option to begin. This is kind of a story heavy quest, so I'm going to let you guys play through the most of it on your own. And then what I'm going to do whenever we get to the modding part, you'll know what I mean whenever you get there, then I'm going to come in and we're going to talk a little bit about modding when we get there. Quick tip, whenever you're playing this quest, you're going to get a weapon that is a burst fire weapon. Pause the game, go to options, and simply just type in fire manual. And then you're going to see this option here called fire manual trigger weapons continuously. Go ahead and turn that on. What that's going to allow you to do is simply just hold down left click and it's just going to keep on firing the weapon for you instead of you having to keep on pressing left click or whatever over and over and over again. If you're playing on controller, just do this one. And then that's basically the same thing. You can just hold down the button instead of, tapping it over and over again. All right, so you're eventually going to come to the stage in the quest where he's going to ask you to equip mods to your weapon. All you got to do is come to the arsenal, then hover over your weapon, press upgrade, and it's going to give you a very, 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 very brief tutorial on how modding works in Warframe. Like, this is the main way that you're going to become more powerful for both your Warframe and your weapons, but this tutorial doesn't do the modding system that we've got in the game any justice. It very much oversimplifies it. It's like, just equip this mod, but there's so much depth and detail to this that we're gonna have to talk about it like as we get more mods throughout this series. So just take this as it is. It's a very simple explanation of modding. It's going to ask you to combine elements once, and it's going to ask you to equip like a health mod, and that's basically it. So from this point onwards, you're on your own with this quest. So just complete the quest, follow it through, and yeah. At one point during the quest, you're going to get to upgrading your mods. So you're going to install the modding segment, and it's going to ask you to upgrade a mod. So simply just press OK in this little pop-up. And now what we want to do is we want to select our Stormbringer mod, which is going to be the one in the upper top left corner. So that's the one that we've got equipped to our form back at the minute. We can see that it's currently installed because of that little icon that it's pointing to. So if you look here on the mod, you can see that it's got that little icon. So what the game wants us to do is select two of them to dissolve. So we've got two duplicates here. You can see top left hand corner. If you're on PC, middle mouse button is going to select both. I don't know how to do that on console, but you can just simply left click it and then select it like this. And then that's selected too as well. I like to middle mouse button, and you can just go ahead and press dissolve, dissolve. And there you go. You just got a resource or a currency known as Endo. Now you use Endo plus credits to upgrade mods, and the rank of the mod is indicated to you by those little grayed out stars at the very bottom of the mod. So if I left click my Stormbringer, the one that's equipped to my form back, I go to fusion, I can simply press this little plus icon, and you can see that it's going to consume Endo plus credits to be upgraded. That's also going to increase the cost of the mod to be equipped to my weapon, indicated by the number at the top right hand corner. But the effectiveness of the mod is going to be increased as well. So I just go ahead, press apply fusion. It says, are you sure? Press yeah. And there you go. We just upgraded our mod that is equipped. Near the end of the quest, you're going to get another new little hacking minigame. So all you got to do here is make the lines connect. So you can go counterclockwise and clockwise by using mouse 1 and mouse 2. So just keep on pressing them until the lines meet up. And that's it. That's how you do the corpus hack. So at the end of the teacher quest, a lot happens. You unlock access to Nightwave. You get a message from Teshin showing you a bunch of new mods. Like I said, the quest doesn't actually do the modding system any justice. Just look at the amount of different mods you got. We have this for our master rank up. And of course, we've got that little pop-up as well. So let's talk a little bit about modding. So come down to your armory real fast, and you can see that if you hover over your Warframe or any of your weapons, you can now press upgrade, and you've got a bunch of different mods. So what I want you guys to do is simply just go ahead and throw on all of the mods that you've got so far. Try to match the shape that's in the top right hand corner of the mod. with the shape that's in the top right hand corner of the blank slots on your Warframe. So equilibrium will go here, continuity will go here, and redirection will go here. These top two slots are reserved, so this one requires Exilus mods and an Exilus adapter to unlock the use of it. And then we have an Aura mod slot, so this is a mod that is going to affect your entire team. It's also going to give you bonus modding capacity, as you can see in the top left hand corner. And yeah, those are a little bit more difficult to come by because they come from Nightwave. So Nightwave can be accessed at this little console up here. So go ahead and press that. And you can see that there is a whole bunch of different challenges that you can do. This is a free battle pass. You don't have to spend any money or platinum or anything like that to get all of the rewards here. You simply just do all of these challenges. A lot of the challenges that you see, you're not going to be able to complete right away. So for example, kill a Tusk Thumper Doma in the Plains of Eidolon. You're not going to have any idea what that is, so just totally ignore that for now. You've also got activate an incarnate form. You don't know what that is, so the things that you don't know, just ignore them. Don't try to go out of your way and Google them. You'll eventually learn what they are in time. When you're supposed to be able to kill them and do those things, you'll know. In this store, you can get these Nightwave credits, so you can go down to credit offering and you can see a whole bunch of stuff here. The Aura mods that we were talking about are just a little bit further down. So there you go. You can see Rifle Amp and it says Aura at the bottom. So that is Aura mod. Shield Disruption, Aura mod. Steel Charge, Aura mod. And then you have a bunch of different mods for different Warframes, different weapons. Focus on the Aura mods for now as a newer player. We will eventually get a free Aura mod. I don't remember exactly where we get it from off the top of my head, but it's called Dreamer's Bond. I believe we get it for here. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. So after completing the teacher quest, just go ahead and claim that. Now we can go and we can equip that to our Warframe. I actually recommend ranking this one up. So if you have some leftover endo, so we go Dreamer's Bond, right? Go to Fusion like we learned in the quest. Just rank that up as much as you can because that's going to give you bonus modding capacity like we talked about a little bit before. So go to our vault, upgrade, Aura, and you can see that we go from 15 all the way up to 27. So that's quite a big increase. It's also given us some energy regen and health regen, so really good for newer players. Another mod that I might recommend upgrading as well is continuity, and this is simply to benefit our speed ability, so it's going to give it more duration. So we're going to be able to be a little bit faster for a little bit longer. So if we come to navigation, our next objective is to complete the Venus Junction on Earth. So again, just come down to this, press left click, and you can see all of the different things that you've got to do. So it wanted us to, complete the quest, the teacher. We got the Dreamer's Bomb mod for that. And it says equip the Dreamer's Bomb mod. We've done that. So now we have Deep Freeze. And now we've got upgrade Dreamer's Bomb mod. We've done that. Now we've got the Taxon blueprint. This is a companion. We want to be crafting that as soon as possible. So let's go ahead, go back to our foundry and check and see what does the Taxon need to start crafting. He needs 1 Neurode. Where do we get a Neurode? What the heck is a Neurode? Go back to navigation. Now we go to Earth. And down in the bottom right hand corner, you can see this little drone. If you hover over that, this is going to show you what resources drop on this planet. So it drops ferrite, it drops rubido, it drops neurodes. What we're going to do is we are going to do as many missions as we possibly can on Earth and just get some resources from that. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to do Lith, I'm going to do Eurasia, and I'm going to jump to Cetus whenever I get there. So these missions should be very self-explanatory, like defense and stuff like that. I shouldn't have to cover those, but we're going to do a jump cut to Cetus like right now. Also, don't forget to go ahead and throw on the mods onto your Formback, your Kunai, your Scana, or the other weapons that you went ahead and picked up during the very first mission. So some missions in Warframe are endless missions, meaning they never end and you can keep on playing them to get more and more and more rewards. Honestly, it's not worth staying in these endless missions this early on in the game. So if you're playing the defense mission, for example, just go ahead and extract and continue progressing through the planet. So remember we were talking about neurodes to build the Taxon. This is what the little neurode container looks like. So there you go. I just got 2 of them. Very nice. It's a rare resource, so that is actually quite hard to come by. I got lucky. This is the mobile defense. So this is the mission before the Mars Junction, right after the defense. This is my first run of it, and I was able to get one to spawn in. So yeah, very nice. So now that I've completed those 2 missions on Earth, I've started crafting my Taxon, and they're going to be completed in the next 15 seconds. So in this 15 seconds, we're going to go back to navigation, and we're going to be talking about what we're going to do next. So we can either go straight to the Venus Junction, and we can go in here, we can defeat the boss there, and we get access to Venus, which we are going to do, or we could go to Cetus and do everything that we need to do there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Cetus because I know that Cetus is going to take a lot more of my time, and there are things that I have to do here. This is another area where there is a time gate. So this is kind of like you want to get this done and out of the way as soon as possible because it's just kind of annoying. So we're going to go ahead and jump to Cetus now after I claim my Taxon, because it's important that we claim the Taxon and we equip him. So go to your armory. Here we go. Taxon on. Make sure to put his weapon on. Go to upgrade and make sure that you've got vacuum equipped. Upgrade this as much as you can, because what this is going to do, it's going to suck up all of the resources around you. That is basically why your Taxon exists at this very moment in time. It is simply to just suck up resources around you. Let's see, what else can we throw on here? I guess we can throw on some elemental damage mods on too. So that's going to proc magnetic damage for us as well. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and head to Cetus. Also, I just noticed that I totally blitzed over this, but in your modding section, whenever you're equipping mods to a Warframe weapon, companion, what have you, you can simply just hold down right click, and that takes you to the modding, the upgrade screen, right? So I can upgrade my mod from here instead of having to make that journey over to the modding console way over there, right? So you can just do it from the arsenal. Alrighty, welcome to the Plains of Eidolon. And now this is the player hub for an open world area. What's important is we learn how to get around this place quite quickly. So if you're on PC, hold down Q, and that's going to bring up this little like a gear wheel thing. The first place that we're heading is over to Konzu, and they're going to ask for a personal favor, Saya's Vigil. Just go ahead and accept that. We're just going to go ahead and get that out of the way, because this is going to grant us access to a game mode, which is going to allow us to farm a Warframe called Kome. So let's go ahead and do prove yourself first. We're just doing whatever Konzu throws at us. This is going to give us access to him as a faction. So he is the first faction that we're going to have to deal with. This is going to unlock more faction missions. And we also have the Saya's Vigil quest going on in the background now as well. So we get this out of the way. The first thing that we want to do is just come into the plains. So big open world area. Just make your way over here to the left. If you want it to speed up, go ahead, cast your second ability for speed. And all we have to do here is kill all these enemies. So pretty straightforward, to be honest. While you're out here in the plains, absolutely look out for every single like little resource container that you can find, because what often happens is you'll need these resources to like rank up with the faction, right? So anything that you see that is glowing, like a flyer or some type of container that doesn't look like, you know, those bad containers that we talked about before, or some type of glowing rock, make sure to break it, because you want to get as much resources as possible. You can see if I hold down tab, I've got Grok Drill, I've got Aradite, stuff like that. We're definitely going to need this stuff. Here's more Aradite, you know, just as you're going along, keep your eyes peeled. So now that we've completed the prove yourself bounty, we're just going to go ahead, head over to Saya, and we're going to talk to her. This is another one of those like story quests, so I'm not going to show a bunch of footage here. The only thing that I'll show is like a little scanning part later on, so jump cut. Okay, so you're eventually going to get to this point in the quest where the game is going to give you codex scanners, and you got to equip them to your gear wheel. So simply head to your arsenal at the back of the ship, go to the gear wheel menu, go to the top, and then equip the 25 codex scanners that the game gives you. And now just go ahead and you can continue the quest. So just press the little icon up there and get right into the next mission. So now we're going to be utilizing those scanners that we just equipped. There's some errata, I got to pick that up. So what I like to do is I like to hold M to open up my map. And then if you press this little travel to icon here, it's going to bring you way closer to the objective. So there is some nice fast traveling covered. Now we go over to this objective and it's going to ask us to scan some stuff. So open up that gear wheel again that we talked about to fast travel around Cetus. And what that is going to allow you to do is equip the scanner. Hold down your right click and then hold down your left click on the glass shard. And that's it. You just scanned your first item in Warframe. Head to this one right here. Do the exact same thing. And then finally the one inside this little truck. You can also use this to identify like crates behind walls. So you see there's a little bit of grok drill there. So I can go ahead and smash that now that I know where it is. I can hold down right click. There's another normal container. Don't really care about those. Are there any resources around here for me that I can scan or smash to get some? Did I just see one there? Nope, it's a normal one. You know what I mean? Like you can just use this to scan and look around early to find some stuff. There's some rat out there. It just makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, now I gotta kill all the bad guys to continue the quest. So one of the missions in the quest is going to put you on the ship and is going to bring you into a spy mission vault. So just go ahead, open up this door by hacking it, and I'll show you the easiest way to get into the shard. So simply just come to this wall, do your little crouch, look up the way, bullet jump, and then hop over that little ledge there. Now you drop down this piece of broken glass, and in a normal spy mission, you would hack this console. But here we got to scan that glass shard, and then to get out, just do the reverse. Just go ahead, aim at the broken glass, and then jump down off the ledge, and you can melee slam down. And yeah, that's how you easily complete that spy vault, or, you know, this part of the quest. Once you've completed the Sia's Vigil quest, you're going to get access to the blueprint for the glass warframe known as Gara. Now, she's not a warframe that we are going to be prioritizing picking up, but if you did want to farm her up, you can get her parts from the bounties back on Cetus. So we're going to head back there now, and we're going to do some of these bounties. So we land in Cetus, we open up that fast travel wheel, we go to Konzu, and we go to bounties. Now, we're not going to be doing these bounties specifically for Gara. We're going to be doing them because we want to rank up with the Ostrons faction or syndicate. So if you go to Ostron Standing, you can see that we've got all these different ranks, right? We start at 0, we go to 1, we go to 2, we go to 3, 4, and then we max out at 5. Now, we've got a daily standing limit, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner. So we need to get 15,750 standing within the next 10 hours to max out our daily standing cap. That's going to mean that I'm going to have to rank up from rank 0 to rank 1. And to do that, if we press the rank up button, you can see that we need Grok Drill, Aradite, and Nisselpod. So these are all resources which you can find within the Plains of Eidolon, which we're hopefully going to get enough of as we're doing these bounties, right? Which is why I told you guys, like, keep your eyes peeled for these resources while you're doing, you know, the quests and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to keep on playing these bounties over and over and over again. Now, you can't do this bounty here because you're too low master rank, right? You can only do number 1 and number 2, right? So levels 5 to 15 and levels 10 to 30. Now, what I want you guys to do is take a look at the rewards, right? So common, we get credits cash, 50 endo, 100 cryotic, 15 grok drill, which is something that we need to rank up, remember. We can get a Gara chassis blueprint, Hornet Strike, Stretch, and Morphix. So that's all pretty good, like, beginner rewards, I guess. And then in here, we've got 100 endo, 2,500 credits cash, 200 cryotic, energy inversion, Aya, Gara systems blueprint, reaping spiral, speed trigger, and neural sensors. So really what I recommend doing is do a mix of both. That's it. Do a mix of both. You know, just mix it up. Do whatever. So I'm just going to do these until I hit 5,000 standing, and then I'll hopefully try to show you guys where you can get, you know, Nisselpod. Because Grok Drill and Aradite, they spawn basically at the start of the Plains of Eidolon, right? You run right or left or whatever, you're going to find some Grok Drill, right? Run to the enemy camps, you're going to find them. Same with the Aradite. Like, just run through the Plains of Eidolon, you're going to find those little rock things. You've seen a bunch of it. We haven't seen any Nisselpod. So I'll try to look for that and show you guys on the map where I find mine as I'm doing these bounties. So I'm doing a bounty at the minute This is the first bounty that I've done, and I'm in this like mountain area here, so Mount Nang, and this is what Nisselpod looks like right there. So it's a Nissel brush. You shoot that, and it drops all that Nisselpod for you. I found a little bit more down like near this objective that I'm currently doing. This objective for me, I need to hack a drone, which I gotta find. Another thing is you can open up these little trucks, and these trucks also drop resources for you as well. So I gotta run around and look for this little drone that is on the ground, then hack that and escort it to a certain location. And yeah. And if you happen to get the same like bounty objective as me, that is not the drone over there. That's an idle that's totally separate. That's like more of a late game thing. This is what the drone looks like, and it's gonna be in this like yellow circle that is on your map, right? So you just hack this like so. Whoops, there we go. And now it's time to escort it. If you're playing Vault, this is another great reason why Vault is like one of the best starter warframes. You can speed it up with your second ability. So yeah, you can speed up NPCs with Vault speed ability just to, you know, make these repetitive bounties go a little bit faster. So I've just completed my first bounty within the Plains of Eidolon, and I could go back in through the big door to like, you know, confirm all my resources and start a new bounty. Or I could simply just come over to one of these tents over here. So this is to the right of the Plains of Eidolon entrance. You can see it in the map. Interact with this little console here, and you can see that, you know, I can just start my second one like that, right? So you don't have to go in and out, in and out. Just make sure that whenever you're in an open world area or something like that, that you don't just pause the game and press abort mission and take yourself out of the open world area, because you may end up losing your resources. So I always just like to go through the door just to confirm like, hey, you know, I've actually got my stuff. So yeah, keep that in mind. Okay, so I have just maxed out my standing. You see 5,000 out of 5,000, top left hand corner. You can see all the rewards that I got. I'll just go ahead and press P so we can scroll through them. I've got Intensify, I've got Gara Systems, Gara Chassis. So a pretty good haul, all things considered. But now what I gotta do is I gotta re-enter Cetus through these big gates. And we're gonna go and talk to Mr. Konzu. And hopefully, implying I've got enough resources, which I think I did. Oh, I need more erratite. So I got to go back out, get 5 more erratite, and then I can come back in here and rank up. All right, I've got my erratite. That really didn't take long at all. So grok drill you can find at basically any Grineer camp. So just run around all the different camps. You're going to find canisters just laying around. The erratite you can find on the bottom half of the map. And if you're struggling to find it, whip out the Codex scanner and just aim down sights with it. You'll see them through the walls. Then the Nisselpod, that spawns basically in the top half of the map. I was finding a ton of it in the top left-hand side. So yeah, you can see I've got 130, which is, you know, quite a lot. And I was just alternating between the two bounties. So I'd do one of the tier 1s, then one of the tier 2, then one of the tier 1, just back and forth like that. And that's how I ended up with everything that I've got. So we go ahead, we rank up. Very good, very nice. And you're going to be presented with a bunch of different rewards. What I recommend choosing here is either the Copperite Alloy or the Escher Devar. The reason I recommend either one of these is because they're crafting resources, right? You're going to need these to be able to craft things later on. You got to do a little bit of mining, so you get the mining resources. So in this case, it would be Copperin, and then you can spend Ferrite, Rubido, Copperin plus credits to make Copperite Alloy, to then craft whatever needs Copperite Alloy, right? Same for the Escher Devar, except it only needs Devar. So either one of these is a good pickup. I'm just going to go ahead and go with this one for now. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So what I got to do now is I got to go and get 11,000 standing. And then that'll be me done in Cetus or the Plains of Eidolon for today and day 1. So I just randomly rolled a pretty annoying bounty. So what this is you got to find these little caches, and they have like a faint little like humming noise. I'm going to stand beside this one and let you guys hear. So you got to find 3 of these, and they're just going to be inside the big circle, more or less. It can be hard to hear them at times because of the what's it called? Like the enemies flying around and all that their stuff. But yeah, it's just one of those bounties that's kind of kind of hard for newer players, you know, because you guys obviously don't know all the spawns and what noise to listen out for, and the fact that those flying drones can like cover the noise of it, stuff like that. So yeah, I just thought I would show you guys what the little container looked like and also let you guys hear the noise. Okay, so I have successfully capped out my standing for the Ostrons for today, but as you can see, for me to rank up whenever I'm able to get the full 22,000 that I need now, I'm going to need fish scales, pyro, and tier azurite. Now, fish scales we're going to be able to get later on with a fishing rod or a spear from a different open world, and the mining materials, it's the same thing. We're going to go to a different open world and we're going to get a mining tool from there, instead of having to spend our standing in this area to purchase this area's specific one, if that makes sense. So I'll just show you guys what I mean. If you open up your fast travel gear wheel, you'll see that you have a fishing vendor and a mining vendor. So if we go to the fishing one, we can go to browse wares and you can see that they actually sell a fishing spear, right? We don't need this one because we can get a different one from a different open world, which is still going to work with the fish in this area. The same goes for the mining tool, right? So if we go to browse wares again, over here at the mining tool, you can see that we can get a mining tool over here for 500 standing, but we don't really want to be wasting our standing on stuff that we don't have to waste it on, right? So the one thing we do need to pick up is this tier azurite blueprint, because we need to be able to craft this to rank up the next time, right? It's a resource that has to be crafted. So now that we've done that, we are officially done with Cetus in the Plains of Adelon for day one of our Warframe journey. So now that I'm done with Cetus, what I could do is I could go and complete Everest and, just, complete more nodes on Earth. But I think it's a little bit better for us to just progress on to Venus right now. So just click on the junction and press enter junction. And this is going to be like a Warframe boss fight. So you can see it over there. That is, I think it's a vault. Yeah, it's a vault Warframe that we just have to kill. That's basically it. And this is going to unlock us access to the Venus planet, right? So just cast your speed ability, melee it, and it's dead. That's it. It's as easy as that. So it's not super challenging. That's Venus unlocked. So for completing that junction, we got ourselves a fully crafted Furus secondary and 15,000 credits. So that's pretty nice. Next up, what we got to do is we got to hover over the Mercury junction, click on this, and we got to read what it wants us to do. So complete quest Vox Solaris, purchase a Rhino blueprint from the market for credits, defeat the Jackal at Fossa, and start building a Rhino component in the foundry. So let's do what we can do right now. Go to the market over here. I go to the Warframes tab and simply just type in Rhino. So you can see that it sells for 375 platinum or 35,000 credits. So the 35,000 credits is the blueprint, as you can see, and 375 platinum is buying the entire Warframe with an Orokin reactor installed, which doubles its modding capacity, right? So we're just going to go ahead and pick up the blueprint. So we press purchase. There we go. So now if we go over to our foundry and we click on the Warframe tab up here, you can see that we've got a Rhino blueprint in here. And it needs a Rhino neuroptics, Rhino chassis, and Rhino systems. And we can get those by fighting the boss located on Fossa on Venus. So all the way here at the very end. So all we got to do is simply just complete our missions up until that point. But we're going to complete E-Gate, and then we're going to jump straight into Fortuna, because that is where the Vox Solaris quest that we have to complete takes place. So let's just go ahead, claim that fast deflection while we're here. That's a really, really, really strong defensive mod. You guys should go ahead and throw that on. If you have the endo to upgrade it, definitely do so. I'm going to throw on Intensify. I got that from the Plains of Eidolon, Fast Deflection, and Augur Message. So this is looking pretty nice so far. Again, if you can upgrade Fast Deflection, just go ahead and do so. You don't have to do it as much as I have right here, but really strong mod for keeping you alive, especially in the early game. Also, another thing to note is I have swapped from my form back, because I got it to level 30, over to my Bratton. I could swap back to my Paris. You get gifted, I think, the opposite of the one you picked in the starting quest, because I just had a Bratton in my inventory, plus the Paris. So I'm just leveling this Bratton just to get it out of the way. Throw on whatever mods you've got. So for me, that's magnetic damage plus a little bit more crit chance. I got this from the Plains of Eidolon bounties as well, so that's quite nice. And I don't currently have a different melee weapon yet, so that one just has to stay on for now. Let's see if I can upgrade that. The last couple of ranks in vacuum, I can get one more. There we go. And I think I'll leave all of the upgrading for now, and I'm just going to complete the missions on Venus and get to Fortuna. Upon entering Fortuna for the first time, it's going to automatically start the Vox Solaris quest for you. So this is another one of those quests where it's got spoilers in it. So just go ahead and play for it. I'm going to cover areas in it where I think you might struggle, but there shouldn't really be anything too difficult in this quest. So feel free to just blitz through it and then come back to the video once you're done. All right, so once you get into the Orbalis, the first thing that you got to do is open up some of those caches, kind of similar to Sidis, right? Except this time they've got smoke coming from them, so they're a little bit easier to find, right? This is one of the things right here. So I just wanted to throw in that little tip that, like, if you want to find the Corpus caches a little bit easier, implying they're outside, because there are some that spawn on the inside of some buildings. Just look for a little bit of faint smoke, and it should be a lot easier to find the caches. They also make like a beeping noise. It's a lot more distinct than the little hum of the Cetus caches. This part is kind of like a spy mission, but just in the Orbalis. And honestly, there's no real trick to this one. You could go through that little grate up there. You can just shoot that and jump through, or you can just honestly roll through the lasers at the front. Because I just jump in here and hack the console. The thing's gonna detect me like every single time. But yeah, there you go. That's it. So up next, we have an excavation mission just out here in the Orbalis. We haven't talked about these yet, but basically what happens is you roll up and a drill is going to spawn in, excavator. So what we want to do is we want to protect it as if it is a defense target. And these enemies with batteries on their backs are going to spawn in. You want to kill them, pick up the battery, run the battery into the excavator, and that's going to restore its shields and also make it so it actually ticks down. Because if the excavator doesn't have any power in it, then that timer that's to the left of the power number isn't going to go down. So basically you're making no progress. So you got to make sure that the excavator is always powered. So yep, that's pretty much that. So I've just completed the Vox Solaris quest, and that means we have unlocked the Solaris United as a new faction or syndicate that we have to rank up with. Now, it's kind of the same deal here as it is over in Cetus. So you're going to have access to 2 bounties. And what we have to do here is we have to get these training bonds, right? So training depth bonds. So go to bounties and just make sure to read, make sure that the bounty that you're playing is actually going to drop the depth bonds that you need. You're going to get a lot of people that are advising you to go and talk to a NPC called Ticker, if I can find him. Now, while they're right in saying that Ticker does reward you with the depth bonds that you may need to rank up with the Solaris United over there, the thing is, the requirements that you got to trade, like the amount of credits and resources that you have to trade, it's just way too much for a newer player. So it's kind of not great advice. I would much rather you guys simply just play the bounties to get the depth bonds. It's really not that difficult. People sort of overblow how difficult it is. So yeah, simply put, I'm going to be doing a lot of the bounties, and I'm going to wait for Ticker to stop talking so I can talk more about the rewards. So if we're here at Ticker, you can go ahead and press purchase depth bonds, and you're able to read, like, look, you have to trade a ton of salvage, a ton of Travesite alloy, and a ton of credits. Well, 9,000 credits isn't really a ton, but it might be for a newer player. Echo Winder, anoscopic sensor. You guys don't have that. That's a fishing resource. 13,000 nanospores. So, like, if someone tells you to come here to get the depth bonds, just totally ignore that as a newer player. It's not advice that is for you. And to be honest, I don't really know who that advice is for, because after you rank up all the way with Solaris United, you don't need depth bonds anymore. So, yeah, but let's just go ahead, take a little look with Utigo here. At the bounties rather. So we can see that we get credits, 50 endo, some resources, Garuda chassis, training depth bonds, Tepa nodule, and Aya. Then we've got some endo credits, more resources again, Garuda systems, and synth charge. So again, just alternate between the two. Do, you know, one run of the first one, one run of the second one, and hopefully that you get those training depth bonds on the way. You will need the shelter depth bonds as well. The amount that you need is going to differ per rank up. So yeah, I recommend just alternating between the two of these to begin with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all 16,000 off my standing, because I'm pretty confident that I will get my training depth bonds if I just keep on running this mission. So I'm going to run this one until I get the training depth bonds that I need, and then I'm going to run the second one to get all the standing that I need, and hopefully all of the shelter depth bonds that I need. So yep, I'm going to do that and cut to whenever I'm done. If you want to start a different bounty from inside the Orvalis, simply just come back to Fortuna and you're talking to this guy over here. So I got my training depth bonds from this first run, so now I'm just going to keep on spamming the second bounty. So I maxed out my standing over at Fortuna, and now I'm making my way over to Fossa. I got a ton of mods from Fortuna as well, by the way. So like a lot of good mods, like damage increasing mods. So I'll show you guys what I got after we talk about the Jackal fight. We're just going to jump right into this, and this is where we're going to farm the Rhino Warframe. So this room is where the Jackal spawns. We want to walk up to this console, interact with it, and a little cutscene is going to play where a little guy is going to get crushed. Here we go. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Keep waiting. Boom. Is the Jackal. All right, so how this fight works, he's got 4 legs, okay? You destroy one leg, he's going to jump up into the air, do a little twirly-whirly attack, and then he's going to slam himself down onto the ground. You walk up to him, and you do a finisher on him, and rinse and repeat that process 4 times. So this is the spinny-winny attack, twirly-whirly attack, whatever you want to call it. Because I haven't damaged his leg, well, he's not going to fall down and be finishable. But if I were to damage his leg, then I'd be able to get a finisher on him, right? So just hold left click on his leg, whatever leg. So that's his front left that I just destroyed. Now this is attack, like so. Once you destroy the leg, he is going to do the attack like straight away. I'm just jumping over it. You could also just like run around with it as well, but you know, do whatever you want. I like jumping. It's far easier in my opinion. And you'll see that he's finishable by that little red mark on his head. That's a Parazon finisher attack. So there we go. That is that. And it's basically the same thing for the next 3 health bars that he has. You just destroy the other legs that you haven't destroyed already. Keep on doing that finisher. And then you run to the exit. And at the very end, you're going to get a Rhino part. So I'm going to beat this boss and jump to the end. So here at the end of the mission, you can see Rhino Neuroptics blueprint. So we're going to take that to the foundry and craft it. You're also going to get a inbox message after that Jackal fight from the Stalker. And all that means is that is like a semi-boss enemy that's going to randomly spawn in any mission that you play. And he's going to try to assassinate you. No big deal. It is what it is. But yeah, running to the foundry, going to the Warframes tab. We're going to type in Rhino. Go for the Rhino Neuroptics, just craft it like so. That's going to take 12 hours to complete. Now, what you could do is you could go and you could fight the Jackal boss fight again, try to get yourself the chassis and the systems and have those crafting. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to keep on progressing on with the quests and the story because we have another open world to get to, and maxing out the standing for that, again, is the more time-consuming thing, and it's the more important thing at this very moment in time. You want to have a Rhino Warframe fully crafted and built by the time we hit Mastery Rank 8, so that's day 8 of you playing. So you've got a lot of time to do other things between now and then, basically, right? So I'm just going to go to the Mercury Junction. That's where we got to go to. Click on it, and you can see that we've got everything done. So we get a Incubator Power Core. That's to breed our own dog. We've got Northwind, which is just a cold damage mod for our melee weapons. And we get a free Warframe slot as well, which is really nice. Now we enter into the junction. We're going to be fighting a Rhino Warframe in this one. There he is. There is Mr. Rhino. And all you got to do to take this guy down is more or less the same stuff as we did before. Just either shoot at him or walk up to him, melee him, do whatever you got to do. Like, look how much damage we dealt him there. And he's down. And that's it. We've got access to Mercury now. So Mercury is actually a dead end. We got to go back to Earth and we got to hover the Mars junction and take a read that we got to do. So we got to complete the quest once a week, which we just got. Visit the side quest section of the Codex, complete a mission with the Boltor primary weapon equipped, which we just got, and purchase an MK1 weapon from the market. So let's go ahead and do a lot of that stuff. So first, the Codex. Go to Codex, and we go to side quests, and there you go. You can take a look at how the Kubro. We're not going to do that just yet. We're going to go to the market. We're going to type in MK1, and we're just going to go ahead and pick up the MK1 bow because it's the first one that popped up for me. So that is now in my inventory, a completely new weapon. Then we're going to go and we're going to equip the Boltor primary weapon. We're going to throw our mods onto it because we got to do that. So I got myself Point Strike and Vital Sense, so critical chance and critical damage. That's just from doing my Fortuna bounties. And then next after that, you want to be throwing on your elements. So I would like to have Corrosive. And if that depolarity was in a different place, I would go ahead and throw Cryo Rounds on. But because it's in the first slot, if I were to throw that on, that's going to make a Viral and Electric, which I suppose is okay. You know what? I might actually just run with that for now. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with that for now. I've went ahead and put on the MK1 bow over the scanner because we just bought the MK1 bow, and having this equipped means we're passively leveling it as well as the Boltor. So that's going to be nice for our Master Rank too. And now I want you guys to go ahead and start the Once Awake quest. This is a very, very, very easy quest. You guys aren't going to need any help with that. We're going to go ahead and do a jump cut to whenever I've completed this quest. All right, so we've completed Once Awake. So we get a Void Relic segment. We get more Codex scanners. We get a Lift C7 relic, and we get Streamline for doing all of that stuff. So let's just go ahead and claim it all. And now you go ahead, go into the junction again and kill a Loki Spectre. I'm not going to show you guys that because you guys get the gist of it now. So I'm just going to move on to the next thing that we got to do. Once you've got out of the Mars Junction, I heavily recommend just going from Ares to Augustus to War and then straight to Deimos. And we're looking to get to the Cambion Drift as fast as possible. So I'm going to play all of the missions up to War. The reason that I'm going to talk about War is because that is a boss node. And then after that, we're going to go straight for the Cambion Drift. So we are currently on the mission War, and we're about to fight Mr. Lich Krill. Now, the gimmick with this boss is he has 4 pipes on his back, and we gotta burst each pipe individually, one by one. So if I walk up to him and just hold left click on him with my Boltor, what will happen is one of the pipes on his back will burst, and now we gotta beat him into doing a slam attack with his hammer. And that'll make him freeze himself. So there we go. He's all frozen. Now we got to rinse and repeat that another 3 times. And then he's going to be damageable. So whenever I get all the pipes burst, I'll show you me shooting him, I guess. All right, so that was the final pipe being burst. Now he's going to go into this enraged form. He's going to turn orange. Going to have fire coming out of him. So just put down your electric shield and shoot at him, melee him, do whatever you want to do. And he will eventually die. So up to my secondary, does that deal any more damage? Not really. Don't be too afraid of the fact that he doesn't die like super fast. Whip out your melee and he's gonna die a lot quicker. There you go. And we got out of sight Parazon rare mod from him. That's cool. Nice. Some gallium, rare resource at the bottom. Very nice. And from this boss, he drops parts for the Warframe Excalibur. So if you didn't pick Excalibur at the start of the game, this is where you come to farm. There you can see Excalibur chassis blueprint. All right, so once you make your way up to the Cambion Drift, you gotta come over to your Codex and gain access to it via starting the Heart of Deimos quest. So just go ahead, press begin, then come over to your orbiter and you can launch it. I recommend bringing in like your favorite or best weapons in here. So I'm gonna be bringing the form back and the scanner for the simple fact that I feel like those are the weapons that I deal the most damage with right now. I am also going to change my damage type to, I think maybe corrosive. Wait, no, I've got that on like this. Sorry, there we go. So I've got corrosive by combining Stormbringer and Infected Clip, and then I've got Cryo Rounds as cold. That's going to do me for now. I guess I can throw on a little bit more ammo mag for no good reason, to be honest, because it's not really going to help me. And yeah, let's upgrade the sword. The sword, I could probably end up running, let's see, Smite Infested is okay. Melee progress, blah, blah, blah. That can go there. That can go, oh, I don't have enough space. Huh. That's better. Yeah, there we go. So Fever Strike, Shotgun Touch for corrosive, then heat like that. So this is what I'm able to run. I've got a lot of different elemental mods, as you can see, and that's just simply because I was doing the bounties in Fortuna. You know, I was able to get a bunch of different stuff. You also got Molten Impact from, what's it called, from the Once I White quest, so there's that as well. Oregon Shatter came from Fortuna. You know, so we're chilling. We're going to be dealing a lot of damage. So let's go ahead, jump right in. This is another quest, by the way. So I'm only going to be showing you guys the bits that you might struggle with. There's a few weird bits in this quest, which I'll show you guys, but yeah, I'm just going to jump to those more difficult parts now. Whenever you reach the player hub area called Necrolisk, go ahead, pause your game, go to equipment, and you can go to your arsenal. What I'd recommend doing is upgrading your vitality mod here, because the enemies here can deal toxin procs and they go through your shields, so having vitality for a little bit of extra health is quite nice. Also, if you have the Intensify mod, upgrading that so your speed ability is more effective is quite good. And because I have it, I've upgraded Augur Message just a little bit as well for a little bit more duration on my second ability. I really can't stress the importance of like just running around this area and breaking every single container you find, because there are so many different resources from here. There's mining resources, there's fishing resources, and you need like a pretty diverse set of resources for like just things that we're going to be crafting and what we need to rank up, all that stuff. This is probably the most important open world in the game because it rewards us with this thing that we're going to be using later on to replace like Warframe abilities, right? So it's very important that we rank up here. So if you had to choose between like any of the free open worlds, so that's Cetus, Fortuna, and also here, you want to rank up here first. So I figured I would include this bit in the guide just in case some of you get lost, but we're looking for an NPC called Favor. So what you want to do is the Necromech is going to be spawning like down there, right? That's where you defend. Just follow this little goopy river until you get to this big area here, and then he's going to be to your right. He comes out of this big flyer. So whenever you get to this big door, you're going to see these symbols appear on the wall. You have to memorize them and then input, you know, the order from top to bottom in these little things that you got to interact with, right? So I didn't get to read mine because I was too busy pressing record. So I'm going to field this on purpose. And there you go. You can see that I filled it because they're all red. So it's going to make them appear. I know the names. So that's Jahu, Netra, Kra, and Zata. So Jahu, Netra, Kra, and Zata. Yes, I'm that big of a nerd that I know those off by heart. My bad, guys. My bad. After the doorstep, you're going to get to this part where you don't have any of your weapons or abilities, and the only thing you can do is like sprint and roll. So this is pretty much a stealth section. What you want to do is pay attention to the minimap in the top right hand corner, and you want to avoid the mechs that are just roaming around the map, because if they see you, they are going to start blasting and you will die. So just try to follow my pathing. You also can't bullet jump, so you just kind of gotta roll around. So there's one of the mechs. I don't want to be anywhere near that guy, so I'm just gonna go the long way around just to be safe. And there's still no mech on the map. We're chilling. We're chilling. He didn't see me. Very good. Very nice. We got past him. I think this is going to be the room that most people are going to struggle with because there's two of them. So just keep rolling. Stick to that left side. He did hit me once. Oh no. But we got out safe. This is the home stretch. We're basically free now. Yeah, we're out. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. You're eventually going to get to this mech part where you're inside the mech and you have to repair this giant heart. So simply just come up to the parts that are like glowing and then hold left click. If it's not working for you, wiggle your mouse around like you can see me doing, and then you'll eventually repair it. Now you do have some of these like little spots that are like elevated. You can reach those by standing on these little platforms, and there you go. Now you can start aiming at the points and wiggling your mouse around and hoping that you know, you hit the exact right spot that needs to be hit for the stuff to be repaired. I'm gonna go ahead and I missed. Jump over here to repair this part that's over on the right hand side. Wiggle, wiggle. There we go. Nice. And now this final part is over here. This middle part. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, please. There we go. Very nice. Now, this next part is a boss fight. So the boss is simply just another necromech. Just jump towards him, press your 4, and hold left click on him, and hopefully you kill him before he kills you. That's the strategy. There you go. Boss down. Okay, now that you've completed the Heart of Deimos quest, it's the same story as the other open worlds. You're going to come over here. You're going to talk to Mother, and then once all of the dialogue is done, you're going to be able to access her bounties. Bounties here work a little bit differently, so if we go ahead and view them, you see that they reward you with tokens instead of just straight up standing. The difference here is also that the rewards are actually really good. You've got multiple different chances of getting like a ton of endo and a ton of credits. So this is like the best place to farm early game for like a ton of different stuff. Also, sometimes the mods are really good. Unfortunately, I don't have a super good bounty roll for mods right now because the rewards from the bounties, they change every so often. So in 1 hour 34 minutes, the rewards or the bounty missions are going to change up. So here I'm going to get different stuff. But yeah, sometimes the mods that you get from here are quite good. But what I need to do is I need to farm up a bunch of Mother tokens, and then I take those Mother tokens. I go back to Grandmother, who is also going to give me a lot of dialogue that I gotta wait through. So yeah, trade tokens for Entrati standing. The final option, you would come in here and you would middle mouse button the Mother tokens that you've got to trade all of them in. So I'm going to get the farming up Mother tokens, and I'm going to jump to whenever I have enough standing to rank up with Mother, so we can take a look at what we need to trade. Let's actually do that now. So rank up, we need Benign Infested Tumor, and we need Ferment Bladder. So this is from fish, so we got to go ahead and get that fishing rod that I was talking about earlier. To get that fishing rod, we need to go get the standing, so we need to do the bounties for the Mother tokens. Then we need to go to Grandmother. We got to trade in the tokens with Grandmother, and then we need to come and talk to Daughter, who is going to yap some more. Once Daughter is done yapping, you can go ahead and press Browse Wares, and you can pick up the Sparry Spear for 500 standing. Now, the thing is, you were tasked with farming some fish in the quest itself, the Heart of Deimos quest, so you could come down here, cut the fish, just middle mouse button all of the fish that you've got, cut them, and see if you end up getting enough of the stuff that you need. And I think we just did. I don't remember how much we needed, but if we go to Entrati standing, rank up, yeah, we have enough. That's nice. So all I need to do now is go out of my way to get the tokens for the standing, and then I can rank up. So I'm now able to rank up with the Entrati family from neutral up to stranger. We press continue, and we can see a bunch of different stuff. We have, again, got our little mining resources, but we also have these new mutagen and antigen things that we have to worry about too. I would say just go ahead and pick up one of the mining resources again, because those are the ones that are, you know, the most annoying to have to constantly be purchasing. Okay, so I've completely maxed out my standing for today with all of the free open worlds, and that is going to be it for my day one. But before we log off, what we should do is join a clan and start crafting some weapons in our foundry. So to join a clan, whenever you're not trying to join like a content creators clan or something like that, just pause the game, go to communication, go to clan, then press search for a clan. And what I recommend doing is press this moon clan filter, then press beginner friendly, and you're looking for a clan that says that they have all of the research done. So this one says 100% research. So you're looking to join a clan like that. Now, whenever you click on this, it's going to send a join request, and these guys might have like different requirements, like, you know, messaging on Discord or something like that. But honestly, just send the join request, and if you don't get in, it is what it is. Just try a different clan. If you want to join my clan, simply head over to my Twitch channel. The link is in the description below. And what we do is we have like a certain like watch time amount that you have to watch the stream for before we send you an invite. So follow the Twitch channel and just watch the stream whenever I'm live. I'm usually live during big Warframe updates. So whenever there's a big Warframe update, make sure to check out the Twitch channel, hang out, and if you watch for long enough, you can redeem a little thing for a entry into the clan. Whenever you get an invite to a clan, your inbox is going to have a message that looks like this. Just go ahead and accept it. Then once you join, just go to your Foundry down here, go to this page here where you can see everything or just ready to build, and you're searching for a clan key. It's right there, so you don't have to search for it. Press OK, and that's going to be done within 12 hours. With all the leftover credits that I've got, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and purchase as many weapon blueprints as I possibly can. But this is with the hopes of crafting them, of course. So I want to make sure that I've got enough credits left over after I purchase a bunch of stuff to be able to craft them in my foundry. So I'm going to pick up the Fang. This is dual swords. The Kraken, which is a very bad pistol. And finally, the Hind, which is a pretty mid assault rifle. So now I'm going to go to my ready to build tab, and I can see these 3 weapons are ready to build. I'm going to need to get a little bit more credits. So I'm going to craft the Fang and the Kraken first because I already have... Actually, no, I'm pretty good. I can craft the Hind, which is quite nice. So the way that I like to do it whenever I start a new account is I make sure that I have a primary, a secondary, and a melee building all at the same time. So then I can level a new set of weapons every single time that I log in. Ideally, later on, you're going to have multiple sets of weapons crafting. So multiple primaries, multiple secondaries, and multiple melees. That way you'll have a lot of different stuff to level up to increase your master rank, right? Because that's something that we got to keep in mind. We are already at master rank 2, but we're not able to do the test until, you know, we wait until that 24-hour period is up. So I'm able to take the test again in 13 hours, and that's going to be my master rank 2 test. But yeah, day 1 recap. Get all the way up to the Deimos planet, complete all of the quests up to the Heart of Deimos. Make sure that you have ranked up with your syndicates or your open world syndicates as much as you can. And of course, craft as many weapons as you can from the market. You can just copy what I'm crafting. And most importantly, make sure to join a clan and craft a clan key because we're going to need to be in a clan to start trading. Okay, so it is now day 2 for me on my Warframe beginner guide account journey, and I can now rank up to master rank 2, but I'm not going to do that straight away. What I have done is I have went and I have now capped out my standing with the free open worlds again. So I can now progress on to level 2 with the Entradi, Fortuna, and Cetus. But whenever I press rank up, we can see that I need these different things, right? So I need a Keratinos Blades blueprint, a Favor token, and a Daughter token. So the first thing that we're going to try and get is actually that Daughter token. So if we fast travel over to Daughter, there we go. What we got to do is we got to go to Exocrine assignments, and we have to trade in some of the materials that we got from cutting the fish to get a token. So I believe it was only 1 token that we needed. I'm just going to go ahead and double check just to make sure. Yeah, it's only 1 token. So really all I have to do is go to Daughter, go to that assignments tab, and then trade in some of the stuff that I've got. It doesn't matter what you trade in, really. I'm just going to trade in this one because why not? And yeah, that is that done. Now the next NPC that we have to talk to is Faber. He's going to have a lot of dialogue, but this is where we're going to get both of the things that we need to progress our rank with the Entradi family. So it's more or less the same thing. Just press parts requisition, and you want to trade in whatever you've got. So I've got a lot of postulate, whatever it's called. So we just trade that in for a single token. And then if we go to browse wares, we can see the 2 things that we need. Again, I'm just going to go ahead and double check what it is that I need. It is called the Blades Blueprint, right? So it's just a blueprint. We don't have to craft it or anything like that. So we go back to Faber, back to not that tab, but not that tab either, the browse wares tab. We get the blueprint for 500 standing. So we're going to have to spend more mother tokens to rank up. So we're going to TP over to Grandmother, trade tokens for Entradi standing. I've got some mother tokens left over, so we just spend those. Very good, very nice. Now we TP to Mother, and we go to Entradi standing. We rank up, and we trade everything, and now there's going to be a little bit of lore that pops up. That is, of course, after you select one of the rewards that you get for ranking up. I recommend just going for the mining materials yet again. So I'm also back over here at Fortuna. Do the exact same thing. Talk to Yuriko, or the leader of the faction here. Go to Solaris United Standing, press rank up, and then go ahead and rank up, trading those shelter depth bonds, the training depth bonds, as well as a little bit of credits. And there you go. We've now ranked up to rank 2. Again here, just go ahead and pick some of the mining materials or the blueprints. Come over to Konzu and Saya. At the bottom here, whenever you first interact with them, there's going to be a new quest called Saya's Visions. Go ahead and start that because that's going to enable us to get a new Warframe called Kome, which we're eventually going to pick up. But really what we're doing is we're coming to Ostron Standing and we're looking to see what we need to rank up. So we actually need Tier Azurite and we need fish scales and pyro, right? So that's 2 mining materials and also some fishing stuff. So to get the fishing rod, what we're going to have to do is we have to head over back to Demus. We're going to talk to daughter and we're going to press browse wares. We need to get a sparry spear. You see that I need 500 standing. I only have 400 at the minute. So I'm going to have to do more bounties with Mother to get more tokens to then buy that spear. So I'm going to do that now. All right, so I've got enough Mother tokens to trade in with Grandmother here for more standing. I'm going to TP over to daughter, hit browse wares, pick up my spear, purchase. Very good, very nice. Now I'm going to back out, pause the game, go to equipment, go to arsenal, go to our gear wheel, gear, and then I'm going to go to my sparry spear right there. So that's going to be equipped in your gear wheel. Now when you're in any open world, you're going to be able to bring that out and simply fish with it. Over here in Fortuna, we're going to need a total of, I think it's 3,000 standing because we want to pick up the some point plasma drill from this NPC called Smokefinger. And we also want to pick up a hunting rifle from an NPC called The Business, which is the fishing icon. Browse wares, here it is at the top. So yeah, we need 3,000 standing left over. So that means I need to do another bounty. You can do either one. It doesn't really matter. Just do whichever one is easiest. So I've got enough standing. I'm going to Smokefinger, browse wares, picking up the some point plasma drill, purchase. There we go. Very good. Very nice. Now I'm going over to the business, browse wares, get my trank rifle. Nice. Awesome. Now we're doing the exact same thing as we did with the fishing spear. Equipment, arsenal, gear wheel, gear, and we're going to go ahead and equip these in here. Now the trank rifle we don't need right now, but we are going to need it later on to progress with the Intrati Syndicate. Once you've got all of this new gear, come into the Plains of Eidolon, and it's really up to you what you do first. I'm going to go ahead and do the fishing first. So go ahead and open up your map. Now, I like to fast travel down to this bottom right-hand corner here beneath Hillside Ruin. So just fast travel down there. And there's going to be a big body of water. You can go to any body of water that you want, but I just find this one is the best. Also, this is a mining vein, so this is the blue one, and that's actually what we need. So I'm going to bring out the some point plasma drill, and I'm simply just going to walk up to it. You can see the big sort of diamond around it, right? Now look for this little blue dot and just hold down left click or whatever the button is on console until it goes into that little zone. And you want to keep on finding those blue veins and then mining them like that until you get the azurite that you need to craft the tier azurite. I think you're going to need 10 of them off the top of my head. But anytime you see a red vein or a blue vein, just go ahead and mine it because you're going to need a bunch of mining materials later on anyway. Whenever it comes to fishing, simply just walk up to a body of water and then aim down sights and wait for some fish to spawn in. Now, these fish can be hard to see. You can buy a dye back at one of the vendors in the Plains of Eidolon in Cetus to make them easier, or you could just listen for the sound and then look for the fish. So there's a fish right there. I'm just going to go ahead, throw my spear, and there we go. Just caught a fish. So you want to keep on doing that. Just do it until you get bored, basically. And then we want to take those and cut those back at the vendor in Cetus to get the fish skills that we need to be able to rank up. When it comes to mining, simply find the caves that are around the map. So this is one that is basically just underneath Hillside Ruin yet again. So right here, there's another one of those blue veins, right? So I'm just going to get this one real fast. And this is honestly probably the most annoying part about Warframe. These little like mining bits and well, the fishing bits aren't really too much RNG. There's a little bit of RNG in them, but the mining bits are absolutely RNG, and sometimes it's a little bit buggy. Like here, there's a mining vein right there, but I literally cannot see it. The only reason that I know it's there is because of my mining tool, and I don't know where the other little thing is, right? So yeah, it can be a little bit buggy, a little bit frustrating, but unfortunately, it's just one of those things that you have to do. So like I said, I recommend just hitting every single mining vein that you can. to get a nice little stockpile of mining resources because we're going to need a lot of them. Remember, we need 40 pyrol as well. And pyrol's coming from those red ones. So, all right, so I managed to get my hand on all of the azurite that I need to make 10 tier azurite. So we just go ahead and craft that. Then if I click on components down here, we can look for the pyrol. Remember, you need 40 pyrol, so I've got 90 right now, which is quite good. So I'm just going to wait for this tier azurite to be done crafting. It's going to take a minute. Once you've got your tier azurite crafted and you've got all the fish that you need, come over here to Fisher High Look, go to cut fish, and again, just middle mouse button, cut fish, and you can see that you get the fish scales that you need. With all that being said, fast travel back over the Kanzu, Austron standing, rank up. And then, implying you have enough credits, I need to go get some credits, which I'll probably just do by completing some missions in the star chart. You'll be able to rank up. So I'm going to get the credits and then rank up and then show you guys what to, pick. All right, so I've got my credits. We rank up. We take a look at what the offerings are. So again, literally just go for the mining resources here. Maybe the alloy. That's what I'm going to pick. Yep. There we go. So that's all we need from here. And yeah, just to go ahead and get the rest of your standing for today with both Fortuna, Deimos, and also here at Cetus. Now that we've got all the annoying open world stuff out of the way for today, we're going to go ahead and rank up to Master Rank 2. That's actually going to give us more standing to gain with all of the different open worlds, funnily enough. But this is the exact same as the first Master Rank test that we did, except this time we're going to be limited to using our secondary weapon. So just make sure to have on a secondary weapon that you like using. So I'm just using the Furus that we got from one of the junctions. And as you can see, I've got pretty okay mods on it. It's just more or less one-shotting, two-shotting all the enemies that spawn in. If you're struggling, just pay attention to the mini-map so you can see where the enemies are spawning in and then run to them and shoot them. Keep on doing that until you complete wave 3 and then you're going to be Master Rank 2. Now that you're Master Rank 2, go ahead down to your foundry and I want you guys to claim the clan key that we got. Head back up to navigation and then head to the dojo, which can be found in the bottom left-hand corner, and then just click the center of the little dojo here. Once you get into your dojo, go ahead and open up the fast travel wheel, and you're looking for this thing that looks like a trading post. Click on that, and it's going to fast TP you over to the trading post. Now it says trading isn't allowed on accounts without two-factor authentication. Log in to warframe.com to enable. You can just go to the Warframe website in your own browser. If you press enable now and you're running this through Steam, it's going to open up in the Steam browser. So do it whichever way you want. To do this, simply head over to the Warframe website, press login, then enter in your email and your password. Go ahead, press the login button beneath them. Then go up to the top right hand corner and press account management. Then you want to press TennoGuard two-factor authentication, press enable 2FA like that. And it says, please check your email for final confirmation. Go into your email and then simply just click on the link that's in the email that they sent you. Then it's going to say, check your in-game inbox for your free booster. After you've done that, I want you guys to keep the Warframe website open, then head over to a website called warframe.market. Go ahead and press sign in and then press or register here at the bottom, then enter in the email that you use to play Warframe. Once you've created your account, it's going to take you to this page right here, and it says to be able to use Market, please verify your account. This is going to give you a verification code. Go ahead and copy that. Now you go back to the Warframe website, hover over community and press forums. Once you're in the forums, go ahead and press the messages icon and press compose new. Now go back to the warframe.market website and copy and paste the person that they want to send it to. So it goes to KYC. Copy and paste the subject right into the subject tab on the Warframe Market website. And then you can type anything into the text in the actual message itself, then just press send. Then all you have to do is wait until your account gets verified. This step applies to PC players only. You can come to this website called alekaframe.com and download this. This works through Overwolf, so if you're not a fan of Overwolf or if you're scared of third-party apps for video games in general, maybe don't do this. But this is basically an app that is going to greatly benefit your Warframe progression, right? You can see your entire account. It has like a mastery helper and stuff like that. But more importantly, what you can do is you can link your Warframe Market account here. And this is like a separate inventory. It's going to display everything that you've got in the game. It's going to show you the price of it, and it's going to allow you to automatically list these things to sell to other players. So all you got to do is log in to your Warframe.market account through this app. You should get a little pop-up that says login successful. And then once you've done that, you can click around a little bit and you'll be able to see your inventory and stuff like that. So because I'm playing on PC and because I have a Leica frame, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start making platinum right now on day 2. So all we've been doing up to this point in the game is playing bounties, and hopefully if you're lucky, you'll have gotten some okay mods to sell to other players. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and press inventory on a Leica frame, and then at the top left here, go ahead and press mods, and then filter it by platinum up here in the top right. And what this is going to do is going to show you all of the different mods that you've got and how much they're worth to sell to other players. So for example, here is Bladed Rounds, and this mod is a crit damage mod. So on kill, you get more crit damage. And don't get me wrong, this is a good mod to keep, 110%, but it's not going to be super useful at the point that we're at in the game because we don't have enough modding capacity to fit a base damage mod and elemental damage mods and the crit damage mod on. So I will opt for selling this at this point in time. So if I have a Leica frame open, I can click WTS, which stands for want to sell, and then it's going to show me all of the prices that people have listed. So I have one of them to sell. So I'm going to type 1 into units here, and I'm going to set the price to 11 platinum, and I'm just going to press post sell. Now, if I come back to Warframe.market, I've clicked my profile page. If I refresh this page, you'll see that it's now listed it. All I've got to do is make myself appear as online in-game in Warframe.market, and there you go. If I click Bladed Rounds now, you can see that my name appears at the very top. So now if somebody wants to buy Bladed Rounds, they're going to see my name first, and then they're going to press buy. It's going to give them a message that they're going to copy, and then they're going to log into the game and then just paste that message into their in-game chat, and it's going to send it to the person that is, of course, selling the mod. Then what you want to do is you want to invite that person to your clan's dojo, walk up to this trading post, and then double click their name and initiate the trade. And just like that, somebody has actually messaged me. They're looking for the Bladed Rounds mod. So I sent them an invite by right clicking their name, pressing invite. They have joined my party. So I'm just going to go ahead, go to the dojo, zoom all the way out, dojo, click, press play, easy peasy. And now I'm going to fast travel to that trading post. For some reason, my clan has 2 trading posts, so I had to come to the right one. And the person that I invited is in range of it. So I double click on his name, and it's going to give you a little pop-up about Warframe trading. If you're doing this for the first time, you have to wait for 15 seconds. But the thing is, I'm not going to be able to actually do this trade because I have too little credits. I need to do a few missions to get some credits. But if I were to do it, I would go ahead, press mods, and then select my mods. So for those of you who don't want to use a Leica frame or you're playing on console, you're going to have to come to the Warframe.market website, select the platform that you're playing on, and then type in the name of the thing that you want to buy or sell, right? So in our case, it's Bladed Rounds, right? So we go ahead, we search for that, and then we can press place order in the bottom right hand corner, and then you can select want to sell, and then it's more or less the same process as on the Leica frame app. You type in the price that you want to sell it at, and then the quantity, and then also the rank of the mod, and you just press 0 here, or 1 or whatever it is, and then you post it like that. And then you can check to make sure that you've done it right by going to my profile and taking a look at what you've got to sell. So basically, as this series goes on, I'm going to be taking a look at my Leica frame, seeing what I've got, and then simply posting it. But then another thing we can do is we can sell these things called relics. So if you come back into the game and you head over to the market, go ahead and press the little drop down, press Prime Resurgence, and then type in relics in here. And you can see that there's all of these different relics that are selling for this resource known as Aya. And if you were doing your bounties, you're going to have a little bit of Aya just sitting around in your inventory. Now, the thing with Aya is that you need a little bit of Aya. I think the number off the top of my head is 10 Aya to be able to rank up with a faction later on, and it's actually quite important. But Aya is easy to access because it comes from bounties, right? So you're limited on the amount of trades that you can do in a day. So if you're master rank 2, you can do 2 trades in a day. If you're master rank 3, you can do 3 trades. And ideally, you want to use up all of your trades within a day. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and open up trading chat. And then what you can do is you can apply these little filters here. Okay, so if you press the magnifying glass, you can type in the filter text box and you can type Aya, relic, and relics. And then you can take a look and you can see in this chat what people are looking to buy. Okay, so what I would do is I would come in here and type want to sell Goss and Grendel relics, because that's what it is. If you hover over the relics, you can see the name of the Warframe that comes from the relics primarily. So this one drops for Grendel, this one's dropping some Goss stuff, this one's dropping Goss stuff, this one's dropping Goss and Grendel. You know, these are things that are being essentially vaulted or put away, right? These are going to go away, and they are not going to be obtainable unless you're buying them from another player or another player has them in their inventory, right? So you want to type want to sell Goss and Grendel relics, and then you could type PM offer, or you could type in like maybe 6 platinum per relic or something like that. So I'm just going to do PM offer just to see what people send and see what people, you know, want to pay. Also, maybe don't do it in all caps like I did, because yeah, you get timed out and then you get put on a timeout. As I'm talking about this, perfect example just popped up. So Kazu72 want to sell Aya relics, 6 for 15 platinum, and he's got 12 Aya. So more or less just copy that format. That's all you got to do. So you type want to sell, and then this is going to teach you about linking in the game. So if you do a square bracket and then you start typing the name of something, so Aya, want to sell Aya relics, 6 15, and then I have 11 Aya, right? That's it. That's all you got to do. And there you go. Your message is in chat. People will hopefully DM you and they'll tell you what they want. So you just have to pay attention. Like if the guy says, hey, I want to have 6 Lif A11s, you know, you buy 6 Lif A11s and then you trade that with him. There is a cooldown every single time that you type in this chat. So you can like type in the chat, play a mission, type in the chat, play a mission, do it like that. All right, so I got a buyer. He says that he just wants any 6 relics. So I'm just going to do left to right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. He invited me to his dojo, so I'm going to go ahead and join him. Well, actually, he didn't invite me to any dojo, so I'm just going to start the dojo all by myself like this. So I come to the trading post, double click on his name, and then I go to items, and I just type in the names of all the relics. So it was a Lif A11, it was a Meso A11, Meso said 6, like this, Neo G10, Neo G10, Neo M6 as well, and an Axie G15. So this is going to be one of those learn from my mistakes moments. This guy said he's going off. I needed to do another run of a mission to get credits. So now I've spent the Aya on those relics and I'm unable to refund the Aya. So make sure that you have enough credits before you start doing some trades, right? So, you know, have a decent backlog. What I've been doing to get credits is basically just completing missions on Mars, anything on Earth, Venus, and Mercury that I haven't done yet. What I would do is try to avoid things like interception missions, because these are pretty difficult to solo, and also just pretty difficult for like newer players in general. Arcway missions you can't do yet, but basically just make your way towards, you know, Phobos and Ceres here, because if you click into the junctions, you can see all the different rewards. So kill 10 enemies with headshots. I've already got that, so I just got myself a flow mod. And if I check over here on Ceres, you know, I've got some different things to do. So I got to complete the Maru's weekly Iatan treasure hunt and fill out an Iatan sculpture, a lot of Iatan stuff, pledge into the syndicate. So yeah. Talk to Maru in Maru's Bazaar relay on Mars. So that's here in the bottom right hand corner. We just go ahead and do that now. So here we are in Maru's Bazaar. We can simply just go ahead, hold down Q again, TP over to Maru. We can say Iatan treasure question mark. I'm looking for Iatan's treasures, and say I'm ready. This is going to put us into a mission that has like a little obstacle course. It's going to mark it for you, and all you got to do is run through it. So as soon as I started that mission up, I got a message asking for a trade for that Bleed It Rounds mod. So I'm just going to complete this mission, and then hopefully we're going to be able to go and trade with him. So this is the parkour room. Stand on this big panel, and these doors are going to open up. Simply go up the stairs. Also, you guys might get a different parkour room, but it's worth me just showing you guys this one anyway. You do have a time limit, so all you got to do is jump in this little floaty thing, roll over here, and then you have these walls that you can jump off of. So just bounce over to this one, wall bounce off of it, so that's space bar, and then just roll into this final pad, and then that's the time limit gone. you're looking to pick up this statue right here. That's an item treasure. And then just go ahead and break all of the containers like that are around this room, because they'll drop like a bunch of credits, maybe a bunch of resources, some mods, stuff like that. And I'll just complete the mission. So now that my mission is complete, I'm going to go ahead and invite Haunted 0-0. Mr. Smoke VLG or LVG wanted the same thing. I'm just going to tell him that it's sold. Sorry. We're going to go back to my dojo and hopefully get this trade through. So I'm at the trade post with Mr. Hunted. I'm going to go to mod. I'm going to type in bladed rounds like so. Go ahead, offer items. And as you can see, trade tax for me, 5,500. Trade tax for him, 4,000. Plus the platinum. Accept the trade. 3, 2, 1. And just like that, we've just made our first 11 platinum on this account. And you can see up here, trades remaining 1. So we just got to hope that any of the other stuff that I've got listed is going to sell today. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to focus on these 2 junctions located on Mars, just to, you know, get the rewards from them, right? Because why not? So complete Maru's weekly item treasure hunt. We just done that, so we can claim that star. And if we head over to the Phobos junction, we can claim the reward at the bottom for talking to Maru in the first place. So for the Phobos junction, we need to refine a void relic at the console in the orbiter, and we need to open up free lift void relics. We'll do that in a little bit. And for the Ceres junction, we need to fill an item sculpture with iodine stars, or trade an item sculpture with Maru for endo. So ideally, for the Ceres one, it's important that you fill up the sculpture with the stars first, because you're going to get more endo for a sculpture that has all of the stars. And to fill up the sculpture, you need to come to the modding section down here in your ship, and you can see the pop-up right here. So press item treasures in the top right. Now go ahead and select the little trophy that you've got, and hopefully while you're playing the missions, you might have got these little blue stars to drop. All you got to do is click on these empty slots here. So there's a blue one goes in, and then in the middle one, the amber one that we got from that junction reward goes in, and now over here another blue one, and that's it, fully filled up as indicated by the little free slots being filled there. So now we just go back to Maru. Talking to Maru again, we say extract endo from item items. Just go ahead, left click on the statue, create it in. There you go. You just got 1,500 endo and 2 junction challenges completed. Go back to the Ceres junction, claim your Fever Strike, claim your Swirling Tiger, and the pledge to a syndicate. We're not going to be able to do that until we hit Master Rank 3, so totally ignore that for now. Now we're moving on to opening up the Void Relics. So what we got to do here is in the top right hand corner, you're going to see this flame icon. Now this is a different type of mission called a Void Fisher. Go ahead and click whatever is available, and if there's none available, what I want you guys to do is go back to Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury and just complete as many missions as you possibly can until one of them becomes available. So go ahead, make sure that your party privacy is set to public, because it is more rewarding to play these types of missions as a group rather than solo. So we're just going to jump into this mobile defense, and what's going to happen is it's going to allow us to pick any of the lift relics that we've farmed up so far. So as you play, you're going to passively accumulate these relics, and also it's the ones that we bought for Aya as well. So you could do a little bit of gambling here. You could go ahead and use the Lift A11 relic that we picked up for Aya and hopefully get like a really good reward from it. Or you can use any of the other ones that you've got in your inventory as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use my Lift N1 right now, because nothing from this is super valuable, to be honest. So just go ahead, press equip for mission, and that's going to matchmake you into a public squad. Now, all we have to do is complete this mission as normal, but what's going to happen is these void portals are going to be spawning in as well. And as those portals spawn in, the enemies in the mission are going to become corrupted, and upon killing them, they're going to drop these little things called reactant. I like to call them lemons. So you got to collect 10 of those. If you collect all 10, you're going to get a buff, and at the end of the mission, your relic is going to open up, giving you a reward. You want to make sure that everybody in your party picks up all of their reactant. And you can see that by looking at their name or their health bar on the right-hand side, top right-hand side. And you can see the little flame icon. You can see how many they've got. So both my teammates, they have 3 at the minute. You shouldn't complete the mission until all of your teammates have all 10 of them. So at the end of the mission, implying everybody's got their relics, you're going to be given the choice between the different items. And you can see the rarity of the item by paying attention to the color beneath the item, right? So mine actually happened to get me a uncommon part, so we're going to go with that. Now, these prime items, you could go to Warframe.market and list those up as soon as you get them. I'm not going to do that right now because I have a person waiting to trade a mod with me. So I have used up all of my trades for today, which is great. So I've just completed my trade. As you can see, I've got 29 platinum now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another one of these lift missions. And then for the final lift mission, I'm going to show you guys how to upgrade your lift relic using some of the reactant that we've got from completing these missions. I'm going to use my lift C14 relic for this. So I've just completed my second Void Relic mission. Also shout out Cal2470 for recognizing me, I guess. But yeah, what you want to do is you want to come over to this Void Relic segment at the back of your ship after you've completed your second mission. Now you go into Void Relics and simply choose one of the lift relics that you want to upgrade. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go for the Exceltra Prime Barrel. From those missions that you ran, you'll get these things called Void Traces, and these Void Traces are what you're going to use to upgrade your relic to increase the chance of you getting a uncommon or rare reward. It would be easier to show you if Ordis would stop talking, but essentially what you do is you see these little diamonds at the bottom. You click on the one that has the most glowing circles inside of it, or you just click the one that has the amount of Void Traces that you've got. So I've got 125. I can afford to go the max way. I press Refine Radiant, and you'll see that it turns into a Radiant Relic now. So if I go back up to my navigation here, and I go to the little flame icon again, I go to my mobile defense mission, I can equip this, and it's going to have a higher chance of getting me the Exceltra Prime Barrel that is behind Ordis, or I'm going to have a high chance of getting the Grendel Prime Chassis Blueprint or Icarius Prime Link. So I'm going to go ahead and run this and show you guys what I get. So unfortunately, we didn't get anything super good, but because I've got a Warframe, I can sort of see the value of the items that are being presented. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go for the Lavos Prime stuff, because that is just what I can actually get in the game right now. I'm pretty sure the Rubicon may be vaulted, so I went for Lavos because I can maybe get a set of him. So now that we've done all that, we can go ahead and claim the rewards, and that allows us to enter into the Phobos junction, so we have access to Phobos. So completing Phobos actually just opens up a path into another area called the Void. It's not super important right now. What's more important is that we go back to Deimos and we complete Formido to get access to the Jupiter junction. So we've already completed Heart of Deimos, so we can claim that. We've already got a kill while wall latching, hopefully. So let's just jump up to a wall, hold down your aim button, you'll stick to it, and then just kill an enemy. Should be pretty easy. We have to complete the advanced movement tutorial in the codex. So let's just go to the codex right now. And then we got to go to our universe tab, and then, sorry, we don't go to universe, we go to training, we go to advanced movement, and we press play tutorial. So the reason they're making us do this is because the next planet is pretty movement heavy, and this is basically just covering everything that I taught you guys within the first 15 minutes of this guide in regards to movement, right? So it wants us to actually aim glide and shoot that ball like so. So let's do, well, you can either wall dash up or you can just do the fancy jump that I showed you guys. We can roll, we can, you know, do our little cool roll jump, whatever. We can stick to the wall to make this platform spawn, stick to the wall, boom, pretty easy. Bullet jump up the way, very good, very nice. And we can just glide through this soon. Do our little hop off the wall. We're pretty much done. We can jump on these zips. And yeah, this basically teaches you everything you need to know for the next planet because it's quite movement heavy. So that's been completed. We can claim this endo, and it wants us to upgrade a redirection mod to rank 5. So we are going to our modding section or our arsenal, and we're looking for redirection. Just go ahead and click the one that you've got installed if you have it installed. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, apply fusion. There you go. Very good, very nice. The game probably wants you to equip that. I don't think it's a challenge, but they probably just want you to have it equipped because of the next planet that we're heading to. There is a tiny difficulty spike going into the next planet, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So back to Deimos, claim the reward. We got Crush and Ruin. That's going to go on our Fragger. But now I gotta complete this, so I'll complete that and we'll do the junction. Okay, so I've unlocked the access to the Jupiter junction. Now this next Spectre is a little bit difficult, so what I'm gonna recommend you guys do is simply choose a weapon that has an Auric Catalyst installed on it. It's more of like a damage check Spectre. So this Spectre has like one of the highest armor values in the game. Remember that the amount of mods that you have on and the strength of the mods that you've got equipped, that is what makes your Warframe and weapons more powerful in this game. So you could take this boss down or the Spectre down with like the worst weapon in the game in terms of stats, but as long as you have good mods on it, then you know you're still going to be able to kill the Spectre, right? So what we're going to do is we're simply going to go for the form back, because that's just going to be the weapon that I recommend you guys use. It's just overall pretty good. And what we're looking to do, if I get rid of everything here so it's not super confusing, we're going to go ahead and we're going to equip Serration. Now Serration should be the damage mod that you upgrade the most first. So you should have a nice backlog of endo because of the amount of bounties and stuff that you've been doing. Credits, I know you're lacking a little bit, so let's just go ahead, hold right click and see how much we can upgrade this. Okay, I can put one more level into it, so I might as well go ahead and do that. It's going to take a lot of credits, and then after that, your next priority is your elemental damage mod. So because this enemy has a lot of armor, I want to make corrosive, which is done by combining electric and toxin. So hopefully you have the toxin mod from Fortuna. So that's just playing around in the open worlds. That's where I got mine. If you don't have it, don't worry too much about it. I'm going to go ahead and throw on Stormbringer and Infect the Clip. And then on top of that, I could throw on Cryo Rounds. That's the best I'm going to do right now. Then if you've got it, Point Strike. If you've got, again, Vital Sense. That is pretty much all I can really do. Speed Trigger will be nice. We don't really recommend upgrading like physical damage types. So there's Impact, Puncture, and Slash. So we have Slash here. We have Impact here. They're not really worth it later on in the game. They can be helpful early on, but you know, you're better off investing into the likes of fire rate, maybe even reload speed, stuff like that. So essentially you want to go for Serration, and then any elemental mods that you've got, and then any crit chance and crit damage mods that you've got. After that, you've then got fire rate. And that's basically it. Okay, so this is the Valkyrie Spectre. Like I said, she's the Spectre that has like the highest amount of armor. What you should do if you're playing Vault, just hold down your third ability. That makes your electric shield. You shoot through it, you get a shield bonus, and you can see that we're dealing a big amount of damage to her, right? So that boss went down very easy, simply because we made use of the passive, we made use of the shield, and we also made use of just upgrading our Serration mod. Okay, so we just completed the Jupiter junction. If you zoom into it, you can see that it splits into two different paths again. The main path is going to the Saturn junction, and a side path is going to Europa. I still recommend clicking on the junctions to see if there's any rewards that you can claim. So for example, we can get 15,000 credits because we visited a dojo, right? We can also go to Saturn and we can claim the Codex Scanner reward. And this one says fully scan a single enemy. I must have done that on accident because I don't remember talking about that or showing you guys that. But essentially, if you just scan a bad guy a bunch of times, right? Like if there is a bad guy and then he has a twin, you just scan, you're gonna get this. So yeah, that's a thing. I'm able to get it, so hopefully you guys are able to get it without actually doing it. So yeah, that's a thing. We can dissolve 5 mods. We can do that real fast. Why not? So just go down to your modding section over here. We're going to sort it by duplicates on the right hand side, and I've got a lot of organ shatters, 1 2 3 4 5. We're going to go to dissolve, done. Very good. That gives us 25 endo. Going to go back to Jupiter, down to the Saturn junction, claim that, and it says to complete the quest to Archwing. However, I'm going to leave day 2 off here because I threw a lot of stuff at you guys. And remember, you still have the open world standing to go and complete too. What I will say is just make sure to be upgrading your mods and also to be, you know, leveling up a variety of different weapons. So you can see that my Bolter is level 30, my Braton is level 26, my Paras level 28, my Formback level 30. And then if I go to my secondaries, they're both level 30, the Furious and the Kunai. My melees, that's upgrade. My Fragger's 25, MK1 Bow is level 30, my Scan is level 30, and that's just because I've been using a variety of different weapons as I've been doing bounties and completing missions and stuff like that. And you can see that's took me up to master rank 3 already, right? So if I click on show profile, you can see that I'm already at the next rank threshold, right? So do that, level up your weapons that you've already got. Also, run around all of the different nodes that you haven't completed on Earth, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Deimos, and I guess you could also complete Jupiter if you have the time for that too. But yeah, there are going to be missions that are too difficult for you. So for example, this boss mission over here on Deimos versus Lephantis, you're not going to be able to do that yet. So just don't bother. If there's anything that is too tough and you can't do it, don't worry about it. We can come back to it later. You can also come over here and claim the weapons that we crafted yesterday. So the Burstin, the Fang, the Hind, the Kraken, and I guess also the Rhino Neuroptics. Another thing we can do is we can pause the game, go to our equipment, and then we go to our inventory. Go ahead and click on miscellaneous up here in the little tab, so it's the very last one. And you can see, for example, that I've got 3 Gara chassis blueprints. I don't need 3 of them. So what I can do is I can simply just sell 2 of those so I can get a ton of credits. Same for the systems. Same for the Garuda stuff, right? I can sell 6 of those. Zaku Neuroptics, I can sell 5 of them. This is a really good way to just stay on top of the amount of credits. Like I've doubled my credits by simply just selling this extra fluff that I've got in my inventory. Which now that I think about it, I probably could have like saved myself the hassle of missing out on those relic trades if I'd done this earlier. But I am going to come into the market, go to the weapons tab. I'm looking for the Kestrel, which is a boomerang. I'm going to purchase the blueprint for that. That was 20,000. I'm gonna go for, what else can I go for? I can straight up just pick up the Strun as well. So let's just buy that. That's just for credits. I can also buy the Lado pistol. Gonna start crafting the Kestrel here. I can also sell this bonus Kraken blueprint that I've got. So go to equipment, inventory, Kraken blueprint. I can sell that. I guess we got a Kraken blueprint from one of the junctions and it just totally went over my head. And I guess we can pick up the Stug. So let's purchase the Stug and then go craft that in my foundry as well. 24 hours. Okay, there we go. So I got 2 weapons crafting, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to complete all of the missions that I can on Earth, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Deimos, Phobos. And we haven't unlocked Ceres yet, so I'm not going to do that. And I'm also going to get that last little bit of Syndicate standing on all of the open world planets that I can for today. So the next clip is going to be day number 3. Alrighty, so it is day 3 of the beginner guide account. And the first thing I want you guys to do is boot up the game and do your master rank test. I need to go ahead and equip some weapons so I can do it. Secondary weapon. There we go. I'm ready. We're going to jump in. And the reason that it's so important to get MR3 as soon as possible is because we're going to be using this to unlock a new time-gated daily thing, which is a lot more passive this time, but it's another thing that we have to do on a daily basis. So we want to get it unlocked as soon as possible and get started as soon as possible as well. This MR3 test is simply the same as the last 2, except this time you're limited to using your melee weapon. Once the Master Rank free test is completed, you're going to get this little yellow indicator in your ship, and it's going to point you towards these different factions. Now, you can choose whatever you want, but I'm going to recommend that you guys go with the Red Veil and then the Steel Meridian as a secondary syndicate. So it's going to ask you to go in and visit them in a relay first. Once you're here in the relay, simply go and talk to the person in here. And then the silly thing is we actually have to back out and go talk to that little console again in our ship. But what I want you guys to do while you're here is also go and find the Steel Meridian room. It's going to be on your map. So it's the little like syndicate symbol over here, I guess. So this is it here. So just enter in again, talk to the leader. So just go in and go out. Now we got to go back to our ship to pledge. So I'm going to head over to this, talk to the Red Veil, pledge. There you go. So now we are going to passively earn up standing with the Steel Meridian as well. So you're going to see a page like this, and it's going to say earning 15% off affinity as standing with Red Veil. So all of the XP that you get is also going to go towards the Red Veil. You're not going to be missing out on XP or anything like that. It's just you're also going to be gaining standing passively in the background with the Red Veil and the Steel Meridian as you play. It's important to be ranking up with the Red Veil because later on we're going to be able to get a augment mod for Vault called Shock Trooper, and this is going to add more electric damage to all of our weapons. So it's basically turning the first ability into a damage buffing ability, and trust me, you're going to want this later on in the game. So make sure you go to the Plains of Eidolon, Fortuna, and also the Heart of Deimos and rank up as much as you can with the Syndicates there. So do all of your bounties to increase your standing, and then turn your sights over to Jupiter. And what we're looking to do here is we want to complete the quest called the Arcwing. So simply go and press this X in the top right hand corner, look for the Arcwing and set it as your active quest. You guys aren't going to need any help with this quest because all it is a string of excavation missions followed by an Arcwing mission, and it's all going to be extremely straightforward, so I'm not going to show any footage from it. Okay, so hopefully you were able to complete the Arcwing quest easy peasy. You're going to get a inbox message from Ordis giving you a Arcwing launcher. I want you guys to go ahead, go to your armory, go to gear wheel, and simply just equip that. And what that's going to allow you to do is it's going to allow you to summon the Arcwing in the open worlds, hopefully speeding up the process of gaining your reputation. I'm just going to go ahead and claim the final reward from the Saturn Junction, and all I got to do now is make my way down to the Saturn Junction. One thing I do want to say before we jump into these missions on Jupiter is that it's important to pay attention to the suggested damage types that the game's talking about now. So you can see, if you look under survival, you see the faction that we're playing against, their level, and then it says suggested damage, and it's electric and magnetic. So if I take a look at my bolter, for example here, I can see that I have magnetic damage equipped because I'm using cryo rounds and Stormbringer beside one another. So it's cool plus electric to make magnetic. And then I've thrown on a bonus element being Toxin in this case, simply because I know that Toxin has the added benefit of going through enemy shields, and the enemies that we're going to be playing against on Jupiter have a lot of shields. Serration is just our base damage mod. Point Strike is a crit chance mod, so more chance to have bonus damage basically. Vital Sense is going to increase the amount of bonus damage that we deal. Speed Trigger is going to improve the fire rate of the weapon. And then I have Vigilante Armaments, and this is going to add multi-shot to the weapon. This is coming from Plains of Eidolon bounties, and this is actually a really good mod to get super early on and rank up. So with this setup that I have right here, even though the ranks of the mods are all over the place, we're going to shred through all of the enemies on Jupiter. In fact, I only really recommend using weapons that have a Auric Catalyst installed, and to view that, simply just go ahead and press the actions button down here in the bottom right. This is going to double the modding capacity of the weapon. So at level 30, all of your weapons, if they don't have an Auric Catalyst, they're going to have 30 capacity, but if they're level 30 and they do have a catalyst, then they're going to be 60 capacity. So your Formback is going to have an Auric Catalyst. Your Furus has an Auric Catalyst, and your Fragger also has an Auric Catalyst. So this is currently how I have my Furus modded, and this is currently how I've got my Fragger modded. Just wanted to give you guys a little glance at all of that, just so you know what I'm taking into this planet. As you're progressing through Jupiter, make sure to pay attention to your standing with the Red Veil and also the Steel Meridian. The day has just rolled over for me. It is currently 1 o'clock in the morning. So whenever I get enough credits, I'm going to be able to come back here and then rank up with the Red Veil to continue earning progress. So this is the boss of Jupiter. This is Alad V, and he's got this pet dog. What's going to happen is if you kill Alad V and you don't kill the dog is going to revive him. So just walk up to Alad V and swing your Fragger around. If you don't come in here with a good loadout, it might be a little bit difficult. But yep, he's knocked out. The dog's going to walk up to him and revive him. So just make sure to kill the dog as fast as you can as well. Just walk up to it and whack it. And you should hopefully maybe get neural sensors as a resource. They're a rare resource. So yeah, from this boss, you're going to get parts for the Warframe known as Valkyr, which is quite strong, but you don't necessarily have to farm it if you don't want to. All right, so I just completed the Saturn Junction. I'm going to go ahead and just rank up with the Red Veil here. You got a choice of all this different stuff. You can go ahead and choose one of these cosmetics if you want, but I'm just going to go ahead and choose the Charger Spectre because I'm not really going to need cosmetics for this account. But the next rank up for this requires a Forma. This is something that you can only get from relics. So you remember those Void Fisher missions that we talked about yesterday? Well, we're going to have to go and play those and hopefully get a Forma blueprint to drop from the relic, and then we have to take the Forma blueprint craft it in our foundry, and then we're going to have a forma to be able to rank up. It's not something that we should go out of our way to do right this minute, because progressing through the star chart is quite important right now. But it is something to keep in mind that one of your first formas is going to be going towards the Red Veil, and also it's going to be the exact same for the Steel Meridian as well whenever we eventually get to rank up with them. But yeah, now we're moving on to Saturn. Let's take a look at the Uranus Junction requirements. So we got to defeat Sargus Rook at Tiffy's, so that's just the boss node. Kill 10 enemies with a heavy melee attack. I'll show you guys how to do that in a second. Complete 20 minutes of survival at Titan, and transmute a mod. So the first thing that we're going to do, just to get out of the way, is transmute a mod. So all I want you guys to do is just sort by duplicates again and select 4 of any mod in the game, and then go ahead and press transmute. And there you go. You've completed that junction requirement. Easy peasy. Now, the next thing that we got to do is we got to make our way to Tiffy's and also Titan. So that's going to be along this top right hand side. So we're going to do Cassini into Numa, into Enceladus, into Helene, and into Tiffy's. Fun fact about Helene: Helene is actually the go-to early game node for leveling your equipment. So you're going to be spending a lot of time here on Helene, and it's also a place where you can farm up some Meso relics so we can get those formas and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and complete all these missions up to Tiffy's, and in Cassini, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do that heavy attack. So to do the heavy attack, simply just go ahead and equip your melee weapon. On PC, you do that by holding down F and then just middle mouse button, and you can see you do a big swing, and that's your heavy attack. So now I go kill 10 enemies with that, and I'll talk to you guys whenever we get to Tiffy's. So one thing that I actually forgot to talk about, whenever we get to the boss, we're going to be using the form back for the simple fact that it just feels better to use. This boss has kind of like a tight timing window that you have to shoot him in. So because the form back is a burst fire, it shoots a lot of bullets like quite quickly in its burst. It just feels better to use. And on top of that, I also forgot to tell you guys to swap to using corrosive damage, right? So if I was modding the form back from the very beginning, I would be using my Serration, then my infected clip if you have it, your Stormbringer if you have it, and then topping that off with Hellfire. And then if you've got it, Vigilante Armaments here, ranking this up as much as you can is also pretty good because, you know, it gives you that multi-shot, which is quite nice. Then after that, your Point Strike, and then if you've got it, your Vital Sense, and then whatever you can fit in that final slot. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw on Argon Scope. Now, I don't have a Toxin mod for my Furus for my secondary, so the best I could probably do would be something like Radiation and Cold, so I just swap around the Cold mod with the Heat mod in this setup. Or you could simply just strip away the electric and just run the heat, because the heat also reduces enemies' armor, and any enemy with a yellow health bar, they've got armor. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rank up Hornet Strike just a little bit like so, and then also I'm going to rank up Heated Charge just a little bit as well. I could also just throw on this Expel Grenier, but Gunslinger, I guess, works as well. And I also have this Pressurized Magazine, so might as well throw that one. On the Fragger, I'm just swapping my Fever Strike with my Northwind and swapping Molten Impact over where Northwind ended up. So Northwind is just completely taken out. Shock and Touch beside Fever Strike for Corrosive, and then Molten Impact for Heat. If you get lucky, during your survival mission on Titan, you'll find one of these little security bypass things. Go ahead, pick that up, and then take it to the yellow icon. What this is going to do is it's going to speed those 20 minutes up for you, so you don't have to, you know, spend 20 minutes in the mission. Go ahead, place it in, and as you can see, look at the little timer there. It says time X2, so the time has been sped up, and hopefully, you know, it'll be a little bit less painful. But the reason that they're making us stay in this mission for 20 minutes anyway, I guess, is to introduce the concept of reward rotations, which you won't notice unless you're paying attention. But basically, in all of the endless missions in Warframe, they all have these reward rotations, right? So the first 2 milestones, so in survival, that would be 5 minutes and 10 minutes, those will drop rewards from reward table A. Then at 15 minutes, it's going to drop a reward from reward table B. And at 20 minutes, it's going to drop a reward from drop table C. And then at 25 minutes, it repeats again. So it goes back to A, then A again, then B, and then C. And then this idea, it holds true for basically the entirety of Warframe, with a few exceptions. So in a defense mission, the first 3 waves would be a drop from A. Then wave 6 would be a drop from A. Wave 9 would be B. and then we have 12 with BC. Same for excavation. And that rule also applies to other game modes such as Spy and Disruption, but they have slightly different rules, which we'll talk more about whenever we have to. Okay, so I've made my way all the way up to Tifi's. Currently, there's an invasion happening on it, but we're just going to do the regular assassination. And this is versus Sargus Ruck. He's a little bit of a difficult boss, but we'll make it easy. What I recommend doing is, of course, equipping both redirection and vitality here, as he can be a little bit annoying. Also, if you have any form of knockdown immunity, that's good too, because he's got like a fire attack that might knock you over. Don't stress too much if you don't have sure-footed. Like, the fight is totally doable without it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw my vitality mod on over stretch, because I'm not going to need stretch in this fight. And we're just going to jump right into it. So this is Mr. Sargus Ruck. Now, the idea of this boss is to bait out attacks, and then we want to wait for him to have like a blue glowing part on his body. So all I'm doing is I'm just running around him just so he attacks as much as possible, and eventually his arm's going to open up. So you just go ahead and shoot his arm as much as you can. You can see what I mean. This is kind of an annoying fight because of the amount of ads that spawn around you. So you sort of have to like shoot the ads and then continue to bait the attacks out from Sargus Ruck, because like if he's not attacking, if he's not doing his stuff, then it's just going to take a lot longer for his weak point to open up, right? So there's the arm there. We just shoot at it. Very good, very nice. It's still not destroyed. So he's got 3 different weak points. So one on the arm, one on the back, and one on the belly. And they are all basically different stages of the fight, right? So you got to completely destroy the arm first. So that's the arm fully destroyed. Now he's going to start doing different attacks. So this is his big fire attack. And as you can see, I got knocked over. And we just got to shoot the front of him. So his chest. His chest has been totally destroyed. You can see that it's just not on him anymore. And now we move on to his back. And that is the entire fight. So it's not too hard. It's just there's a lot happening. And of course, like, he's got the ability to knock you down, so it can be quite annoying. As long as you're using the form back, you're using the mods that I showed earlier, and you're also like having upgraded your, what's it called, your defensive mods, such as redirection, fast deflection, and vitality, you're going to be good to go. From this boss, you're going to get parts for the Warframe Ember. Again, you can farm her up if you want to, but she's probably one of the weaker Warframes in the game right now, so it's a safe skip if you don't want. Okay, so now that Sargus Ruck is dead, you want to go to the Uranus Junction and defeat the Spectre that is there. Now move on to Uranus, and we're going to take a look at the Neptune Junction and learn what we have to do. So we have to complete the quest Nata. We have to defeat Talregger at Titania, so that's all the way at the end. And then we have to complete a mission on Uranus with only our melee weapon. And we also have to complete the rescue mission Caliban here. So that is basically the second mission. So to unequip your primary and your secondary, just come here, go to swap, and then go ahead and click on none. And now we only have our fragger equipped. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this exterminate mission with just the fragger. Now, the thing is, these are submersible missions, which means that we have to use our Arcwing. And to make that easier, we want to go ahead and mod our Arcwing and our Arcwing weapons. So come to your armory and go ahead and click on the vehicles tab, and you can see that you can upgrade your Udinata, your Imperator, and your Veritux. So I'm very poor when it comes to mods for my Arcwing because we haven't been doing any Arcwing missions. So just go ahead and throw on the health mod. You can level this up if you have the endo and credits to do so. I'm just going to level it up just a tiny bit because I don't want to spend all of my currency on Arcwing stuff. Same for the Imperator, so I've just got heat, and we also have Rubido Line Barrels, so I'm going to invest a little bit into Rubido Line Barrel because this is our main source of damage. And then on the Veritix, I just have the Cutting Edge mod for melee damage. You don't have to invest into this one because Arcwing Melee kind of sucks, but I'm going to do it anyway just to speed these next few missions up a little bit. One thing that I wanted to show you guys when you're doing this mission with your melee only, if you're using the fragger and you have the stance mod on, what you can do is you can simply block and then hold down your E, and you can do this like twirling attack like this, right? So you have to have the stance mod ranked up a little bit to be able to do this. And obviously it's going a lot faster because I have Volt's speed ability equipped or activated, plus also the Fury mod ranked up and on the fragger as well. But that's just a little tip to make the melee junction challenge go a little bit smoother. As you're playing free missions on Uranus, you're going to see this little symbol here. You want to go ahead and walk towards that. you're going to find that this guy, and he's going to scan you. You can scan him if you really want to, and then he's going to go whoop, zip away. But you need to find that guy more or less so you can activate the Nata quest, right? So Ludus is going to say, Tenno, what do you see? You know, my data stream went dark, yada, yada. But that's how you know that you've now unlocked the Nata quest, which is one of the junction requirements. And as you can see here, because we found that blue guy in that last mission, I've now got an inbox message with the Nata quest. You should go ahead and start this just to get it done and out of the way. It is a story quest, so I'm going to show you guys no footage. There's nothing in this that is difficult that you're going to need any help with. So just play it and enjoy it. After the Nata quest, you're going to get yourself a Exilus Warframe adapter. Now, I do not recommend spending this on your base vault. Leave that for a Prime Warframe later on. And now that we've completed Nata, all that's left for us to do here on Uranus is to go and defeat Mr. Talregor over at Titania. So this is the Talregor fight. The fight isn't too difficult. It's just a little bit annoying, and there's a few different stages to it. Like, it's a whole setup. So this is Mr. Talregor here. And the annoying thing about him is he likes to teleport around. So you can either just melee him, you can shoot him, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm using the exact same loadout as I was for Sargus Ruck, like the exact same level of mods and everything. Like, I haven't changed it at all. But you can see whenever you deal enough damage, he's going to go immune. And the stage around you is going to change. He's going to shoot his fists and break some of the glass, essentially just flooding the area that we're standing in. You don't have to worry about that just now, like it's not going to fill up, but there's going to be these maniac enemies that spawn in, and they do the exact same as Mr. Regor. They teleport around the place, so shoot at them, shoot at Regor whenever he spawns it again. You have to kill these guys. So they're not too tough to kill, it's just because they teleport, they kind of have like iframes and stuff like that. But here is Mr. Regor back again, so just shooting him down. So at the end of this stage, he's going to TP up onto this platform. This is your sign to jump up onto this platform because the stage is going to flood even more, and that water is going to become electrified. If you do get caught in it, don't worry, because you can just swim up with your Arcwing, even when the water is electrified. Like, you just take a little bit of damage. But now it's the exact same thing. We got to kill these maniacs to spawn Mr. Regor back in again. Once the maniacs are dead, Mr. Regor is going to spawn in again, and he's just going to jump about the place. Just try to be patient with this guy. He's super annoying. And that's him dead. We got some gallium. We got a steel fiber mod, which isn't too useful. We've probably got tons of those. But yeah, at the end of this mission, you're going to get a blueprint for Equinox. Do not bother farming Equinox, because you have to farm 3 Warframes to get this Warframe, more or less. So just don't bother. It's a total waste of your time. Okay, so you should be able to complete the Neptune Junction easy peasy, and this is actually a really big deal that we're here now, because on this planet we have the node Leomedia, and this is where I'm going to recommend that you guys farm credits for crafting stuff in your foundry. Other people are going to recommend the index, and that's totally okay as well. The reason that I don't recommend it is because I personally think the game mode is extremely boring. But on day 3, we're not going to go for the Pluto Junction. I'm just going to go ahead and claim this here. But you can see that we got to complete the second Dream Quest, defeat the Hyena Pack, and play the same invasion mission 3 times in a row. The second Dream is a pretty big quest, so it's a lot of story. We're going to leave that for our day 4. So we're going to tie up the loose ends here of day 3. So after you've completed the Neptune Junction, go ahead and run some of these Fisher missions to hopefully get yourself a Forma Blueprint, so we can spend that on the Red Veil over here. So to easily check if you have a farmable Forma Blueprint relic, what you could do is you come down to Void Relics and you just type in the word Forma, and now you can see all of the relics that you've got that drop a Forma Blueprint. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on running these Fisher missions until I get myself a Forma Blueprint at the end. Got myself a Forma Blueprint. Just going to hit craft, and that's going to take 23 hours to be done. The other thing that I'm going to do while I'm here is I'm going to take a look at all of the different blueprints that I've currently got in my foundry for different weapons, and I'm going to try to craft as much as I can. So I'm going to try to craft like a primary, a secondary, and a melee. So for every, primary that I craft, I'm going to craft secondary, melee, that there type of thing. So then I can run a full kit of new gear to extract as much mastery per run on the leveling nodes that we're going to be taking advantage of. Just to do it as efficiently as possible, right? So I'm going to craft the boar, and I'm going to craft the Cronus. Now I need to get myself a secondary blueprint from the market. I'm going to go ahead and pick up the Ballistica. So there is my Ballistica crafting. So I could craft the Gorgon, so that's a primary, and the Heat Sword, that's a melee. I could go ahead and pick up the Bronco, but I'm not going to have enough credits to actually craft that right now. Yeah, so if you run out of credits at this point in the game, what I'd recommend doing is taking a look at the suggested damage needed on Neptune, and then making your way over to Leo Media, simply running the suggested damage on that node on your favorite weapons, such as the Boltor, Formback, Purist, and also the Fragger, and then just, doing a few rotations of that to get as many credits as possible, because the only reward that comes from this node is credits. It's fast and it's just pretty easy. Also, the other thing that I have to do is I need to make sure that I use up my trades. So I'm going to have free trades just sitting ready for me. So I'm going to shoot over to iFlynn and then just list anything that I've got from the bounties. Remember to use all of the filters to sort it by, the platinum value and stuff like that. You can list up mods, and you can also list up prime parts that you might have got from running some relics. It's really up to you what you sell. But just remember that, if you have a mod that is gold, so say, for example, it's something like Synth Deconstruct or Mecha Overdrive, those are good mods, but it's way too early for you to use them, and the platinum is better for your account at this moment in time. I've got a video called How to Make Free Platinum in Warframe or something along those lines. I'll have it linked down in the description below. You can go ahead and take a look at that, and that's going to talk about all of the different things, more or less in order of what to do from start to finish in Warframe, how to make platinum. But yeah, I'm going to go get my credits so I can craft that Bronco. I'm going to use up all of my trades, and I'm also going to make sure that I've done all of my daily standing in all of my open worlds, and then that's going to be it for day 3. All right, so it is day 4 of my beginner guide playthrough. I'm going to go ahead master rank up. I just got done doing 2 trades, which was very nice, but we're going to do the MR4 test so we can get more standing in our open world, so we can get 1 more trade, all that good stuff. This test is very, very, very easy. All you have to do is survive, and I'm going to show you guys a really easy way of doing it. So simply just jump up on that, and now just run around in this square formation that you can see. You don't even have to kill any of the enemies. You can if you want to, but I just usually run around this area like this for the entire duration. Once you've ranked up to Master Rank 4 or whatever Master Rank you happen to be at, what I want you guys to do is go ahead and start the second Dream Quest. This is a very spoiler-heavy quest. There's only going to be like 1 or 2 bits where I'm like, here, this is what you're supposed to do, and I'm not going to show anything else. There is also a choice at the very end of this quest that we're going to talk about, so I'm going to show you guys what the right choice is, even though there is really no right or wrong. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I still think there is one that you should sort of start with. But yeah, do the quest, enjoy it, and then once you're done the quest, or if you get stuck, play the video, and hopefully it helps you out. So the very first mission in the quest is a Uranus spy mission, and I'm not gonna lie, these spy missions can be a little bit intimidating. So first things first, open up that door, drop down this hole, and then what we want to do is we want to make it all the way to the top of this area. There's going to be like little cameras floating around. You want to avoid them, and what you'll notice is that there is like this little laser thing. Go through this door, go ahead and hop up, and then you also want to like wall bounce and stuff like that just to get all the way up like so, and that's it. You're up. So you can just kill the bad guy, hack the console, and you're pretty much done with the spy vault. This is spy vault number 2, so just hack the door, open it up again, enter into this room, look up, jump up like so, and then come to the top right. You'll find that this little hole in the roof, there's a grate behind. Shoot that open, go through it, shoot the other grate. This is a camera that's going to detect you, so I recommend sliding under it like so. Same goes for this one, just slide under it, easy peasy. Shoot the grate, fall down the hole, And now we're running around this grate, come to this grate. Then we have the enemy, kill the enemy, hack the console, and that's it. You're going to get to this part in the quests where you have to find the sentient fragments. So you can see the objective. And you're going to have this big yellow circle. All you want to do is stick to the left, and there's this path over here. What this is eventually going to lead to is this mine. Shoot the mine, and it's going to break open the path to the thing that you got to find. You're going to get to this objective called Disable the Void Mask, and all you got to do is first follow this yellow symbol down to this little like standing thing. It's going to pop up. You hack this console. We don't have to shoot it yet. That's a little bit later. I was a little bit ahead of myself. But now that we've hacked that console, you're going to see that these 4 things are marked. And what's going to happen is you walk up to one, you can shoot it. But then sometimes if you walk up to another one, it's not going to pop up, right? So all you got to do is simply head over to one of the other ones and then hope that they pop up. Shoot that one. So I'm going to head over to this one over here. And then I'm going to head over to the last one. And that is going to be that step all done. I just jumped through the lasers. And that's it. Okay, so you're going to get to this step where it says disrupt the void compasses. So just hack this console. There we go. That's all done. Now the stalker's going to spawn in, and all you have to do is stand beside these things. They're going to drain your shields, and as the stalker's running towards you, just go ahead and shoot him to keep him away. Or you could, you know, charge the things fast enough that he doesn't catch up to you, and then just move on to the next one, right? Because he's still all the way over there for some reason. Like he just TPs. But we're on our 3rd and final compass now, so it's not that big of a deal. So you don't even really have to interact with the stalker if you don't want to. You're eventually going to get to this step called Destroy the Pendula. Now this bit can be a little bit tough for some people who don't know what they're doing, but it's actually quite easy. So what's going to happen is a ball is going to spawn in the middle, and it's going to start doing some attacks. You have these like little plates on the floor here. Shoot the plate, and that's going to make this thing bounce up. And all you got to do is wait for him to teleport behind you, and then jump whenever he sends that shooting attack. So he's going to go into the middle again. He's going to do like a spinning attack of some sort, or he's going to shoot projectiles out of himself. Now you jump up on the platform. He's eventually going to TP behind us again. Wait for it, wait for it. There he is. Now he's charging up, and now we jump and die. That's okay, no problem. Just use a revive, but we still let him hit the wall, so that's all good. We're gonna try to roll out of the spinning attack, shoot the little platform, get on top of it so we don't get sucked in. Very good. Wait for the teleport behind again. Charges up the beam. We jump. There we go. One last time. He's gonna do the thing in the middle again. Kill these infested enemies while we're at it. Wait for him to TP. He's still shooting out bombs. Come on, buddy. There we go. Boom, boom. Do the jump. And that's it. So whenever that's done, what a lot of people do is they just run to the exit. But actually, come to the center. This platform is going to go all the way down. And there's going to be a portal. And this is going to give you access to a drift mod. So right here, we got ourselves cunning drift, which is actually more ability range. So you can either use that in your builds or you can sell it. I don't really know how much it's worth. I can't imagine it's going to be much. It's going to be maybe like 3 or 5 platinum, something like that. But yeah, you're going to get to this part of the quest where you're carrying a child and the stalker keeps on like knocking you out of this room, right? So to counter that, all you got to do is use the child's beam to just blast the beams that the stalker's throwing at you until you make it to the big chair. Then once you make it to the chair, just shoot the top of the chair with your child's hand. And yeah, that's all you got to do. Rinse and repeat that until the cutscene plays. So after all of the dialogue, you're going to be presented with these 5 different options for things called focus skills. And what these are basically playstyles for your operator, the character that you just discovered or unlocked by completing the second dream quest. Now, what you choose ultimately doesn't matter because you can gain access to all of them, but I think you should choose Madurai for the simple fact that this is the damage dealing focus skill tree, and we're going to need this to be able to take down some bosses later on in the game. Like I said, if you chose a different one, it's totally okay. You can still gain access to Madurai, but I think you should be focusing mainly on Madurai at the very beginning whenever you've unlocked focus skills. After the second dream quest is completed, you're going to gain access to a new melee weapon called the Broken War, and this is going to be your go-to melee weapon for a little while. We do have a optional quest that we can do to get a melee weapon that is a different style of melee weapon, which deals far more damage than the Broken War does. But I've got a lot of feedback from like newer players over the years, and they tell me that they don't like this melee weapon that I'm going to be telling you guys about. So you've got two choices of melee weapon. We can either go for the Broken War, or we can go for another melee weapon that we're going to do the quest for today. So I went ahead and modded my Broken War like this. So make sure to equip Sweeping Falcon and level that all the way up so you get the bonus modding capacity, Pressure Point for damage, Fury for attack speed, Fever Strike and Shotgun Touch to make corrosive to strip away enemy armor, and then Organ Shatter for more crit damage, Reach so we can actually hit more enemies with a single swing, and True Steel for increased critical chance. What I want you guys to do is level this up all the way to level 30, and then we're going to put that focus lens that we got from the second Dream Quest onto this weapon. So after the second Dream Quest, when you go to navigation, it's going to zoom you in to Luya. Now, we don't have to do anything here right now. We can simply go back to Neptune. We can check out the junction, claim some of the rewards from here. And the last thing that we've got to do is play the same invasion mission 3 times in support of a single faction. So to find an invasion mission, top right hand corner of the screen, you can see invasions, and all you got to do is click on one of these. So the only two that I've got access to right now are Infested versus Grenier and Infested versus Corpus. So really I can do any. It's both versus Forward, and that's actually going to drop the, what's it called, the Warframe known as Nyx. So I'm going to go ahead, and all you got to do is make sure to side with the same faction. Because it's infested, we can't side with them. But if it was Corpus versus Grenier, you have to choose one or the other, right? And what you're going to notice is after you complete 3 of these missions, you're going to be eligible for a reward. You're not going to get it straight away. You're going to get it whenever the invasion ends. So all you got to do is simply play this mission 3 times. The next thing we're going to do is go and get that optional melee weapon that I was talking about. Now, I say that it's optional. You really should do this, because if you don't do it, what's going to happen is you're going to be locked out of a game mode later on in the game, which you're going to need to farm a specific Warframe, which I'm not going to require you to do in this guide series, because I'm going to be showing you guys how to make Vault really super powerful and a few other Warframes. And this Warframe that is sort of locked behind this quest and another, we're not really going to be focusing too much on them. They're pretty self-explanatory. They're very strong. But yeah, we're going to do this quest now just to get that melee weapon, because I do think it's very powerful and it's very worth picking up, despite people not enjoying it whenever I tell them to go and get it. Okay, so once you get your Zorus, you're going to have to do this mission in the quest where you're forced to use it. What we got to do is we have to hold down the melee button and then do a heavy melee to make it explode in the air to do maximum damage. So we're going to be throwing it at these enemies here, so the specters that are floating around. So you just want to throw your Zorus at them. And what you're going to notice whenever you start to kill these guys is you have these little blue things that are glowing to the right of your crosshair, right? So if I try to kill this specter, just wait for it. So he goes into that spectral form and the Zorus collects his soul, basically. So you want to throw that at this captured NPC here, and that's going to free them, and you want to do that for the other 2 as well. So 3 enemies killed with the Zorus, let the Zorus pick up their souls basically, and then you throw the Zorus and then do a heavy melee whenever the Zorus is right beside the guy that you want to free. What you sort of have to watch out for here is your Spectre accidentally killing the soul. So if I just let my Spectre kill this Spectre here, you see that it just shoots at the soul and just kills it. That's my opportunity gone to get that soul. So just try to keep your distance away from the enemies once they die. That way you can throw the Zorus from a distance to pick up that soul, right? And now we have to do all of that, but just versus Protea. So you can see Protea here. Just go ahead, throw your Zorus at her, and it's gonna, you know, deal a decent chunk of damage to her. Now what we got to do is we have to do that whole soul thing versus her as well once we defeat her for the first time. So collect your souls as fast as you can. Now you can see Protea is rewinding, right? So what you got to do is just go ahead and make it explode, and that's going to deal a big chunk of damage to her. She's doing a rewind from my Zorus, make it explode, and that's going to hit her, and she's going to stay like suspended in the air for a little bit, and that's how you know you've done it right. And after doing that 4 times, Protea is going to explode, and that's the entire fight. So now that you've got your Zorus, if you go down to your armory, what you're going to realize is that you are very limited in terms of your modding capacity, and that's because it doesn't have a Orokin Catalyst installed. But thankfully for us, there is a very easy way for us to get an Orokin Catalyst for free. If we go to Pluto, then we go to the Eris Junction, complete 6 waves of defense at Stoffler on Luya in a single mission. So all we got to do is go to Luya, play Stoffler for 6 waves, and then we've got ourselves a nice little Orokin Catalyst. I'm going to go ahead and throw on the Broken War for this, just because, you know, it's already got an Orc and Catalyst installed. It's going to be a stronger weapon. I could go ahead and upgrade some of the mods that I've got equipped here too, just to make it that little bit stronger, but I don't think that's going to be necessary just to get this done. Okay, so we've completed our 6 waves of defense on Stoffler. We claim the blue potato. We need to equip a focus lens. So again, we're going to be putting this on the Broken War. You could put this on the Zorus if you really wanted to, but because we don't have the mods to make the Zorus really good yet, I'm just opting to put it on the Broken War for now. Like I said, we're going to be getting more of these focus lenses anyway. They come from bounties and stuff like that, which you should be doing on a daily basis, by the way. So we're going to be putting on the Matter Eye lens. You can see that I've got 5 of them already. So you could, in theory, put them on your Vault or put them on your Zor, whatever you're using right now. You can just go ahead and throw them on. I'm going to be putting one on Vault and then... or not on Vault, sorry, on the Broken War. So we can claim this. This is going to unlock a new game mode called Arbitrations. We're not going to be doing those right now. They're probably a little bit too challenging for us at this moment. We're going to claim this reward. It says find a locked Orc and Vault at Phlegias. So if you come over to Demos, you should find the node Phlegias here. I'm going to show you guys what this looks like in case you haven't got that reward. So this is what the locked vault looks like. We're going to be interacting with these much later. The reward that you get for discovering one of these is actually the 4 keys that you need to insert into this door. And what's behind this door is a corrupted mod. So it's a mod that has a positive and a negative stat on it. And those are very strong. So you can get like a really high ability strength stat with, you know, lots of negative efficiency. So your abilities become much stronger, but then they cost a lot more energy, that type of thing. But the reason that we're not doing this right now is because if you were to equip those keys, they come with heavy debuffs, right? So you're going to have a lot less health. You're going to move a lot slower. You're going to deal less damage, have less shields. That's all the debuffs. And they're probably too significant at the moment for you guys to easily equip all of them and then just run these solo and then open up these vaults. But don't worry, we're going to figure out a way to, you know, get around that in today's video as well. But I honestly think the next thing we should do is literally just completing the War of Inquest on day 4 as well. So this is another like heavy story quest. It's not too difficult at all. There may be a few bits in it that you might struggle, and if you get to that point and you are struggling, press play on this video. I'm probably going to include those parts in this. So yeah, just do the quest, enjoy, and if you need help, play the video. If not, skip to the end of the quest. So in this part of the quest, you're in Arkwing, and you have to more or less follow the ship. Now you can see these laser beams, right? So basically what you want to do is you want to be on the side where the light sort of spreads out and be behind the ship, right? So this side I'm on the left side because the light started at the right, and this time I'm going to be at the top because the light starts at the bottom. So just go to the opposite side of where the light starts and then, you know, take cover behind the ship. That's all you got to do. Okay, within the War of Inquest, you will come across this bit where you have to avoid the worm, and if you don't know what you're doing, this bit can be a little bit annoying. So you wait for the worm to go away, and then you come into this little cave over here off to the left from where you spawn, and we're simply just gonna be paying attention to the worm. Anytime you're on like the stones or the rocks, you're safe. So I can walk over to this one. Like I'm chilling right now. The worm is right there. I want to get over to that rock, so I'm hooking it. Running, and I'm safe. Just almost died there. So our next objective is to get over there, but we gotta wait for the worm to get away. Okay, so we're watching him. He's still going, and I'm gonna go for it. I'm going, and I'm safe. I'm so safe. So yeah. So we're back again in the Golden Maw room, the worm, but now we can do a void dash, right? So this literally shouldn't be a problem for you guys anymore. So just crouch and then spacebar over towards where the exit is, and you're chilling. That's all you got to do. It's all you got to do for every single time that you have to come across this maw again. So you're going to get to this point in the quest where you have to fight Kuva Guardians, and there are these big fat guys. What you got to do, press 5, hop into your operator, dash through, and now they're vulnerable. Just melee them to kill them. Once they're dead, just go ahead and shoot the braids as your operator. You can do 3 at a time. Never mind, it was 2 at a time. Okay, so the first time it's 2 and the second time it's 3. I was right, okay? Once you get to this final stage, she's going to be shooting a laser beam at you. What you got to do is just wait for her to fire and then dash through like that. Once you've completed the War of Inquest, go ahead and head to Cetus, fast travel over to Konzu, and you're looking for this set of stairs over here. Once you find them, go ahead and press 5 to enter into your operator and walk through this door. There's going to be an NPC in here that you can talk to that is going to give you a weapon for your operator known as an amp. Now, we are going to quickly replace this after a few quests in the game, but this is another thing which you can level up. It's a little bit difficult to level up right now because it doesn't deal a lot of damage, so don't worry too much about it. I'm just letting you guys know that it is classed as another weapon that's just equipped to your operator. Okay, so at this point, what I think is very important to do is to farm. Go back to all of the planets and try to complete all of the missions that you missed. So here, for example, on Earth, I need to do the Arcwing Mobile Defense called Erpo, and there's more to do after that. If I go over the Venus, I still have a few things to do down here. The Interception. Mercury, I've got to do Odin, which is another interception. I should be powerful enough to do those now, if not by myself, at least in a public lobby. Anything that you've missed on, let's say, Mars, Phobos, Deimos, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, all the way up to Pluto, I want you guys to complete every single node that you can. And on top of that, I want you guys to make it a priority to be farming up new Warframes. Starting with Rhino here on Fossa, I want you guys to get the neuroptics, the chassis, and the systems and have them crafting in your foundry. Then on top of that, I want you guys to come back to Cetus and find this shrine over here that says Kome. So at this shrine, we've got 2 options. We can go for Saya's Visions, or we can offer Fate Pearls. If we click on Offer Fate Pearls, this is a pity store for Kome. So as you play, you're going to be grinding up these things called Fate Pearls, which you can use to purchase the Kome blueprint, the neuroptics, the systems, and the chassis, okay? But you also have the chance to just get the blueprint, neuroptics, systems, and chassis from this mission, Saya's Visions. So TLDR, keep on playing Saya's Visions until you either get all of the parts for Kome, or you have enough to actually purchase the parts for Kome and also craft them. Because if we hover over the Kome parts, right, we need 30 Fate Pearls to combine all of the parts. We need 24 for the neuroptics, 24 for the systems, and 24 also for the Kome chassis. And also, as you guys can see, these blueprints actually require those mining materials that we've got from Plains of Eidolon. So if we hadn't have done our Plains of Eidolon reputation, we wouldn't be able to craft Kome. You might also get lucky and get her weapons and stuff like that, but honestly, that's not a priority right now. They are just nice to have. If you can get them, you can craft them for sure, but they're not a priority in my opinion at this moment in time. So in this mission, all you have to do is go up to where it says A right now, and we got to pick up this offering. Now we take the offering over to the shrine over here, and what's going to happen is we're going to get a buff. So as we keep on playing, these shrines or these offerings are going to appear, and it's your job to just defend the offerings. Keep the infested out of the zone. It's honestly better to play this on public, so it goes a lot faster as well. But the goal is to get 5 of the blessings. There's no fail conditions, so don't worry about failing the mission. So here is the offering number 2. Offering number 2 is in. Now we pick up offering number 3. We put that in as well. We get more movement speed. Very nice. Gonna go back to A, get the infested out of the zone. Here's offering number 4. And finally, offering number 5. Now all we have to do is kill all of the enemies that are around. Once you kill enough enemies, an infested Oni's going to spawn in. So this is like a boss enemy. Just go ahead and whack it with your melee. Now we got to get some of the offerings again. So here is A. I'm going to go ahead and take that over. Very good, very nice. Now we got to pick up B. And now we can damage the boss again. And that's it. I got 15 Fate Pearls. And you just keep on doing that over and over and over again until you have enough parts to buy and craft Kome. Or just to, you know, craft her if you get lucky and actually get the parts to drop. Make sure to come back to your foundry and craft as many weapons as you possibly can. As you can see, we've got a lot sitting here ready to claim. Also, go ahead and claim that forma that we crafted yesterday. Ideally, we want to be crafting another forma today as well. You should try to aim to craft one forma every single day that you play. So I'm definitely going to be doing that before I log off today. Quick tip whenever it comes to purchasing weapons from the market, if you just press this little drop down and then go to the weapons page, what you can do is you can go ahead and turn off all these filters, like put this little line through them all. And it's going to show you all of the weapons that you can go ahead and pick up. So literally every single item that you see here, or every single weapon rather, you can go ahead and pick it up for credits and then craft it in your foundry for mastery. I would try to avoid the AC weapons because what these require is 2 of that weapon to be crafted. And keep in mind that you have limited weapon slots in this game. You actually have to spend the premium currency platinum to buy weapon slots. I accidentally bought some by trying to rush the Zorus because the Zorus rush costs 0 platinum, but it does need a weapon slot, right? And because my inventory is full because I haven't sold any weapons yet, the pop-up came up and I just like quickly clicked through them. So I basically wasted 12 platinum on something that I didn't want to buy at the moment. But that's okay because, you know, we'll be able to make platinum quite easily. But yeah, you can pick up the Angstrom, for example, the Ankyros. I've already got a blueprint for the Ballistica because you can see this little symbol here. The regular bow, the Boltius, the Cadus, a bunch of different stuff. Some weapons are used to craft other weapons. So for example, here, you could level the bow, you could buy that, craft that, and then you can use that bow to build the Cadus. And this is all for your mastery rank, remember? But yeah, basically every single thing that you see in here, try your best to buy it and then craft it and then level it from 0 to 30 for the mastery, with the exception of the AC weapons or the A Furus weapon, I guess. Remember, if you need credits, you're coming to Neptune and you're either playing Leomedia or the Index. Also, I believe I totally skipped over this, but the boss here on Samonth, or however you want to say it, this is the Hyena pack and they drop Loki. I remember I think I did this because I wanted to get to Leomedia to farm some credits for a trade, but then I ended up getting enough just going like progressing free here, which is why I didn't cover it, but they're easy enough. Just use your fragger to kill them, or you can do the second dream beforehand and use the Broken War. So yeah, what I'm going to go do now is I'm going to go ahead and level up all of my syndicates in all of the open worlds. Also, remember to keep in mind your Red Veil and your Steel Meridian. Mine shouldn't be ready to go on to rank 2 yet if we're going in the right order of days. It's simply because like I played at midnight one time, right? So a little bit of the standing spilled over. So I'm going to rank this up on day 5 just to stay on track with you guys. But yeah, I'm going to go through all of the bosses that we've already fought. So I'm going to go to, you know, War and farm up an Excalibur. I'm going to go to Phobos and I'm going to fight the Sergeant here, who's very easy. Like he's basically just a normal Corpus enemy. And I get Mag from there. I'll go ahead and I'll farm Hydroid from the boss node here on Earth. I'll farm up Rhino from Fossa. There is no Warframe dropping from Mercury, so we skip that. We can go ahead and we can progress over to Ceres, and we can do the boss there to farm Frost. We can farm Valkyrie here on Jupiter, Ember on Tiffys. I'm not going to be doing Equinox. We're totally skipping Equinox. I'm going to farm up Loki, and I think Trinity drops from the boss node here. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's Hades. But yeah, I'll show you guys everything that I've got at the start of day 5. All right, so day 5 begins. First things first, we're going to go ahead and do our mastery rank up test. So this is a hacking test. It should be pretty straightforward. You shouldn't struggle with it. All you got to do is do the console hacks that you've sort of learned so far. So they're going to start off pretty easy and then they're going to get progressively harder. So if we take a look at this one, you know, it's just a little bit more tough. And then the final one is obviously the full thing. So that's like, this would be one that you would find on like Sedna, for example, versus the Grenier. And then you've also got the Corpus side. All right, so just to show you guys a little bit of what I've done, I've went and I've crafted multiple Warframes. Now, I'm not like expecting you guys to do the exact same as I have. Like I farmed the Ember here, for example, and Excalibur. Like I'm not expecting you guys to do all of that. I've just went ahead and done this to sort of get out of the way because we're going to be using all of these Warframes basically for mastery, because the base versions of Warframe are actually like a little bit wasteful. So a Prime Warframe is going to come with extra polarities, meaning you have to invest less forma into the Prime version of the Warframe to make it super powerful, whereas a normal Warframe has way less polarities, so it's going to take more forma, right? So what we do is we take the base Warframes, we level them from 0 to 30, and then we're going to dump them into this thing called the Helm system, which we need to actually get from demos, which is why I've been stressing, you guys got to do your open world standing and stuff like that. The other thing is some of the Warframes that we're going to be getting along the way, they require those mining resources from the other open worlds, such as Fortuna, such as the Plains of Eidolon and stuff like that. Again, which is why I've been stressing you should go out of your way to rank these things up, because what's going to happen is you're going to get more mastery for just getting these Warframes, leveling them, and then dumping them into the Helminth. Then the benefit of having them into the Helminth, you lose the Warframe, but you gain the ability to take one of their abilities and put it on any Warframe you want, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to claim all of these different parts. So that's all the parts for Ember, all the parts for Excalibur, all the parts for Frost. Who else did I craft? Kome is one of the really important ones. So you get her from that statue located in Cetus. You do the Fate Dream, and you keep on doing that until you get all of the Fate Pearls, and then you can craft all of her parts. So Kome is a really important one. That's one you should go out of your way to craft. Loki I got as well. Mag I picked up too, and then Rhino is also another really important one as well. Also, because I didn't have anything to sell, what I went ahead and did is I picked up a Vault Prime set from Warframe.market. I've got that crafted as well. Really important because Vault Prime is going to be our main Warframe, so get him crafting as soon as possible too. So now you can see I've got Kome, Rhino, and Vault Prime crafting as well. So now if I go to the market, I can go to Ember and I can pick up a Ember blueprint. I've already done that. I can go to Excalibur, pick up an Excalibur blueprint, pick up a Frost blueprint as well. And now I need to go out of my way to get more credits to be able to craft Excalibur and Frost. So that's just going to be something that I do today. Also, I'm pretty sure I farmed up some Valkyr parts. I think I need to get the chassis, and then I can craft her. So now that we've mastery ranked up to master rank 5 and we've got a lot of stuff crafting in our foundry, we've claimed a lot of stuff, whatever, we're going to turn our attention over here to the Sedna junction. Now this is quite an annoying junction. We've got to complete the quest, the Rising Tide. This is to craft our railjack, so this is very resource intensive and very repetitive. Then once we've got our railjack, we have to complete the mission at Silver, and then we also have to defeat 5 Vomvalists on the Plains of Eidolon. Now the thing is, this can only happen whenever the Plains of Eidolon is at nighttime. So if you hover over it, you can see time of day is night, ends in 20 minutes. So I'm going to show you guys what a Vom actually looks like right now. Okay, so I found Vomvalists. I'll show you guys where I find them on the map. They're just above Hillside Ruin here. So all I got to do is just go ahead, shoot them, melee them, whatever. And once their health hits 0, you see that they go into this like little ghosty form. Just hop into your operator and just kill them with the amp, and that's it. They're also going to drop a little sentient core. You're going to use that to rank up with another faction that we'll talk about later. It's actually the faction that you got your amp from. It's not going to be super necessary right now. In fact, it's kind of not necessary at all anymore, to be honest, but there is like one thing that we have to talk about later on that we'll talk about when we get there. Okay, so we've killed our 5 Vomvalists at the Plains of Eidolon, and now the last one is defeat the Ambulus at Hades on Pluto. So if we zoom out, go back to Pluto, go to Hades, it says 5 Anemo nav beacons required, and I have 5 owned. So all that's going to happen is as you play missions on Pluto, this enemy called Ambulus is going to spawn in. You're going to have to down it and then hack it, and then upon downing it and hacking it, that's when you're going to get those nav beacons. I actually managed to get mine from the interception mission here, so yeah, you got to get that before you can do this. And this is just like a pretty long drawn out boss fight. Make sure to come into this fight with a lot of like good defensive mods, such as vitality ranked up, fast deflection ranked up, and maybe redirection ranked up as well, because this basically is just like a little endurance test. Also make sure to use the recommended damage type, right? So if it says use puncture and magnetic, use puncture and magnetic, right? So use the Boltor and then swap everything around to make magnetic. So I'm going to be using Stormbringer in place of Hellfire, and it's going to look like this. So this is the boss, Ambulus, and all this boss fight really is down the Ambulus like so. So just walk up to it, hold E. Once it goes down, you just hack it, and now you just defend it from all the bad guys until the timer runs out. You're only allowed to feel like twice, so just don't let the Corpus get anywhere near the down boss. So once you kill Ambulus, just go ahead and start the Rising Tide quest. It's going to ask you to build a Cephalon, then it's going to ask us to go to a dry dock in a relay and install it. So once you get here, just go ahead, hold down Q and fast travel to the dry dock. Now we want to walk up to this console and there's going to be a little cutscene that plays. And now this is where the repetitive part begins. So what we got to do is we got to go play this mission to recover a part of our railjack. And this mission is like a simple defense mission where you walk up to this thing. An area is marked on the ground. You have to stay in this area while keeping the enemies out. So pay attention to your minimap and just kill the enemies as they spawn in. And you just got to keep on doing that until, you know, the progress bar is completely filled up. Now, at certain points, what's going to happen is the bombs that we talked about earlier are going to spawn in. So just go ahead and kill them the way that I already showed you guys. And then you want to just jump back into the circle. Then the game is going to ask you to head back to the dry dock. You're going to interact with this console again. You're going to see the part that you just got. Then the game is going to ask you to invest resources into the part that you just got to restore it. Then you got to rinse and repeat this process over and over and over again for every single part of the ship that you get. So basically, you're just doing all of this until you complete the quest. So what I recommend doing if you farm up one of the parts for the railjack and you don't have the resources to actually craft it, is simply complete all of the nodes on, you know, the planets that drop the resources. Remember, you can check what resources drop from what planet by selecting a planet, then hovering over this resource drone at the bottom right. So just completing all the nodes on the planet that drops the resources that you need, or ideally running these relic missions or these fisher missions to farm up some prime parts and form a blueprints as well, because then you're sort of doing like a 2-for-1, right? Bonus points if you're able to do like an endless mission such as interception, survival, defense, etc, etc. Once you've completely built your ship, it's going to ask you to examine this thing. Make sure you do it. Just press go to Lua. Once everything is done and you've completed the Rising Tide quest, go ahead and claim this thing. We're going to replace that very fast, so don't worry about what that is. Simply just go ahead and press the railjack icon in the top right hand corner, and it says to complete the mission Sover. So we click this, we press OK, we go to Sover, and we just complete this mission. So railjack is a little bit different. You actually like load into the mission in your ship, and there's a lot of moving parts to this game mode, so you might find it a little bit confusing or overwhelming at first. But first thing you want to do is hop into the pilot seat and just make sure that your sensitivity is fine. Remember, I set mine to 7. And you're going to notice that you've got like very limited functionality off your ship at the beginning, right? So all you want to do is just go ahead and shoot at all of the ships until it says that you've killed 29 fighters. Now, if you happen to lose all of your health, what you got to do is you got to hop out of the pilot seat, open up your gear wheel, and you're going to see this Omni tool thing here. So equip that, and that's going to lead you to where the breach sort of is. You want to go ahead, hold left click, wiggle your mouse around, and that's going to patch that right up and repair your railjack to full functionality. Another one of your objectives is to kill these cruise ships. Now, what you'll notice is if you shoot them directly, you don't really deal a lot of damage to them. So what you want to do is just go ahead and shoot out the engines of them. So I've shot out all 3 engines, then I can get up from the pilot seat, and I want to head over to this little thing here. It's going to put me in a big cannon. Now all you got to do is hold left click to charge this big rail gun beam thing, let go of it, and that's going to destroy the cruise ship for you. Now another thing you can do to take down the cruise ship, which I'll show you guys after I repair my very own ship again. So one thing with the whole Omni tool thing and repairing your ship, you're going to see the ammo of your Omni tool at the bottom. So if I were to go and try to repair this, it says not enough Revelite. What we got to do is we got to jump down to the very bottom and back of the ship, and we're going to interact with these 4 forges, right? So you've got 4 of them, 2 on each side. You interact, and you're going to be spending resources that you're gaining while playing to craft Revelite, energy for your railjack, healing it, more ammo for it, and more dome charges, which is the big beam thing that we used, right? So what I'm going to show you guys once I repair this, like I said, is how to destroy a cruise ship if you run out of these dome charges, right? So to kill a cruise ship without the big railgun, just come to this little bit here. So there's your pilot seat, and this is the little platform. Exit the ship like this. So you go into your arc wing, fly up to the back of the cruise ship, then press your X button to go inside of it. Now what we want to do is we want to head for the reactor in the middle of the ship. Just go ahead and destroy that. If you had a better weapon than I do, it would go down a lot faster. But yeah, we melee it. There you go. It's blowing up. Now we got to get out of here before that reactor meltdown hits 0 in the top left hand corner beneath the map. And yeah, you're done. That's it. Cruise ship is dead. Go back into your ship and keep on killing all the fighters until the mission's done. So once you've completed that mission, you're probably like, okay, Flynn, how do I upgrade my railjack? There is a lot to this. So the first thing you want to do is come back to your dry dock and you want to interact with this console right here. And the first thing that's going to be thrown in your face is the different parts of your railjack. So shield arrays, engines, plating, reactors. Then in the next page, we've got different weapons. So all of these different parts, they all have Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3 versions, all of which you get from over here at the research page, implying your dojo or your clan have it all researched, right? So all you want to do is simply skip the Mark 1, Mark 2 and go straight for the Mark 3. There will be other guides out there that tell you to like, oh, you should go and farm up the Super Sigma reactor from this specific mission, which would require you to repeat the mission over and over and over again. Don't do that. They're coping it. There is not a single railjack mission in the game that can't be completed by using the Mark 3 stuff. So the Mark 3 engines, Mark 3 plating, Mark 3 reactor, any of the Mark 3 weapons. Really just get Mark 3 everything and you're good to go. So all of that Mark 3 stuff you just get, keep it in the back of your mind as you're playing with railjack. Put the resources that you get while playing railjack towards those. And then on top of that, we also have our plexus, which is essentially our railjack mods. Honestly, anything that is going to increase your health, anything that increases your shields, anything that increases your damage is what you throw on. So turret critical damage, sure. Turret damage, sure. Cruising speed for more speed, yeah, let's go. More speed in our railjack or our Arcwing, sorry, yeah, sure. Then we have more pages, so we have battle mods that we can throw in here whenever we get them. And also tactical mods, right? So you've got 3 different pages for modding. Then if we move on, we have our intrinsics. Now, this is how you get mastery from your railjack. So the first thing that I want you guys to do is go ahead and put 1 in the piloting. So that's going to give you the ability to boost so your railjack doesn't feel like a turtle. I'm just going to go ahead and upgrade the rank 2 as well, because that gives me like another little boost if you read here. So tap left shift to burst directional thrusters. And then what I recommend you guys do is put into command, because what this is going to allow you is to get crew members, which are going to do that whole repairing thing for you. And on top of that, you can also get guys which will sit in the gunner seats and kill some of the cruise ships for you too. Not cruise ships, the fighters, sorry. So 2 in the piloting, and then the rest goes into command for now. If you come over to Ticker in Fortuna, you can see all the different crew members that he has on offer. Now these are going to change every so often, and that's because they have different stats, right? So different crew members are good and bad at different things, right? So this one right here is good at gunning, for example, and the one to the right of him has a lot of endurance. The one to the right there, a lot of endurance, kind of good guns. To the right, really good at combat, you know, so on and so forth. You probably want to have someone that's good at repairing, and then someone that is good at gunning, and then I guess someone that's good at combat. Honestly, these stats don't matter too much because you are able to invest points in later on. So I wouldn't think too much about this. Just pick up whoever is cheapest, or maybe try to get someone that has like a 4 stat at base. Obviously 5 being the best. So I'm just going to pick up black for now because it's the cheapest one. Actually, no, I'm not, because I don't have enough of the resource. So I'm going to go for this one right here. The next thing I would do is the Chains of Horror quest. This is a very easy, very straightforward quest. You shouldn't need any help at all. The game literally tells you everything that you got to do. So just go ahead and beat this before you go on to the next day. So you might get to this part in the Chains of Horror quest where you go to start the next mission and it tells you that you need to get a kinetic siphon trap. All you have to do is go to literally any relay. Then you want to fast travel and talk to Cephalon Samaris, which is this big glowing cephalon here. Then you're going to get an option that says, I will join the hunt. Go ahead and accept that. And you might have seen it in the bottom left, but we got that new little kit. So just pause the game, go to equipment, go to arsenal, go to your gear wheel, and then just equip the kinetic siphon trap. So you've got 10 of them. And then you can also equip in the new scanners as well. So they're called synthesis scanners. You might need them for like a little side quest that you do for him later on. And if you run out, you come to this orb at the back. And if you type in kinetic siphon trap, you can just buy them for credits. So to capture these manifestations, what you have to do is you need to walk up next to it as it's jumping around. So here's the manifestation here. It's this like white and black sort of shadow looking thing. Just go ahead and kill the enemies that are around you so they don't get in your way and annoy you. Then you want to place down the kinetic siphon trap. And once he's caught, just go ahead and damage him as best you can. You'll know that you did it successfully whenever he lays on the ground like this. You're going to get to this part in the Chains of Horror quest where you're in this red room and there's going to be red veil enemies enemies that are chasing you around and that we're stuck in our operator trying to kill them, what you got to do to damage them is dash through them to knock them down, and then use your amp to, you know, damage them. And you just want to keep on doing that until you know, you got to do the little objective thing. I'm not trying to spoil it, so you know, it's in the middle of this arena. You keep on killing these bad guys, and then you can do the objective. You rinse and repeat. Also, we gotta build this thing called the personal quarters segment, which needs an argon crystal, so we're gonna have to go into the void to get this. Now, the easiest way to get to the void is simply by going to Phobos. Then you can press to the void and just play these missions here. I recommend running Hepit because this is a relatively quick mission, and at the end of it, you're gonna get a relic. If you don't want to do a capture mission, you could just do test ship instead. So just keep on playing either of these two until you come across an argon crystal. Now we're gonna talk about open worlds a little bit. So here I am at Cetus, and I'm about to rank up from rank 2 up to rank 3 with Mr. Konzu here. He's going to be asking for a Cetus Wisp, and to get these, what you got to do is you have to wait until nighttime in the Plains of Eidolon. Then you have to run around all of the bodies of water, and you're going to see these Cetus Wisps just sort of floating around there. That, or you could pray to RNGesus that you actually get one to drop from one of the higher level bounties. So as you can see here, find the hidden artifact. In the uncommon rewards, you can see Cetus Wisp. So you could just run the bounties instead. But yeah, we're just going to go ahead and rank up now and choose one of the rewards. So again, this is pretty easy. Just go ahead and choose one of the mining materials and then max out your standing. A quick tip that will hopefully help you max out your standing a little bit faster in these open world areas, at least for Cetus and Fortuna, is if you go to options and then you type in ally highlights, go ahead, turn that on and make sure that the intensity is set to maximum. Pick whatever color you want, whatever color stands out to you, and then just press confirm. What you can do is if you equip your trank rifle, you can aim down the sights, and you can see on the right of my screen that there's a little blinking paw print. If I aim in that direction, I can see animals that are being highlighted through the wall, right? So what we want to do is we want to be a little bit sneaky, and we want to try to get a perfect capture on these animals. So I'm going to jump in the air, I'm going to shoot, and that should be a perfect capture on both of these Kondroks. And what you're going to notice is at the top of the screen, I'm getting 800 standing just for capturing these animals perfectly, right? So what we can do later on is we can get Warframes that can go invisible, and we can make our trank rifle make no noise, so we always pretty much guarantee a perfect capture and all that stuff. But let's say if I wanted to spawn in animals again, I just come back over to this door at the start of Cetus, and then they're going to spawn in again. Now, Fortuna, the spot is a little bit different. You're going to notice the difference here in the amount of standing that I get because this guy got alerted. So let's pay attention to this guy here. It's going to be like a good capture probably. Oh, it was perfect. So I got 400. And this is going to be a bad capture. And it's going to be like maybe 100, 200, something like that. So yeah, oh, it was only a good capture. So I got 300 standing for that. But yeah, that's a really quick way of getting more standing. You could do bounties, bring out the trank rifle as you're doing the bounties and look around for some of the animals. But yeah, to force respawn the animals in, simply just come to the door at Cetus, aim down sights, and then they'll spawn in. But you guys were able to see that they were spawning in pretty quickly for me. To do the exact same thing here in Fortuna, literally just enter Fortuna, then hop into your Archwing, and you want to keep on going forward, keep going forward, until you come across this little island right here. Once you find this little island, just exit your Archwing like so, then bring out your trank rifle, and then look in whatever direction, and you can see there's an animal right there. So we're going to keep on coming back over to this island. So bring out your Archwing, then re-equip your trank rifle, head over to the animal. Now, the animals here in Fortuna, sometimes they can be a little bit finicky, right? So if I shoot this one, because he's like an armadillo, right? He's not going to go asleep instantly sometimes, but we managed to get him first go. This is going to be a perfect capture, and I just got 1,000 standing, right? So that is a significant time save if I just keep on coming back to this island and then hoping an animal spawns. The animal spawns are a little bit more random here in Fortuna, so be a little bit patient. And on top of that, they're also much harder to see, right? Because those guys are very tiny. Ranking up with Fortuna, just go ahead and pick up the Radiant Zodian. Now, ranking up with Mother, we need some unique things. So it says we need a Vizier Predacite tag and a Slyvolpa Viola tag. And as you should have picked up on by now, you get these via hunting the animals. Now in Deimos, it's a little bit easier. You can see I already have some of the Predacite tags, even though I haven't hunted at all in Deimos. And this is simply because whenever these animals spawn in the environment, the infested will go and attack them, which gives you the opportunity to then capture them while they're weakened. So thankfully, I've come across enough of the Predasites to be able to have 10 of them, but I've come across none of the Slyball right? So what I would recommend doing is either run your bounties and hope that one of them spawns in, then you can capture them with your trank rifle, or you can wait for the infested to down them, or you can come over to Sun and press browse wares, then look for the Vulpaphyla Echolure. You're going to have to spend 1,000 standing to get this. While you're here, you might as well go ahead and pick up the Sun token that you need as well. So just go ahead and press capture Deimos wildlife, and that's going to give you the option to trade some of the tags that you have for some of the tokens. Now, unfortunately, I haven't got a lot of these, so long story short, I just have to do a lot of hunting here in Deimos. All right, so if you want to force spawn in one of the animals, all you got to do is get the Echolure like we talked about from Sun. Then once you have the Echolure, if you bring out your trank rifle, you'll see a symbol for the animal on the map, and that's going to lead you to a pile of poop. You interact with the pile of poop, and then you follow the little footsteps that are on the ground. Sometimes they can be a little bit confusing, but trust me, you'll figure it out. So you follow them, and then eventually you're going to come up to a little like echo point. So this is the echo point, or call point as it's called in the game. You want to go ahead, press 2. That's going to bring out the Echolure, and you want to hold left click for it to make a noise, similar to what the animal will sound like. Then once the animal makes a noise, go ahead and use your Echolure, and you're going to have to move your mouse so the little Echolure thing on the right hand side stays within those white lines, right? So it's going up, so I have to move my mouse up while holding left click. But of course, these enemies knocked me out of it because, you know, they're just annoying. So you do the Echolure and you successfully get it done with the little white line thing. And then once that's done, you bring out your trank rifle, you aim down sights, and there you go. There's the Vulpaphyla. Take your shot. It's going to be a perfect capture. There you go. They're going to lay in the ground. You capture it. And then there's some of your tags. So for this rank up with the Entrati, you actually have to pick a very specific one here. You want to go ahead and pick the Arioli Mutagen Blueprint, because we need to craft one of these to rank up for the next one. Okay, they've changed it. You don't need to craft it anymore. You just have to have the blueprint, so that's good. Make sure to visit the market and, of course, buy more of the weapons that you've just unlocked, saying as you master ranked up to master rank 5. Remember, always be crafting. Craft as many weapons as you possibly can. And on top of that, today is probably one of those days where you want to go ahead and start claiming some of the weapons from your foundry. And that's simply because if you hover over your master rank up here at the top, you can see that we don't have enough for master rank 6. So it's important that we have enough mastery to rank up to master rank 6 tomorrow. You don't have to stress about it today, but you should definitely make sure that you have enough by the end of tomorrow to rank up to MR6. Remember that to level your weapons up quickly, what I recommend doing is having one of each unranked, so an unranked primary, unranked secondary, and unranked melee. Go ahead and equip your base damage mods, such as Serration, to the weapons, and also Hellfire, or any heat mod. So in the case of the Lado here, it would be Hornet Strike, and then just type in heat and throw in heated charge. And then for my Broken Scepter, it will be Pressure Point, the heat mod Molten Impact, and because it's a melee weapon, you might as well throw on Fury and the stance for it if you happen to have a stance. And then of course you can upgrade the stance too. And to be honest, like, it's totally worth throwing on more mods onto your melee weapon, as a lot of you guys just like to hold down E to win. So if you've got this from Deimos, Blood Rush from there is really strong. And then Organ Shatter as well. That's going to increase the amount of damage you deal by quite a bit. And then you can just fill in the blanks with whatever you've got. Then what you do now is you can either level here at Hydron on Sedna, making sure that your party privacy is set to public. If that is too difficult for you, you can of course go to Saturn and play Helene here. Both are good, it's just one on Sedna is a little bit higher level, so you're gonna level up a little bit faster. Also, we now have access to this new game mode called Sorties. Now this is a daily game mode that you should do. They are a tiny bit difficult, so just make sure to read the suggested damage, make sure you understand the game mode that you're going to be playing, make sure you understand the conditions as well. So it's going to say conditions, and it's going to tell you, you know, what that condition is here at the bottom. But the idea is you play your exterminate, then you play your rescue, then you play the assassination, and once you complete all 3 of those missions, you've got the chance of getting any of these rewards here from the common, uncommon, rare, and legendary pool. It's definitely something that's worth doing every single day, so do it. All right, so now we are on day 6. First thing I'm going to do is rank up to Master Rank 6. So this test is just like a shooting test. You shoot the ball that is lit up. You can do this with literally any weapon in the game. Just rinse and repeat. Shoot the ball that all the green lines have connected to and it's glowing red. So hopefully your personal quarters segment is also done by now. So just go ahead and claim that. And once it's done, it's going to unlock this door at the bottom of the ship. You want to head in here and you want to interact with this ball. This is all lore, so just, you know, consume it, enjoy it. Next up, we have a new quest called the Sacrifice Quest. We want to go ahead and do that. But before you start this quest, what I recommend doing is coming down to your operator at the very back of the ship, then pressing focus, then go to Maderai, and implying you equip that focus lens like we told you to after the second dream quest, you'll be able to invest some of your focus points into upgrading your focus skill tree. So what I recommend doing here is spending some of this focus points on these abilities that I've just done. So these 4 here, and this will hopefully make the sacrifice quest a little bit easier because you do have to use your amp for a tiny bit of it. These 2 top ones are probably going to be really good just for, you know, constantly shooting the amp. So one stage in this quest that you might get stuck at is whenever you have to scan the area. Just whip out your codex scanner and scan anything that remotely looks Warframe related. So the first thing that you got to scan is this sword. The second thing that you have to scan is kind of hidden in this grass up here in the top right hand corner. So just go ahead, scan this little like horn looking thing that's right beside this big rock. From the big rock with the horn looking thing, if you look just to your left, so there's the entrance, and then here is the next thing, just go ahead, hop over there, and it's this scarf. So the final thing is a little bit more tricky. It's a little bit out of the way. So there's the entrance. There's the sword. I'm on top of this rock. And the last one is over there. It's behind this big rock, right? So you're going to get to this part in the quest. And honestly, after all my years of playing Warframe, I still don't know how to do this. But thankfully, the developers caught on. Hey, this bit is a little bit confusing. So we will literally just do it for the player if they mess it up enough. So you got to interact with that little console. Then what's going to happen is you're going to spawn 2 big yellow circles on the map. And in those 2 big yellow circles, there's going to be these little hidden codes, right? So that's the back one. And then the front one is literally on the wall to the right. Then you want to interact with the console. And all those like symbols that you found are going to be floating above. So literally all I do is I just flick through all the symbols to try to match them up as best as you can. And then eventually something's going to happen and the game is going to do it all for you, right? So, and there you go. Just like that, I was able to do the first one and I barely touched anything. Same thing goes. There's a second console and you have to go to 4 big yellow circles now and find the code. Once you find all of the codes, it's going to look a little bit like this, and literally just do it trial by fire. Just keep on flicking through, matching the symbols to the best of your ability. Stuff is going to happen, and if you spend enough time on it, it'll eventually just complete itself for you. Once you've messed around with it enough, you'll finally get in. And then whenever you get into this lab, you want to come up to this console, and then straight to the left, there's this little thing right here. You want to interact with this and then just press the symbol that's glowing. So after the sacrifice quest is completed, it's going to tell you about the Chimera prologue. And what this is basically like a string of cutscenes that the game wants you to watch. So if you come in here and you press Prelude to War, you know, you've got the Chimera prologue, which is going to unlock another thing, which is going to unlock another thing. You have to watch all of this stuff. You got to do all of this stuff, and then the next quest is going to unlock. So go ahead and do all of this stuff now. So once you've played or watched all of the cutscene-like content within the Chimera prologue or the Prelude to War, then you're going to unlock the new War quest. Now, this quest is going to take 4 hours of your time. So we're not going to be doing it today. That's going to be a day 7 thing. What you should focus on today here on day 6 is simply doing your daily content, of course, crafting new warframes and weapons to level for mastery, and then that is it. Do this big quest tomorrow. Also, absolutely pick up and craft this weapon called the Rubico. We're going to be using this to speed level our warframes. Started off day 7, we're getting right into the mastery test. So as you can see, this is just another one of those tests where you have to kill all the bad guys. So for day 7, literally our only goal is to get the new war quest completed. Like I said, this is going to take like 4 hours maybe. So just get this started as soon as possible and get through it as fast as possible. So this is kind of the first hurdle within the new war quest. You're going to come into this room versus the Jackal. And obviously we're not in our Warframe. We're playing as this Corpus player or this Corpus character. Gotta go through a bunch of dialogue, and this jackal is gonna start just blasting at you, right? So what you gotta do is you gotta spawn in all of your different pets. So you have your striker Moa, which is your 3, your shield drum, which is your 2, and then the blasty Moa, which is the 1. So I have to go all the way over here to pick up the blasty Moa, right? So we just spawn him in with the 1. And what we got to do is you need to shoot the jackal same way you would normally. So just break his legs, right? And once the leg is broken, he's going to do a spinny attack. So just stay behind cover, keep yourself alive. And as he's spinning, you want to get your striker Moa to shoot at him to break his shields. Then he's going to fall to the ground like he normally would. Then you need to get your blasty Moa, which is the 1, over to the jackal fast enough so it can blow up and then damage the health bar at the top like that. So now we repeat the process. We gotta go ahead and break one of the jackal's legs. Once the leg is broken, get your striker Moa, spawn that in, and get it to shoot at the jackal to break the shields. And what you're gonna notice is you've got this electric in the battlefield now, right? So whenever your boom boom Moa is gonna go over to the jackal, you need to put your shield on the boom boom Moa so it won't die and it will explode in front of the jackal. So mine is actually like really close to the stairs, so I'm not gonna have to do the shield part. But I am gonna go over here and actually get my drone to spawn in first. And then to put it on your little boom boom, you just find where he is and press 2 on him. And implying you've done it right, the jackal will just explode after that and you're free to continue. So we're gonna get to this stage in the new war quests where we are in Fortuna. This is a stealth stage. Try to just follow the path that I'm gonna take. So there's these guys right here, and if they detect you, it's more or less game over. So just wait for them to turn away. And you can crouch beneath things, slide beneath things, etc, etc. I'm gonna go a little bit faster here just so we don't get detected. You go around. This is where Smoke Finger normally is. Then there's this guy here. We wait for him to pass. Still waiting, still waiting, still waiting, still waiting, and he's gone. And this is like your first safe spot, your first checkpoint, right? You're in this little vent area, so you just run through here. Then once you exit the vent, you're gonna end up here. Wait for this guy to turn away. And now you head up behind them. Now you try to avoid this guy. If he detects you, you can just run backwards to safety. And then just wait for the detection to sort of wear off. See how he's like kind of alerted. But now he's went back to normal. He's just going to float there for a little bit. And now you just try again. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up here onto this thing. And in this little way here over him. And then you want to just rush to the elevator like this. And you should get in just fine. So deeper into Fortuna, you're going to come to this bit, which is another stealth bit that breaks into 2 paths. I usually go for the right one first. And what you want to do is you want to just head up these stairs, implying that Narmer has his back turned to you, and just head into the room like this. Very easy peasy. Now, the hard part is actually getting back down the stairs, right? Because you have these guys, they're just scanning the area. So you got to be a little bit patient and just wait for them. Once their back is turned, you can either go from the top or the bottom. I always like to just come from the bottom. And then for this bit, you can see that there's an elevator over there. So call the elevator down like so. Make sure that there's no armor looking at you. And then you want to head for this pipe over here. Just go ahead and crouch along the top. And that's it. Once you get through that little force field, you're done. So you're going to get to the end of the quest and you're going to be put in this boss fight. What's going to happen is this character is going to shoot at you and you have to take that laser beam and aim it at these big circles, right? So watch, they shoot at us, we aim it at the big circle and then it breaks and we're going to have to kill some small enemies. We just rinse and repeat that process. So now what's going to happen is there's going to be this stage where Ballast is shooting this laser beam at you. There's the circles again. All you got to do is stand in front of the circle where he shoots the beam. And there you go. Whenever he's shooting the beam at the other character, just go into your operator and shoot him with your amp. So once you've completed the new war quest, you're going to get an inbox message and it's going to give you a ton of stuff. So the Sirocco is a weapon for your operator. This is going to be the main weapon that we're going to be using for the rest of this guide. Same with the Naderic. This is a very powerful bow and arrow. It comes with 4 V polarity. So this is going to be your most well-modded weapon for a very long time. Then we've also got the Rumblejack, which is just a melee weapon. This is mastery fodder. You've got some boosters and you've unlocked 3 new quests. So the next main story quest is Angels of the Zarman. You got to complete that. Very important place because it unlocks another daily vendor where you got to go to it daily to get your standing. Veilbreaker is also quite important as well for specific mods that we want to get. And then Jade Shadows is a cool cinematic quest, which you're going to have to play for some more story and stuff like that. I'm not expecting you to do any of that today because that was a very long quest. So, you know, just leave all of that stuff for tomorrow. Okay, now it is day number 8. We're going to do the Day 8 Master Rank test. So this test is a simple parkour test. All you got to do is shoot the balls and platform until you reach the end. As soon as you hit Mastery Rank 8, you want to get your butt over here to Necrolisk. We want to go and we want to talk to Sun. We want to press Browse Wares, and we're going to be picking up the Helmuth segment blueprint for 15,000 standing. Get this as soon as you possibly can. This is like the most important item in all of Warframe. I'm not even kidding. It requires 50,000 credits. You need to have purple Velocipod tags, which hopefully you'll have come across them like just roaming around the Orb Valis. That's how I got mine. You need Adromal Alloy. You get the blueprint from OTAC, which I'll show you. Saturated Muscle Mass, I got from just opening containers. And Ganglion, again, just from opening containers. So implying you've been doing your bounties, implying you've been hitting containers, implying you've been paying attention to the animals, you should have all of these resources ready. If not, go do some bounties and do all the things that I just said, and you'll hopefully get all the resources that you need to craft this thing. If you head over to OTAC here and you press Browse Wares, you can see the very first blueprint that you need is the one that you need for the Helmuth segment. Then if we come to our foundry and we type in Helmuth segment, what you can do is you can just go ahead and craft it. Now this is going to take 24 hours, which is unfortunate. We're going to have to wait. Honestly, if you have the platinum to rush this, I recommend doing so, because what this is, it's a new system that we're going to use to sacrifice Warframes to then take their abilities and put them onto other Warframes. But you have to eat the Warframes, and it takes a full day for the Warframe to be digested, I guess you could say. So getting this up and ready to go as soon as possible is a really good idea. And another little tip, whenever you're here in the foundry, let's say you need to craft the Adromal Alloy, right? And you don't know where to find any of the resources. If you just hover over the resource, you can see Travel Ride, Location, Orb Valis Venus from Red Mining Veins, and resource containers. So it's going to tell you where you can get the resources by simply just hovering over them in the foundry. Okay, so the next thing that I want you guys to do is come up to the codex, and what we're going to be doing now is like a quest marathon, right? We're going to be running through all of the next main quests that we have to do. So that includes the Very Paradox, Angels of the Zariman, and Whispers in the Walls. I recommend doing Angels of the Zariman and Whispers in the Walls first, because these two are going to unlock a new daily standing thing for you. So I'm going to go ahead and do both of these quests now. They're not difficult. They're going to explain everything that you have to do inside of them. So there's not going to be any spoilers from here on. Just go ahead and get them done. Oh yeah, and very, very, very important point. Before you start the Angels of the Zariman quest, you want to go back and you want to equip the new amp that we got from the new war quest to your operator. So come to the very back of the ship. You can do it from your arsenal as well. But just come to your operator, then go to equipment. And you want to make sure that the moat amp is changed to the Sirocco. It's way more powerful. You really want to make sure that that's equipped. And then another thing that you may want to do as well is spend some of your Matter Eye focus too. I'm going to go ahead and invest it into Void Strike. Another thing as well for these quests, make sure to level your Natteric up to level 30 and then try to throw together a build that looks like this. You want to make sure you have Serration on. You want to make sure that you make Corrosive by combining Infected Clip and Stormbringer. Vital Sense for your crit damage, which is going to pair with Point Strike for your crit chance. Hellfire as another element, which is also going to reduce enemy armor. And then Vigilante Armament if you have this from the Plains of Eidolon or Cetus. If you don't have this one, don't worry. It's just our only source of multi-shot right now. And also for reference, this is the Vault build that I'm currently running as well. So in the quest, there's this new game mode called Void Cascade. And I'm going to explain how it works because this is like the game mode of Warframe for farming a lot of platinum. So basically, when you're playing, there's going to be these things called Exilizers. And these Exilizers are going to be kind of corrupted, right? And they're going to be corrupted by these Frax enemies, which as you can see, I need to do like a two-step process to kill. First, I have to shoot them, and then I have to go into my operator to finish them off. Now, what's going to happen is whenever I enter into this corrupted zone, I'm going to be put into my operator, and what I can do is I can either shoot these void portals, or I can void sling through them. You got to close all three of the portals. Then one of the Frax enemies is going to spawn. Simply go ahead and take them down with your amp. Then go into your Warframe. Kill them with your normal weapons, so just go ahead, shoot them with the Natteric, back into your operator, and shoot them again, and that's going to purge the Exilizer. Then all you have to do is defend it, and you keep on doing that until a rotation is completed. If you're really, really struggling here in the Zariman, another thing you can do is you can go to your companion, then go to your companion's weapon, and add viral damage to it, because what viral damage is going to do, or the viral status effect rather, is it's going to make enemies take a lot more damage from basically every single source of damage that you can throw at it, right? So this is the status effect. So if you have something that is applying the status effect up to 10 times, then the enemies are going to be taking 325% more damage. So simply throwing this on your artax, on your Taxon, is a very big damage boost. Okay, so once you're done with the Angels of Disarmament quest, you're going to unlock a new faction called the Holdfast. Now, this faction is a little bit annoying to rank up simply because we have different types of bounties, right? The different types of bounties are the different game modes that were present within the quest itself. So you have Void Armageddon, which I'm sure you guys already noticed. It's pretty slow, it's pretty boring, so it's not really the best to be running bounties on because you need to repeat run bounties over and over and over again, right? You want to do something that is quick and efficient, something like Exterminate, for example. But what you're also going to notice is all these bounties have like side objectives, right? Now, the bounty isn't going to be completed until the side objective is completed. So you basically have two objectives that you have to do. The mission objective, so in this case, exterminate, kill all the bad guys. And then the bounty objective, which is find a Zarium accolade and take it to militia. What you're looking for is a combination of a good bounty objective and a good mission objective. So a good example of that would be this awaken a dormant void angel and defeat it, because what that is going to do is going to mark the void angel for you and exterminate. So anytime you see exterminate with this awaken a dormant void angel bounty objective, you want to run that as much as you possibly can. Now, on top of that, we also need these different resources called Void Plume Downs. And what Void Plume you're going to need is going to change based on the rank that you are. So if we fast travel over to Archimedean Yunta and we press exchange Void Plumes for standing, you're going to see that there are downs, there are veins, there are crests, there are quills, and there are pinions. So downs, veins, and crests all come from bounties, and also they are simply just laying around the missions whenever you start to play them. So you can pick up a lot of different downs, you can pick up a lot of veins, and one crest is going to spawn per mission. So you're going to need a certain amount of downs to rank up with this rank, then the next rank you're going to need a certain amount of veins, then the next rank you're going to need 10 crests, and then you're eventually probably going to need quills and pinions. Now, quills and pinions you actually need a lot more of, simply because quills are what you're going to use to actually rank up. So I'm just going to go ahead and spend that now to get half of my standing that I need to go up to the next rank. And then if you head over to Cavaliero here, now what you're going to notice is Cavaliero has these weapons. So we have the Ladum, we have the Enodum, we have the Fenmore, the Felarx, the Praetos. All of those weapons that I just listed, these are like the best weapons in the game, and they all need Void Plume pinions and quills to craft them. On top of that, you also need to be Mastery rank 14. So it's super important that we focus on getting the Mastery rank 14, and we focus on getting a lot of Void Plume pinions and quills. So whenever you play, make sure to come here, talk to Quinn, and check all of the bounties. And if you happen to get what I would call a god roll bounty, which is exterminate with the awaken a dormant void angel, run that as much as you can possibly stomach in that one play session, because that way you're going to maximize the amount of quills that you get for standing and the amount of quills and pinions that you get to be able to craft those weapons, because the angels are the only source of the pinions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run this exterminate mission and show you what these Zarium accolades are like, because these can also drop some of these void plumes for you as well. Okay, so whenever you're playing these bounties, you want to be really thorough, and you're looking for little items that look like this. So if I pick this up, you're going to see I just got myself a void plume vein, and it's telling me that there's 8 of these in the mission. It's not necessarily going to be 8 veins, but it's going to be 8 different void plumes, right? So you're going to be looking around this map to find as many of them as possible, as many as you can stomach looking around to find. And by finding them all, that's going to make ranking up later on a lot easier, and also you can trade them in for standing as well, right? So maxing out your daily standing is going to become a lot easier too. So you'll eventually become very familiar with more or less the spawn locations. Like every single tile set is going to be slightly different, but they're going to have similar rooms, right? And the different rooms are going to have set spawn points for all of the different pinions, or void plumes rather. So during your missions, you might come across void angels. This is what they look like, and all you got to do to fight it, to get the reward from it, is walk up to it, and just wake it up and then fight it the same way you did in the quest. Once it's dead, you'll notice on the ground, Voidplum Pinion. Also, while you're here, you're going to notice these little glowing balls. Interact with these, it's going to spawn in a kid. Now you can follow this kid, and the kid is going to lead you towards one of the void plumes or the accolade that you need to complete this bounty objective. What you can also do with Vault is you can speed the kid up with your speed ability. I don't have enough energy right now, but you can definitely do that. That's another reason that Vault is just like one of the go-to starters specifically for this. And as you can see, the kid led us to a crest, which is really important. Remember, you can only find one crest per mission run, and you're going to need 10 of these to rank up eventually with the hold fast standard. Sometimes the kid is going to lead you to areas that you think are not accessible, but if you go ahead and you look through the door, you're going to find a door console. You can shoot that and it's going to open the door and it's going to lead you to one of the little void plumes. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think I've got a little bit unlucky here, and it feels like the accolade nor the machine that the accolade has to go into, I think neither of them have spawned, so that must be a bug. But yeah, normally the kids would be able to guide you to the accolade that you need to pick up. And then if you run past the machine, it would be marked. And I've been around this entire map quite a few times and simply haven't found one. And that's just this tile set or these bounties kind of summed up. Sometimes they can be incredibly frustrating, which is why I put a lot of emphasis on whenever you get that God Roll bounty, run that as much as you can because it just streamlines the process so much. Okay, so I'm making this kind of like a little PSA in the video. I've got reason to believe that at least this pairing of Exterminate and Bounty objective, it's definitely bugged because I've run this on 2 separate occasions and the accolade simply just doesn't spawn. Like, I've went around the entire map, I've interacted with every single kid that I could to guide me to all of the hidden stuff, and simply put, the accolade doesn't spawn in because there is a bit where the kid will go to an area and there is simply nothing there. Also, on top of that, the vending machine is nowhere to be found. So me personally, I would avoid doing the bounties where you have to find the accolade, and I would simply wait for the Awaken a Dormant Void Angel and Defeat a bounty. Like, those ones are just going to be far better for you. Once you've completed the Whispers in the Walls quest, this one is way more straightforward. You're going to be ranking up with Mr. Fishinacci over here. You can pick any bounties you want, with a slight bias from me towards Disruption, because as you're playing Disruption missions, you're going to earn a currency, which is going to allow you to buy a Warframe called Dante. Also, I'm able to rank up with the Red Veil. I'm sort of loosely keeping track of the Red Veil. What I'm going to go for here, I'm just going to go for one of these parts for a weapon because that's all there really is that's worth it. Next rank up, we're going to need to trade in some Aya. I've sort of put Steel Meridian in the back burner simply because I don't have a lot of Forma right now. But Red Veil for these syndicates are my main focus anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. These are just kind of like do-it-your-own pace sort of thing. However, we will definitely need Red Veil later on, so make sure to pay attention to Red Veil. So after you've completed the Whispers in the Walls quest, come back to your codex and go to the main quest page. You're going to see that you have a new quest called the Lotus Eaters. Go ahead and complete this. This is like a 5 to 10 minute quest. Then if you have the time, I want you guys to complete the Deviri Paradox quest. This is like a 30-minute to an hour quest, and that's going to unlock the Hex quest by completing both of these. Behind the Hex quest is another daily syndicate that you have to do. So I recommend completing the Hex quest as soon as possible as well. This is all stuff that you can do over the course of day 8 and day 9, Mastery 8, Mastery 9. That is, of course, if you're following the guide to a T. I'm going to get this all done today simply because it unlocks a bunch of stuff. And then after I've done the Hex quest, I'm also going to do the quest that we got after the new War quest called the Veilbreaker. And this is kind of a annoying optional one, simply because this is going to unlock a weekly time gate for us, which is a new game mode where we have to play as Cal, 1 mission per week to upgrade the store so we can eventually buy Archon mods. You can get these Archon mods via trading, but they cost 1,000,000 credits each to be traded to you. So 1,000,000 credits plus the platinum that the player is charging. So TLDR, complete the Lotus Eaters, then complete the Deviri Paradox, then complete the Hex. Then if you have the time for it, also complete the Veilbreaker quest. Once you've completed all of those quests, just do your daily activities like everywhere that you've got unlocked, and make sure that you have enough mastery rank to rank up to mastery rank 9 tomorrow. remember to go to your foundry and claim anything that you've got crafted. Go to the market and, start buying stuff. Just showing you guys what I've got in my foundry at the minute. I've crafted a lot of the companions, the sentinels, so you can see them here. And all that I'm going to do with those is just level those up, and they're going to give me 9,000 master XP per companion. And then in tomorrow's video, when we claim the helmet, or sorry, not in tomorrow's video, but in tomorrow's little section of the guide, whenever we claim the helmet, we'll start claiming these warframes and leveling the warframes. Like, I've already got my Rhino and Kome claimed and leveled, so we're going to be saying goodbye to Rhino tomorrow. So make sure to level Rhino in advance of the helmet system being completed. So I've completed all of the quests that I told you guys to complete, with the exception of the Veilbreaker quest. I don't think I'm going to do that one today. But another thing that I forgot to mention is you want to start crafting the Parallax ship. Now, I don't expect you guys to go out and actually farm the pieces for this, because they drop sort of randomly from the Zarman. So you'll get all of the pieces over time for sure, the more you play. But this ship, what it does, it's going to mark all of those void plumes for you and a bunch of other items in the other areas as well. So say, for example, that door that we had to find for the junction, anything that you might need in the Sanctum, anything that you might need in Helvania. This ship can mark all of the collectibles around the map. So if you go on the Warframe.market and you type in Parallax set, you can actually buy the avionics, the engines, and the fuselage for like 5 to 10 platinum or something like that. Or you could buy the thing fully crafted from here, from the market. But I recommend going the Warframe.market route, simply because you're going to get it for a lot cheaper, right? The only downside of buying it from Warframe.market is you need to craft it with the pinions and the quills and stuff. So you need to use some of those to craft this, and of course you're using those for standing and the weapons like we talked about before. But yeah, this ship is a worthwhile pickup. And then whenever you get that ship, you need to come to your dojo. You need to come to the Tenno lab, which looks like this. You can simply just go ahead and fast travel to it by pressing research lab, then Tenno lab at the top. But you want to come in here, just type in landing craft like this. You want to buy the landing craft foundry segment, craft that, and the air support charges as well, and equip those to your gear wheel. That's going to allow you to use the Parallax ship's special ability to mark all of the objects within any given mission. So now we're moving on to day number 9, and what I want you guys to do before you do your mastering test is go ahead and equip the Skya Jadi, for the simple fact that this weapon has a unique trait where you can turn invisible for 5 seconds whenever you do a finisher attack. So this is like the one time in your entire playthrough where finisher attacks are going to be in any way relevant. All you have to do is have a build that looks a little bit like this. It doesn't really matter all that much. This is a stealth test, and I'll show you guys how to do this quite easily. So the quicker you are, the easier this is going to be, because obviously you have that limited invisibility, right? So just walk up to the first enemy, do a finisher attack, second enemy, get there quickly, finisher attack, and that's the first stage completed. You've got 3 attempts, so you can fail 3 times, and then you gotta, do the whole thing again. So just look for an enemy that has its back turned first. Go for that one. So there you go. There's an enemy down. I'm going to jump across, stab this enemy in the back like so. Now, I remember there was one on the ramp. You can look at your mini map. There we go, easy peasy. And the last one is all the way back here at the start. Just do your finisher attack, and that's stage 2 completed. So this third stage is where a lot of people get caught because all the enemies are kind of bunched together. If you kill an enemy, obviously their body's going to be laying on the ground, right? So you want to try to, fight them or kill them whenever they're not anywhere near one another. So just wait a little bit at the start, and you'll see that all the enemies, they sort of split up, right? So I've just killed the 3 enemies at the back. Now all the enemies at the front, they're splitting up, looking a different direction. You got to be the most aware of this guy here, because obviously he's going to try to detect the guy up there. And obviously this guy over here is going to try to detect the first guy that you killed. But yeah, it's pretty easy. What I want you guys to do next on day 9 is just go ahead and do the Old Piece quest. Now this quest is the best quest in the game, hands down. I'm not going to help you guys at all with it because you guys won't need any of my help. Just enjoy the ride. So after completing the Old Piece quest, you are officially caught up with all of the main story quests within Warframe. So what our focus is going to shift towards now is optimizing our gear so we can farm things more efficiently. And with that being said, what I want you guys to do is to go out of your way to either farm up a Zaku Prime set or to buy one. So I believe that Zaku Prime is still in rotation. So if you just play a bunch of different missions, you're going to get the relics that drop Zaku Prime. But then I also want you guys to pick up a Titania Prime set, and she's currently vaulted, so you're going to have to go ahead and actually buy her from a different player. Now, what you'll notice is that both of them require a resource called Nightane Extract, and to get Nightane Extract, simply come to your Nightwave, go to Credit Offerings in the bottom right, then type in Nightane, and you'll see it right there. You can buy 5 for 15 of the credits that you get from the Nightwave Pass. So I've got all of Zaku's parts crafting, and I'll be able to, put them all together. It's then going to take 3 days to put all of the parts together. And I'm going to do the same for Titania Prime as well. Now, another resource that you might need is called Tellurium. And to get Tellurium pretty easily, just go to Uranus, and I want you guys to play the survival mission located here, and it's called Ophelia. This is just like the go-to place to get Tellurium. Now, once you have them crafting, I want you to turn your attention to the Helm of segment that you got. Go ahead, claim that. We're going to swap over to our Rhino Warframe here. So I'm going to equip Rhino. There we go. And we're going to go and install the Helm of segment in this room right here. So once you've got through all the dialogue, what you got to do is you have to feed your Helm. So it has all of these different resources that you can essentially feed into it. So you have oxides, calcs, biotics, synthetics, pheromones, and bile. And what you'll notice is that these resources are made up of all of the resources that you can farm in the game, right? So if I were to feed an alloy plate right now, the little green triangle would disappear. That's because he doesn't really crave alloy plate anymore. So if I was to feed alloy plate again, the amount of hunger that I would restore or the amount of oxides I would get actually decreases with every single time I use alloy plates. Now, this is going to, of course, fix itself eventually as time passes, but now I have to move on to feeding him like carbides or intradi ovules, but it takes a lot of resources to, feed this guy essentially. So what I want you guys to do is to try to make all of these different categories hit 100%. And also a really good idea is to sort by the count. So then that way you're always investing the resources that you have the most of. So every single one of my resources are totally full up. I'm going to press feed and it's going to ask you to confirm it. But as we feed it, you're going to see that it increases the levels. And if you're sitting down with Rhino, you're going to see that you can now subsume the Warframe to get his roar ability, which is one of the best damage buffing abilities in the game. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Make sure you only do this if you've leveled your Warframe from level 0 to 30 at least once. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on the Master Rank XP. So we're just going to go ahead, press subsume, and it's going to take some of the oxides, biotics, and pheromones that we just invested. Subsume Warframe, type in confirm, press OK, and it's going to kill your Rhino. It's also going to give your Helm a little bit more XP. And what you'll notice is that your Rhino is now going to be it's going to get digested in this wall, and it's going to take basically a day until the roar ability is usable on other Warframes. So here's my Rhino in the wall. Now, if I go ahead, take a seat again, I go to Helmuth, you can see that it's available in 22 hours. Now, you can rush it if you want to, but I'm not going to rush it. Now, the next thing that I'm going to show you guys is how to power level a Warframe. So because we have a free Warframe slot now, I'm going to claim the Vault Prime Warframe that I started crafting earlier in this series. And I'm also going to claim the Rubico. I might as well claim like a melee weapon or something that I've got crafting too. So the Kama, for example. So I'm going to go ahead and equip Vault Prime. And I'm also going to equip this Rubico and any melee weapon that I've got to level up. I have the Gram there. And I've just modded my Vault Prime the exact same way that I modded my regular Vault, right? You'll just notice that he has another extra polarity, so you can fit more mods on for less capacity. And on the Rubico, I'm simply just going to throw on Serration and an Elemental. And on the Rubico, I've just thrown on Serration and an Elemental mod. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to level this Rubico up to level 30, and then I'm going to show you how to use the Rubico to power level your Warframes. So I have leveled my Rubico up to level 30. As you can see here, it's sitting at max rank. My Vault Prime is also max rank, and the companion that I've got on as well has also hit max rank because I crafted a bunch of these for the mastery. But just to show you guys, this is what I'm currently running on my Vault Prime. And for the power leveling method, what's really important is this mod right here called Patagium. So this is going to give you 90% more aim glide duration. So you know how at the very start of the guide, we talked about how you could jump up into the air and then you can aim glide for a short duration. This is just going to extend that. Now, if you don't have that exact mod, you can simply just type aim into the little search bar here. And you're going to have different mods with different amounts. You can just equip them and then level them up. And then, you know, it'll do basically what we need it to do, right? Now, what's important is you don't have a melee weapon equipped. You have the Rubico. And just to show you guys the mods that I'm running, I've got Vigilante Armaments, Serration, and Point Strike. You can replace Vigilante Armaments if you don't have it for any elemental mod, and this method should work just fine. But the most important part, no melee weapon, Rubico, and also a Warframe that you want to level up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw a D polarity onto my Vault Prime, because I know that I'm going to need to equip a mod called Narminda eventually, which is going to have a very high cost. So you guys can just copy exactly what I'm doing. If you've got a leftover Forma, which you should have if you've been crafting, you go ahead and throw on a D polarity using the Forma. So just come to the modding section, make sure your Vault Prime's level 30, go to Actions, Polarization, and then Forma, and then D polarity like this. So just keep on clicking in the blank space that you want to add it to. Which blank space doesn't matter, as long as you don't overwrite one of the already existing polarities. So just throw on the D polarity like so, and then that's going to take some mods off. But as long as you've got that Patagium mod still on, you're doing just fine. So I'm also going to equip one of the Sentinels that I want to level as well. So I'll just throw on the Death Cube with the Death Machine rifle, and I'll show you guys exactly how this method works. So come into the Plains of Eidolon totally solo. You don't want to have a squad doing this. And the first thing you should do is pause the game, go to options, and then type in enemy highlights, turn that on, set the color you want, and turn the intensity all the way up. Then enter into your Archwing and fly as high as you possibly can into the sky. The higher you are in the sky, the more consistent this method is going to be. So I'm going to stop right about here. You can aim down the sights with your Rubico. Then if you press your Alt Fire button or your middle mouse, it's going to zoom in. So what we want to do is we want to hover over this camp over here, and you can see all of the enemies just spawned. Now, while I'm aiming down sights with my Rubico, implying you don't have a melee weapon equipped, you can simply just press E, and that's going to put you straight into the aim glide. You can take a shot, and in the top right hand corner beside my health and shields, you're going to see the 100% stealth boost or stealth XP bonus that we've got. So whenever we get more kills, what's going to happen is we're going to get additional XP. And because we're killing Eximus enemies, right? You can see the Eximus enemies spawning in. We're getting a ton of XP per kill. So just press E to get out of your Archwing and aim glide. Shoot it. That's the Eximus down. And we've got a 200% XP bonus, and the timer has been reset. We come over to this camp over here. Exact same thing. Fly very high up into the sky. Look around for the Eximus. If there's no Eximus, it's okay. You can kill the normal enemies as well. You're just not going to get as much XP for it. So press E, left click on the enemy, and 300% top right hand corner. Come over to this little camp over here. We're looking for the Eximus. There you can see it. So just wait for a little second, then press E, and then aim glide, shoot the enemy. 400% stealth bonus. Now there's another little camp just sort of diagonal from where we were. So over here, and an Eximus enemy spawns there. So you don't want to kill the Eximus enemy straight away whenever he spawns. Just give it like 3 seconds. So count 1, 2, 3, and then shoot the Eximus. It's still going to be fine, even though we didn't kill it in one shot. You see that we're still at 500%. 500% is the max. And you can see that my Vault Prime is already at level 13. So this is the big middle camp here. Again, look for the Eximus enemy, aim at it, press E, and then left click, and there you go. We just got 500%. We jumped 3 levels. We're now level 16 in 1 kill. Then there's like a really small camp just adjacent from that big main camp there. Sometimes an Eximus spawns here, sometimes it doesn't. But again, if no Eximus, it's okay. Just kill a small one to reset your timer. And I head back towards the main gate. And you can go straight for that first camp that we were at, and you just rinse and repeat that process until you hit max level, right? So there's the Eximus spawned in again at the first camp. Press E. There you go. 500% XP bonus, rank 18. And you just keep on doing that until you hit level 30. And in the space of 6 minutes, I've got my Vault Prime and my Death Cube totally maxed out. Now, the reason that it took me 6 minutes is because I was trying to do it a little bit slow at the start, just to show you guys exactly what it is to do. And then whenever I started to speed up near the end, if you actually shoot the Eximus enemy, or any enemy rather, too soon after they spawn in, then you're gonna lose your stealth bonus. So I lost my stealth bonus like twice, like just after I stopped commentating, and then one time at the end there. But yeah, 6 minutes, you avoid host migration, you avoid loading screens and stuff like that. It's just a flat 6 minutes of leveling. So it is by far the fastest way to level, you know, warframes whenever you first get them, whenever you form them, and also companions as well. For those of you who don't know how to like automatically go into Archwing at the press of a button, simply just go into your arsenal first. So go to equipment, arsenal, then go to your gear wheel, and note what slot your Archwing is equipped to. So mine's is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gear slot number 5. So if I go to my pause menu, go to options, go to customize key bindings, and then I scroll all the way down, you can see gear hotkeys, right? So gear hotkey 5 is bound to my 0 button. So I press 0 and that's going to automatically put me into my Archwing. No idea how you guys are going to replicate that on console. Maybe just opening up your gear wheel and pressing your Archwing fast. I don't know. So the next thing that we have to talk about is the landing craft foundry segment that we talked about in yesterday's play session. So hopefully you'll have this crafted and you'll have some air support charges crafting as well. So just go ahead and claim that. And once these are done, you're going to be able to equip these to your gear wheel too. So once you've got your landing craft segment installed and you've equipped the air support charges to your gear wheel, what we have to do now is make sure that we actually have the parallax equipped. So pause the game, go to equipment, go to orbiter, then go to landing craft, and you're going to see that you have your default lisette here. Now, implying that you have either bought and then crafted the parallax, or you outright bought it from the store, you're going to have it in your inventory here. You can go ahead and equip it in this slot. This is just cosmetic, but what really matters is the Auric and Eye ability, right? So you can have the lisette for your looks, but then still have the Auric and Eye ability equipped. So I like the parallax a lot better. So I just run the parallax and the Auric and Eye. So now that you've got your Auric and Eye and the air support charges equipped to your gear wheel, if you come into any of the Zarman missions, what I recommend doing is traveling a little bit into the map to begin with. Then once you've traveled a little bit, just open up the gear wheel and use one of the air support charges, or this is going to say a voice line, and then it's going to let out a little scan. And what you'll see is these new UI elements, and all you got to do is travel towards those, and that's where your void plume should be. So yep, there you go. There is a void plume vein, which is the next set of void plumes that I need to rank up. So as you can see, like, this just makes finding these void plumes so much easier. Now, the ability does have a 10-minute cooldown, so it's really worth you playing in a squad with other people who also have this air support charge, because then you'll be able to use yours at the start, and then once you've sort of, you know, progressed in the level a little bit, you've collected all the ones that you've already marked, your other player can move forward a little bit and then cast theirs, because it does have like a limited range to it, right? But within like 3 or 4 casts of the ability, like implying you've traversed deep enough into the mission, you'll eventually find all of the void plumes that you need. You're going to need to use these air support charges basically everywhere. If you go to the little PC that's to the right of navigation in your ship, you can come to Hulvania, and there's also bounties to do here. So this is Letty, and you can exchange the hex treasures that you find, which are these things. These are just collectibles that you find while you're doing hex bounties. So if we go to bounties here, you can see that there's another standing system that you've got to interact with as well, right? So you can do a bunch of different missions. These ones are way easier and way faster, because sometimes you'll get, like, if you had Steel Path unlocked, which we are going to try and unlock, you can do an exterminate mission, which can get you 9,000 standings. So these go much, much, much quicker, and they're also super rewarding. Like, you can get 3,000 endo and a ton of credits. But yeah, these are super worth doing. I always just do the exterminate missions, as you can see, because you've also got your bounty objective as well. So this one is just to destroy 5 containers, right? And then, like I said, to rank up with these guys, you got to talk to Arthur, view hex standing, rank up, and you got to trade in whatever it is. So this is just resources at the minute, but eventually he'll ask for those hex treasures that we could trade in with Letty. Now, another thing with these guys is if you get to level 3 with them, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to do conversations with them. So in the quest, you come across this. This is your back room. This is a customizable living area. It's got your arsenal. So here it is. But more importantly, both in here and in your ship, there is this PC where you can interact with the different characters, right? So you want to come in here and you want to talk to all of the characters. Now, if you're into lore, you can read it all. If you're not into lore, you can press this little settings icon on the bottom right, and you can press jump to next player interaction point, and then you can just do this, right? And then that's it, because you're going to have to establish a friendship with all of these characters to progress from rank 3 onto rank 4, and also unlock a different ending for the Hex quest too. So just make sure to come in here and spam everything while also doing your bounties. To get back to your orbiter from here, just come to this little navigation thing. This is what it looks like right here. And then go over to Earth, and then you can press Drifter's Camp. Drifter's Camp is going to take you to the version of your orbiter that you are in within the new war quest. So you can come out here, and then there's this little outside area that you can explore. Now, there are things that are going to spawn up here whenever we do some quests, but we're not going to talk about that in today's episode. We're going to do that in tomorrow's play session. But yeah, like your armory and everything is just down here. This is the PC that you access to go to Halvania. And if you want to go back to your very first version of the ship, just come here and press the orbiter. Now, the next place that we want to go to and talk about is the Sanctum Anatomica. This is where the fish is. So we covered this briefly. If you go to Fibonacci, you can start the Sanctum bounties. And within the Sanctum bounties, you're going to find these things called Vocas that you're going to need to rank up. You're also going to use that air support charge to find these Vocas a lot easier. Very important that you max your daily standing out here as well. You can see that I've already got mine done. And then after the old piece quest, you're going to unlock this new area over here. Now in here, there's 2 NPCs that are super important to talk to. There is this French wisp looking NPC. This is Marie, and she is going to give you access to your operator ultimate weapons. So if you talk to Marie and you press retrieve tactilus artifacts, you're going to see that you've got 1 unlocked and the rest are all locked. This is because you basically haven't invested into any of these focus skill trees. That's okay, because you only really need 1 anyway. You're going to see that it requires these resources that were actually rewarded to you after the old piece quest. If you go to communication, you go to inbox, you can see that the Ludus sent you a cosmetic, a blueprint for Uriel, and some of those resources that you need. The old piece unlocked 1 new game mode that you can play to get these resources. There's 3 different versions of this one game mode, and they all drop, the different resources that you need, right? So the first one drops the Lyroic Bridge, the second one drops the Run Hypercore, and the third one the Ascaris Prime. But then if we jump over here and we talk to Rolf, you can press Browse Surplus, and you can see that he's going to give you parts for Uriel, parts for the Vinculus weapon that you used within the old piece, and also there's a bunch of arcanes down here as well. The main one that we want to be paying attention to is Arcane Circumvent. This is a defensive arcane, which is going to be very useful for keeping you alive later on in the harder content of the game. Now, to access the game modes for each of these characters, so to access the game mode that you need to play to get the stuff from Rolf and the stuff from Marie, you got to go back to your navigation. So if you stand at your navigation after the old piece, you're going to realize, hey, I can press a different button to access the Dark Refractory. And this is going to zoom you in here, and it's going to give you the choice between 2 different game modes, right? So the one on the left is the Descendia. This is a weekly game mode where you have to descend this tower, which is Rolf's tower, more or less. And you're going to get different rewards for hitting different levels, right? At the very bottom, there's a boss fight where you fight Rolf, and that's where you farm Uriel and Uriel's signature weapon that you used within the old piece. You're also going to get the resource that you need to buy the arcanes from Rolf back at the Sanctum Anatomica. Now, there's the normal version of this and the Steel Path version, but we haven't unlocked the Steel Path version yet, so totally eliminate that from your mind for now. And then on the right here, we have the Parida Rebellion. This is my favorite game mode in the entire game. And this is where you're going to farm all those resources for your operator ultimate weapon. This game mode is very self-explanatory. You just drop in and do as many objectives as you can. At the end of each, there's going to be a boss fight, which is going to drop the resources that you need. So you do Hunhullus for 1 resource, you do Dactylus for another, and Vanguard for the last one. And you keep on just repeating these over and over and over again until you have enough to buy your operator ultimate weapon. And you should do that whenever you've got time to. Now, one last thing that I wanted to cover on this day of the guide is getting this thing called Mercray Liver that you're going to need to rank up with the Ostrons. This is coming from a fish. and you gotta go about it a specific way. So the first thing that you gotta do is you want to go talk to the fishing NPC here in Cetus. So go to browse wares and simply type in Mercury. Buy some of the Mercury bait, buy as much as you think you're gonna need. And also, you want to make sure that you have some dye as well if your eyesight isn't good. Just remember that all of this is costing standing. So, you know, whatever standing you spend here, you're going to have to spend some of your daily standing to get back as well. But yeah, once you've done that, just head out into the Plains of Eidolon. Now, you want to come to the water that is on the outskirts of the map, so the big ocean-like areas, and you're looking for this, like, hotspot bubbly area here. If you don't find that, then this isn't going to work. So just whip out your spear, throw in your bait, and then if you bought some of the dye, throw in your dye, and then just aim down sights and start fishing. And if you're lucky, eventually your merc rays will start spawning in. And there we go. There is a merc ray. So you want to just keep on doing that until... Oh, I got a bit. Yeah, you just want to keep on fishing your merc ray until, you know, your bait runs out or the hotspot runs out or whatever. Once you've got your merc rays, come back to the fishing NPC and just cut them up like so. You're going to see there's your merc ray liver. And now you can go get your standing and level up with Mr. Konzu. Now, the other thing was the first steel alloy. So just go to the mining vendor here in Cetus. So that would be this one, Old Manson Bat. And you can just type in first steel alloy, pick up the blueprint, then go into the Plains of Eidolon, start mining, get some ferros. Then you can craft this in your foundry, come back, and you're done. So what you do now is kind of up to you, but I'm going to recommend a few things that I think you should do. So first things first, come over to your clan's dojo. Now hold down your fast travel and go to your research labs. Now look for the Oracle lab, TP over there. And I want you guys to replicate all the blueprints for all of these different keys. So it's hobbled, it's decaying, extinguished, and the bleeding. Now, come to your foundry, go to the keys tab, and I just want you guys to craft these, right? You will have some from the junction, but having two is good. Now, these are equipable to your gear wheel, and like we've mentioned before, you're going to use these to open up a vault found in the Deimos missions. We like to use the one called Horan. So if I come to navigation here and I go to Deimos, the one that I want you guys to spam is this one, this capture mission right here. Now, what you'll notice is that these keys, they require void traces to craft. If you're running low on void traces, the only way to get those is by opening up relics. So again, come to your navigation, this little flame icon in the top right hand corner, and because you've got like more of the star chart open, you're going to have a lot more access to a lot more of these void fisher missions, right? So simply put, I want you guys to be opening up your relics to get some prime items and also those void traces to craft those keys. But if you're running low on relics, what I want you guys to do is play this mission called Kappa on Sedna. The reason that I want you guys to play this mission in particular is because this is going to reward you with Neo and Axia relics, and it's also going to reward you with parts for the Warframe called Goss. We're going to be subsuming Goss to put his ability onto Titania. So this is kind of like your gameplay loop homework, I guess you could say. So simply go to your Vault Prime. We put a forma on him. We're going to go to actions and we're going to install an Oricum reactor. You might have one, you might not have one. If you don't have one, don't be afraid to spend your platinum to get one. It's just kind of the most efficient way to do so. But really what we want to do here is we want to increase our strength stat. So instead of using this normal intensify that we have, we're instead going to use Umbral Intensify, which we unfortunately can't match on a polarity because it's got an Umbral polarity. We're also going to take off this regular Vitality and we're going to throw on this Umbral Vitality because as you can see, what happens when you equip Umbral Vitality is the Umbral Intensify strength value goes up. So it is 24, but if I put this on, it goes up to 30. And of course, I can increase the, the level of these as well by spending Endo. So this is the build that I'm going to recommend to you guys for these corrupted vault runs. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade this rending term mod that I've got. Now, it doesn't have to be this rending term mod. What I've got this equipped for is that parkour velocity stat. So simply put, just type in parkour and any mod that you've got that increases parkour velocity, throw it on and upgrade it, and it's just going to make this go a lot smoother. Then what you could do is you could increase the rank of your Umbral Intensify, and that's going to make your speed ability a lot better as well. And I'm just going to invest a little bit into my, my duration mods, simply because I can, because we've got more room. So now what we have to do is we need to equip those keys that we crafted. So a bleeding, a decaying, an extinguished, and the hobbled. And each of these have a negative effect. So hobbled is going to reduce your speed. Decaying is going to reduce your shields. Extinguish decreases your damage, and bleeding reduces your health, which is why we're going in here with a decked out Prime Warframe with, okay upgraded mods. Of course, make sure to bring your best weapons, so that would be your Natteric and your Broken War at this point. Now hop in to Horrend, and you can see that you're super slow, right? But use your speed ability and also do your little parkour jump, your bullet jump, and you can see that you're much faster because of that parkour velocity mod that we got on. So just progress a little bit into the mission, like near the capture target, I would say. Go ahead and down that capture target and then pop your air support charge. And if you're lucky, this is going to mark the vault that we got to open for the corrupted mod. Unfortunately for me, it didn't, so I gotta walk around and start looking for this vault. So I couldn't find mine in my last run, so I just restarted. There's no harm in restarting, but implying you've got all 4 of the keys equipped, no matter what the key is on the door, you can interact with it. You could do this with buddies where you come in with a key each, but I just like to do it solo because obviously I can just, keep on firing out the runs. So that took an extinguish key, so I'm going to have to craft an extinguish key whenever I go back into my ship. But you pick up this little orb and now you complete the mission as normal. My capture turned into a defense, so... or not a defense. My capture turned into an exterminate, so I gotta, kill all these bad guys here to end the mission. And at the end of the mission, you're gonna see that you get a corrupted mod, which is a mod with a positive stat and a negative stat. So that opening up the vault thing on Horrend, I want you guys to keep on playing that until you get the mods Blind Rage, the mod Transient Fortitude, and the mod Nar Minded. These are free corrupted mods that we're going to be using on pretty much every single Vault Prime build, so it's really important that you get those. And on top of that, the excess mods that you get, these mods sell for about 10 to 15 platinum each, so you can list them in Warframe.market, and you could even consider just trading them in trade chat with people who have the mod that you need, right? Because, you can only get 1 mod per run, so they're pretty annoying to get. But yeah, good source of platinum, good source of trading, and you need those mods. There's no way of getting about it. So the TLDR is go to the dojo, get those keys, and start crafting those keys if you can. Every single time you spend the key, make sure to claim it and then start crafting another one. If you run out of void traces, go to your navigation and then just do some relic runs. And then if you run out of relics, simply go to Sedna and play Kappa to get relics and also farm up the Ghost systems, chassis, and neuroptics. Now, I just want to point out that if you weren't ranking up your Ostron standing as we were going through the game, you're not going to be able to craft Ghost, because Ghost is one of the Warframes that needs the mining resources from Cetus that you needed to rank up to be able to obtain, right? So if you were slacking on your standing, this is the consequence. You're not able to craft Gauss, and you're missing out on a super efficient build that we're going to be running. Another thing I'm going to recommend is actually starting to shoot for farming up full prime sets. So if you need Lift Relics, simply play Hepit in the Void. If you need Meso and Neo Relics, play Ukko in the Void. And if you need Axie Relics, you can play Apollo on Lua, or you can play Kappa on Sedna like we were talking about. Kappa on Sedna for now because, we need that Gauss stuff. But once you've got Gauss, you shift your focus over to Lua, and that's where you're going to get your Axie Relics. If you need only Neo, you can play on Uranus. And if you need only Meso, you can play the Olympus Disruption here on Mars. That's how you can farm up all of the relics for all of the prime warframes and weapons that are currently in rotation. So the place that drops the lift relics, which is Hepit in the Void, that's where you can get every single lift relic in the game. Olympus and Mars, that's where you can get every single Meso relic in the game. On Uranus, that's where you can get all of the Neo relics in the game. And then Apollo on Lua is where you can get all of the Axie relics that are in the game. So what I'm going to do now at the end of day 9 is I'm going to try to farm up those free corrupted mods that I talked about. I'm going to try to farm up a Gauss set. I'm going to try to start crafting I'm going to try and farm up as many prime items as I can. I am also going to complete as many nodes on the star chart as I possibly can as well. And I'm going to make sure that I've done my weekly run of the Descendia here to get that arcane circumvent, because that's going to be our #1 survival tool in our final vault build. Also making sure that I'm claiming and leveling weapons so I can get to MR10. And of course, spending my daily trades as well. Okay, so now it is day 10 for me. The first thing I'm going to do is rank up to max rank 10. So this is a disappearing platform test. It's quite easy, especially if you've mastered the movement of Warframe. All you got to do is jump on the platform. It's going to start blinking. Just, you know, go ahead and aim glide, jump into the air and kill the enemies that are around, and then land on another platform, killing all the enemies that are around. You can just stand on this one as well if you want to, but what I always do whenever I think it's going to explode is just do the big jump and then float over to the one that's next to me, right? And then just continue killing the enemies until they're all dead. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to take our Vault Prime and we're going to put the Roar ability from Rhino on to Vault Prime. So you got to make sure that you have these specific, what's it called, resources maxed out with your Helmuth. If you haven't, you can feed him by pressing this feed Helmuth button in the bottom right. But what you want to do is you want to press infuse ability, press Vault's 4th ability, press confirm, and put this onto config A like so. Press confirm, and your Helmuth is going to stab your Vault like this. And that's it. Your Vault Prime now has Roar over the 4. Now, if you come over to your Vault Prime, this is the build that I'm running on him so far. So I've got the Blind Rage, the Transient Fortitude, the Gnar Minded that we talked about in yesterday's sort of like play session. So these are all the corrupted mods. Fast Deflection on here, so my shields regen very fast. Continuity for a little bit more duration. Rapid Resilience, this is a new mod that we've been recommending to people. Basically what this does is it reduces the amount of time that a negative status effect, such as like poison or heat or anything like that, is going to sort of stay on you. So we're going to be using that in conjunction with the other arcane that we talked about, the Arcane Circumvent, plus Fast Deflection, and we're basically going to be unkillable. Flow is on here, so we have more max energy, and Equilibrium is on here. So, you know, health orbs turn into energy orbs and vice versa. So that is just going to help us with our health sustain and our energy sustain. So with this specific build and with Roar equipped over the 4, all of the different bounties that you got to do, they're going to become much, much easier, especially if you're using your Naderic and your Broken War. Speaking of syndicates, we're going to be talking about where I'm at with all of them. So with the Ostrons, I'm currently at the rank of Sura. So I need to hit 99,000 to get to the max rank. But this is a good place to be, basically because we've got everything unlocked that is like necessary for gameplay. Like the rest is all just cosmetic. So this is basically rank 4 out of 5. We're at the same spot with Solaris United. It's a rank called Cove. Again, you're going to have to be here to craft your Gauss Warframe that I told you guys to farm in yesterday's play session. So you need both Solaris United and your Ostron to be rank 4. With my Entradi, I halt it at rank 3. Now, I could rank this up to rank 4 if I really needed to, but there isn't anything off the top of my mind that I need to be rank 4 for at the minute. So if you've been doing them all every single day, you should be at rank 4, but if you slacked off like me once you got the Helmuth system, you'll be sitting at rank 3. And honestly, that's okay. With the Cavia, which is the fish at the Sanctum Anatomica, we're at the rank of Researcher. With the Holdfast, I'm currently at the rank of Watcher. And with the Hex, I'm currently at the rank of Fresh Slice. Whenever you're ranking up with the Holdfast, make sure that you're selecting the arcanes that they give you. So on my very first rank up, I selected the arcane called Eternal Eradicate. And on my second rank up, I chose the arcane called Eternal Onslaught. Now, these are two arcanes that are very important for your operator to make them deal more damage. So make sure to pick them up. When it comes to ranking up with the Hex, you can just choose any arcane that they present to you. And with the Caveat, at the very start, all they do is give you Necromech mods, and they don't really matter. So if they do eventually start showing you arcanes, if they show you one called Melee Influence, pick that one up. So the next few things that you could do, if you haven't already, of course, doing the Veilbreaker quest to unlock the Garrison Syndicate. So if I just go ahead, show my profile again, go to syndicates, you're going to see the Garrison. This is the weekly time gated thing that I was talking about. So you need to complete Veilbreaker to unlock this, and then you have to play a mission. Again, I'm kind of stalling on this. I kind of don't want to do it today, so I'm probably going to do it sometime this week, but I will do it by the time the week is over. It's only a Wednesday for me. So Veilbreaker quest is an option. Another thing you could do is the Sendia. Very important to do this to get the currency to buy the Arcane Circumvent Arcane. And you could also do the free missions here in the Parida Rebellion to go get your Tectilus artifact from Marie at the Sanctum. Very important that you do that. But if none of that tickles your pickle, the other thing you could do is simply just go through all of the planets and complete all of the missions. Right, so you see how on Earth I have this little symbol here? That's just to indicate that I've completed all of the nodes. Over here on Venus, I think you're going to have to complete this. This is a new game mode that was added recently. It's quite easy. It forces you into your operator. You just have to run around, find some paint, and add it to a canvas while avoiding, the enemy that spawns in. But then if you've done all of this and it doesn't say that Venus is completed for you, you have to come to Fortuna. And once you get the Fortuna, come here and press Nightcap. And then you want to go ahead and run a single deep mine bounty to round off Fortuna. Then the other thing you have to do is you got to make sure to, of course, keep on leveling up your master rank. So coming in here and buying anything that you can, go ahead and craft, then level up from level 0 to 30 to increase your master rank. My master XP is currently sitting at 305,000. So that puts me at just into mastery rank 11. So I need to get this to 360,000 to be master rank 12. And honestly, that's all you should be doing up until master rank 14. So the guide is going to skip up to master rank 14, and I'll show you guys everything that I've done once I've hit master rank 14 and then what we're going to do from there on. The other thing you could do today, I guess, is also subsume your Kome. So take your Kome Warframe, go into this chair here and just go ahead, hit consume. We're going to need to invest more resources. So calcs and pheromones, I think that was. And we're just going to subsume Kome like so. Now, Kome's ability is quite strong. It's basically an ability that's going to do really good at keeping you alive. Yeah, so go and complete the entire star chart, farm up your first Tectilus artifact, run your weekly Descendia game mode, and rank up all the way up to master rank 14. And absolutely do not forget about ranking up with the Red Veil, because we're going to be getting a mod called Shock Trooper for our vault. What you can also do is you can play these syndicate missions on the star chart. So if you press syndicate right here, you can see that we have these Red Veil missions. If you go in here and use your air support charges, you're going to find medallions that you can trade in at the relay room where you found your syndicate originally. There's going to be an NPC in there that you can talk to trade in those medallions for bonus standing. Also, to unlock Europa, right, because that's one of the junction requirements here, we have to learn how to perform synthesis from Cephalon Samaris. So simply just go to your relay, talk to Cephalon Samaris, and you're going to have a little option that says, teach me how to do synthesis. It's this top one right here, and it's just going to throw you into a little tutorial. So just do that. Okay, so a few change of plans on my end. What I did instead is I went ahead and I've ground it up to MR17, simply because everything that you got to do between MR14 and 17 is just grinding. So I figured, you know what, I'll just go ahead, grind stuff out, and I'll be able to show you everything in its completed form. So let's go ahead and take a look at all of the Warframes and weapons that I have leveled up to hit this point. So you can just go ahead, take a little look, slow the video down, whatever you want to do. So it's just a mixture of normal stuff and prime stuff. Then the other thing to keep in mind as well is I have played a little bit of Railjack, and I've ranked up my intrinsics there. So if you come over here, and then we go to the intrinsics page, you can see all of the intrinsics that I've invested, and I just farmed all of that up passively by doing the Railjack missions on the star chart. If you remember, we talked about getting the Mark III weapons from your clan's dojo. If you go ahead and get those, you're going to be able to, complete the Earth Proxima, the Saturn Proxima, the Neptune, Pluto, etc., easy peasy. But yeah, after you complete the main story, goal number 1 is to get to MR17. It's not a hard set goal, like you don't absolutely have to get here. I just recommend it because this is the master rank where every single weapon in the game is available to you. So if you wanted something, let's say you watched the video and a YouTuber said you got to go get this weapon, if you're MR17, it's going to be available to you no matter what. As you're grinding up to MR17, you want to make sure that you complete all of the missions on the regular star chart. So when I say all of the missions on the regular star chart, what I really mean is all of the missions that were available to you before completing the new war quest. So that is basically everything up to the Kuva Fortress. Just take a look at the screen that I'm showing you right now, and any planet that has this little blue symbol beside it, those are all of the planets that you have to complete to unlock this new hard mode of Warframe called the Steel Path, and you can see the benefits of this are more resource drops and more mod drops. And on top of that, if we were to go to the Zarman, for example, I'm here talking to Quinn, and you'll see that we have this new Steel Path tab, and it's basically just the exact same bounties, except you get more rewards. So if we were to hover over the last one here, in this one, I only get 5 quills, but in the other one with the Steel Path modifiers turned on, which is higher level, more armor, more damage, etc., you can see that I get 8 quills instead. So this is going to speed up your resource grinding and your standing grinding by quite a bit, but it is quite a bit more difficult as well, so you're not going to be ready for it straight away. That's where optimizing our gear comes into play. Before we talk about gear optimization, we're going to talk about some of the nodes on the star chart that you might struggle with, starting with the Rupalolis. Now, this is a Eidolon boss, which is actually quite easy. Just make sure to use the suggested damage type of radiation. So this is the Warframe build that I'm going to be taking into this Rupalolis fight. Just remember that we do have Rhino's Roar subsumed over the 4. It's not going to be extremely necessary because this isn't a Steel Path mission, but just know that I do have this equipped. And this is the Naderic build that I'd recommend bringing in as well. Radiated Reload, this is a mod that you're going to get from just the Sanctum enemies. It's a rare drop. And Vital Sense, this is a mod that you might have got from just, you know, your Fortuna bounties or just from some random mission if you decided to stay for multiple rotations. So you'll eventually come into the Rupalolis fight and you'll notice that his health bar is completely gray, meaning you cannot damage him at all. So what you want to do is you want to hop into your operator, you want to press your first ability, and you want to shoot at him with the Sirocco, and that's going to deal increased damage to him. Then once you break his shield, jump onto one of these zips and simply run towards him, of course avoiding the electric. Then you want to jump behind this big generator here. Then what he's going to do is he's going to fire his big laser beam at the generator. You want to wait for this animation to be over. Then once it's over, he's going to float backwards. You want to jump onto the Rupalolis and interact with him. Then you can grab onto him, fly him into the generator that he shot at. This animation's a little bit long. There we go. And now what's going to happen is you're going to return to the center of the arena. It's going to get a little bit destroyed. And what you're looking to do here is on his back, you can cast your Roar ability, you can cast your Electric Shield, and if you have it, Shock Trooper as well. Just go ahead and shoot that little like radiator looking thing on his back. Then press this button at the start of the arena, and that's going to fire a big laser beam. You need to do that one more time. Shoot the radiator on his back, and then another time, but the final time you can just go ahead and shoot the boss as normal. Do it 3 times and you're done. The next mission that you might struggle with is Magnesidium here on Deimos. This is versus the boss called Lephantis. And to fight Lephantis, we're going to be using the Titania Prime that we bought earlier. Now, Titania Prime is kind of like a fairy Warframe where you can turn into a fairy mode and you have these 2 high fire rate secondary weapons that are very strong. Just to give you guys an idea of the build that I'm running, any mod that doesn't look familiar, you can simply just replace it for the familiar version to you. So for example, if you're looking at Archon Continuity and you don't know what that is, simply just throw on regular continuity. That's going to be totally fine. If you're looking at Precision Intensify and you don't have that, then you can use regular Intensify. Razorwing Blitz is the one thing that stands out here, simply because this is an augment mod that you can get from the Red Veil, which hopefully you've ranked up by now. And on Titania's Dex Pixias, you can run a build as simple as this. We're opting to run Heat, simply because that is the go-to element for Lephantis. This isn't an optimized build by any means. It's just a build for getting Lephantis done. An optimized build for Titania is going to look more like this, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. And another thing that I want to point out is that you don't want to worry about these arcanes if you don't have them either, right? You can see that I've got them in the Titania build as well. They're not going to matter, and they're not super useful for this fight. So just don't worry if you don't have those, you're not locked out from doing the fight. I do also want to point out, though, I've got Roar over Titania's third ability. Remember, you do that with the Helminth, and that's going to help you out quite a bit as well. Okay, so a really cool fact about Titania. If you have the Razorwing Blitz augment, go into your Pixie mode, which is your 4th ability, and just spam your first ability 4 times, and that's going to speed you all the way up. Now, if you were to sprint right now, you would go very, very, very quick. I recommend just don't sprint because, as you can see, the speed is incredible. Just float around without sprinting, and that is honestly going to be quick enough. You're going to make your way to the boss. Just go ahead and skip the cutscene. Wait for the boss to spawn in. You can go ahead and cast Roar if you want to. The boss is going to pop out of the ground, wait for it to open up its mouth, and just hold left click on it, and it's going to die. There's free heads. Once you've killed the free heads, then it's going to turn into a big boss after the floor opens. Just go ahead and shoot that, and you'll be done. Now, the final mission type that you might struggle with is a mission type called Hijack. And in Hijack missions, what happens is there's going to be a battery or a truck which needs to drain your shields to be able to move. And as it moves, its health is going to be ticking down. Enemies are going to be shooting it, trying to destroy it. So what makes the most sense is using a Warframe that has a high shield pull and a Warframe that can deal a lot of AoE damage or kill a bunch of enemies very quickly. And in my opinion, Zaku Prime is one of the better Warframes for this because their abilities allow them to have dodge chance, basically. And on top of that, one of their abilities is just stealing the guns of enemies that is going to scale with the enemy's level and deal a lot of damage to them, right? So we're going to be using a Zaku build that looks a little bit like this, and instead of using Rapid Resilience, where this D polarity is, I'm instead going to use Redirection, and we've got Fast Deflection on there for better shield regen. You could also use another shield regen mod called Vigilante Vigor. You can replace that for the likes of Stretch or Overextended in this build. I'm just going to throw it in the place of Stretch because we don't need that much range for this specific game mode. But Overextended is another corrupted mods coming from those corrupted vaults that we talked about. Hopefully you got one of these while you're just farming your Blind Rage, your Transient Fortitude, etc. And this is of course just very beneficial for Zaku because it gives us more range. Over Zaku's first ability, we've replaced it with Kome's ability, the Helm of ability, Omamori, and this is also kind of like dodge chance. What it does is it just absorbs attacks for you. So if you were to roll the dice and you get 16 Omamori, you can absorb 16 attacks for free. Pairing Omamori with the Bastion Time, which has 75% dodge chance, and also the mechanic of shield gating in Warframe, you're never going to die using this build on Zaku. It's basically impossible. So this is the highest level hijack mission on the star chart that I could run, the normal star chart that is. We just go ahead, spawn in the battery, cast your first ability, and what you want to pay attention to is the minimap in the top left hand corner, or I can make it bigger. Look for the enemies on the minimap, but then once you have enough energy, just go ahead and cast your second ability, and that's going to spawn in a bunch of guns for you that are basically going to kill the enemies as soon as they spawn. But you do have to be standing under this big battery, allowing it to drain your shields. Pay attention to the top right hand corner. But you'll see that Omamori basically just refills our shields for us as well, which is quite crazy. And yeah, let's go ahead, get some of those guns just so I can show you guys. So we stole some of the guns. Then we can press 4, and now we are not going to take any damage from any of the enemies because they are going to insta-die, or if they do manage to shoot us, well, it's not going to deal any damage to us because we can just stand still, right? But yeah, you obviously want to also be shooting at the enemies as well. Don't forget to do that. So now that you know how to unlock Steel Path, what we need to focus on is optimization. Like, I don't remember if I've said it in this video already, but the free Warframes that we're going to be focusing on optimizing are Vault Prime, Zaku Prime, and Titania Prime. You can do this with the normal versions, but I think it's a little bit wasteful saying that there are slight stat differences between regular versions of Warframes and Primes, and on top of that, Primes come with additional polarities base, so it saves you a lot of forma in the long run if you just wait for the Prime version of the frames before, you know, investing in making builds and stuff like that. But before we talk about Warframes, we got to talk about weapons and maybe some arcanes and stuff. So this is the Crystallith, this is the Zariman, this is the Holdfast Standing. You guys are probably quite familiar with this place because it's probably like the most tedious standing grind in the game, because you have to run around, pick up all of the plumes and stuff like that, trade them in, get some quills, get some pinions, and on top of that, you also want to be waiting for the God Roll bounties, right? The one that is an exterminate that marks the angel for you, or one that you can be like, oh, complete it in 6 minutes, that type of thing. The reason it's so important to be ranking up here is because of how powerful all of the items are in Cavalero's store. So if we come here and we press Browse Wares, there's a few things that I want to draw your attention to. So an amp arcane adapter, this is going to allow you to put an additional arcane onto your Sirocco. And that's really important simply because you can use your operator and their amp as kind of like a last stand mechanic, which is going to be very strong whenever you try to do harder content in Warframe. So you want to get at least one of these amp arcane adapters to equip to your Sirocco amp. Now, moving on to the weapons, the Fenmore is going to be your main primary weapon, the Latum is going to be your main secondary weapon, and your Praetos is going to be your main melee weapon. So there are a ton of different weapons and combinations that I could recommend to you guys, but this is just like the really obvious go-to because these three weapons are called incarnate weapons, meaning they can evolve in combat after certain conditions are met for some powerful bonuses like 2000% extra damage, or the Praetos has a unique ability where you get more parkour velocity so you can get through missions a lot faster. So in my mind, it's just easiest to recommend these three weapons to you guys, even though farming them up is a little bit difficult because you need the quills and the pinions and stuff like that. It's worth just going out of your way to get these because they are just really good. Also in this store, there's a few arcanes that I'd recommend picking up, keeping your eyes open for whenever you're playing the game, playing in the Zarman specifically. Cascadia Flare is quite good for secondary weapons. Emergent Savior is really good for your operator. It basically makes it so your operator can't die. Eradicate and Onslaught are extremely good operator arcanes. Molt Augmented and Molt Efficiency are quite good Warframe arcanes. Although Molt Efficiency is kind of power crept by, I think it's called Arcane Concentration, which came out quite recently in the last major update. Over here in the Sanctum, if you come and talk to Bird Free, there is an arcane that I want you to pick up, and that is Melee Influence. This is a melee arcane, and you're going to need a melee arcane adapter for every single melee weapon that you want to equip this arcane to. So because we're only going to be throwing it on the Praetos, that's the only one that I'm going to call mandatory for this guide. You only need one. But if, for example, you wanted to make a build for the Zorus that we got earlier in this guide, well, you could go out of your way, get another melee arcane adapter, and throw melee influence on that as well. Now, important note about arcanes, you need 21 of a single arcane to max it out. It works similar to mods, right? Where you can, increase its level and then you can use it across all of your Warframes and all of your weapons. So you need 21 melee influences to use on all of your melee weapons, but you can't equip it until you put a melee arcane adapter on said melee weapon that you want to use it on. Melee influence, melee arcane adapters are the only thing for your average player that's worth paying attention to in this shop. Over here in Hulvania, if you come and talk to Eleanor once you've been ranking up with the Hex standing, you can get this secondary Energy Arcane. Now, this is quite a unique arcane because of the nature of how it works. This is one of those arcanes where you don't need to have 21 of them because it just does what it says on the tin, even with only one of them equipped, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to keep on slowly increasing your critical chance until you eventually hit a big critical hit, which is going to amplify your damage even more. So you don't need 21 of these. If you do, of course, it's just a little bit better, but having one of them equipped, this is going on to your Titania, is going to be absolutely fine. You just need one. It's worth noting that you can get all of these arcanes from simply just opening up these supply caches that you can find within the Hex bounties. So you don't actually have to, grind up off the standing and buy them with the standing. You can get them just through gameplay as well. Back at the Sanctum and through this portal, we're going to talk to Roof over here on the left. And of course, I want you guys to do this after you've completed some runs off the Descendia, so you have some of the currency that you need to buy some of the arcanes in here, okay? So concentration is quite important because this is just going to give you more ability duration. We're going to be using this on Zaku. And Arcane Circumvent, another really important arcane as well. We're going to be using this across a lot of different Warframes. This, in my mind, is the new survival meta in Warframe. Not a lot of people have been talking about this in videos and such. I haven't really seen it used a lot in builds, which is quite crazy to me because this does a lot, but you guys now have the secret sauce that others don't. But yeah, this is just going to allow you to roll through bad guys, steal their defenses, and make them weaker, make you stronger. It's just really good. Remember, 21 of each, so 21 circumvent, 21 concentration. The other thing that is really important that you get while you're here is if you come over and talk to Marie. Remember, she holds your Tectilus artifacts, which is your operator ultimate weapons, and you want to go ahead and grab Farah. Remember, you get the different resources by playing the new Parida Rebellion game mode, and you got to do one of each to get, the different resources. So there's one on the left, which is going to drop the Lyroark Bridge. The game mode in the middle is dropping the Hypercore, and then the one on the right is dropping the Ascaris Primes. I just keep on spamming those over and over and over again with whatever loadout you want. It should be pretty easy until you have enough to buy Farah. Over here in Cetus, I want you to fast travel to Master Tisanai, and we're going to browse wares, and we're looking to buy Manifold Bond. Here in Fortuna, go to the business, go to browse wares, type in the word bond, and you want to buy Aerial Bond, Momentous Bond, Reinforced Bond, and Tenacious Bond. Over here in Necrolisk, I've picked up Seismic Bond as well. And last but definitely not least, you remember that Veilbreaker quest that I was procrastinating on? Well, implying you finally completed that, what you can do is you can come to your navigation, go over to the planet Earth and press Drifter's Camp. That's going to swap your base of operations to the Drifter's Camp, exit the orbiter or the head of it, and you want to head all the way up here, and you're going to see that Cal is now just sort of vibing here, right? So what you can do is you can play missions for Cal, and in these missions, there's going to be this resource that is laying around the map, or you can also complete these challenges listed to get this resource, okay? Now, once you do enough missions with Cal, which remember is on a weekly basis, so 1 week you do a mission, then the next week you do a mission, then the third week you do a mission, you're going to rank up with the Garrison, and you're going to unlock Chipper. So Chipper is going to sell you those Archon mods that I was showing you, and as you can see, I actually haven't, fully ranked it up all the way because I'm just doing the bare minimum. So we've got the Archon mods unlocked, and that's all I'm spending my stock on, which is what the resource is called from the Cal missions. Just come in here, buy Archon Continuity, Archon Flow, Archon Intensify if you want to, Archon Stretch, and Archon Vitality if you want to, and then just call it a day. Don't come back here, in my opinion, or you can get everything else. It's up to you. But these mods are important because they are the easiest to access version or equivalent of Prime mods, right? So you're going to see a lot of builds that are going to be using Prime Continuity. Well, Archon Continuity has the exact same stats as Prime Continuity, plus a little bit extra in the form of like an elemental bonus, right? But the only downside is that it costs more mod capacity to equip the mod. And of course, the obvious downside of you having to play the Cal missions and the fact that they're weekly time gated for some reason. So yeah, just go ahead and pick Archon Continuity, Archon Flow, and Archon Stretch up. Vitality if you want to, Intensify if you want to. Also, if you don't want to do any of the Cal missions, what you could do is just buy these mods from another player on Warframe.market for like 15 platinum. I'm just saying, but be warned, you will need 1,000,000 credits to receive the mod because that's just a trade tax thing. Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to come to your armory and equip the Incarnate weapons that you've hopefully crafted. And once you equip them, you're going to notice this new little section over here on the right-hand side of the screen. These are the Incarnate upgrades or Incarnate evolutions, which you're going to have to do challenges to actually unlock, right? So just do the challenges. They should kind of align or somewhat align with what you've got to do, anyway, such as, go into these Zarman and shoot at an angel's head or something like that, right? And then just come in and you activate the upgrades. You can just copy what I've got. So here in the Femmore for Evolution 2, I'm using Rapid Wrath. Evolution 3 is Ready Retaliation. Evolution 4 is Elemental Excess. And Evolution 5 is Devouring Attrition. Now you can change these freely, so don't worry if you accidentally misclick. It's not that big of a deal, but you have to do that for the Femmore, the Latum. So here's my Latum upgrades as well. So Evolution 2 is Rapid Wrath, Evolution 3 Lethal Rearmament, Evolution 4 is Elemental Excess, and Evolution 5 is Devouring Attrition. Then on the Praetos, I'm using Drifting Grace, Adept Reflexes, Evolved Ascension, and Universal Readiness. So yeah, you've got your cool Incarnate weapons. You can go ahead and, upgrade them, form them, throw on some mods, whatever. I'm going to show you guys an optimized build in a little bit. But the next thing that we got to pay attention to is actually our Tectilus artifact, right? Because you have got this, you can actually upgrade it, as you can see, and you'll have some mods from playing the Parida Rebellion. So this is what the upgrade screen looks like for your Tectilus artifact. Here are the mods that I'm using. You should just passively get these, okay? So just go ahead and copy the exact mods that I've got on the screen. You don't have to dig too deep into this if you don't want to. This is just what I've been using because it allows us to totally forego building a modular amp, right? You can use whatever arcane in here that you want. Again, this is just something that you're going to passively get as you're playing Parida. As you can see, I can upgrade some of mine because I've got some extra, which is just going to increase the effectiveness of it, which is quite cool. Here are the arcanes that I'm opting to use on my operators. So Emergent Savior, Emergence Renewed. Of course, these both come from Cavaliero. On my amp, I'm using Eternal Onslaught and Eradicate. You don't need Renewed as much as you need Savior. You know, anything can go in the place of Renewed, but Savior is just quite nice to have. Eternal Onslaught and Eradicate, in my opinion, must-haves. So the next thing that we have to talk about are Galvanized mods. So if I look at my Fenmore build here, you're going to see these Galvanized mods. So Galvanized Chamber, Galvanized Aptitude. Now, Arbitrations are a game mode that drop this resource called Vitus Essence, which you're going to use to buy those Galvanized mods from the Arbiters of Hexus at any relay. So if you come to your navigation, after you have completed the junction leading to Eris, if I press junction info, you see unlock arbitrations. Go ahead, top right hand corner, press the alerts icon here. You can see an arbitration. Now, these arbitrations are missions that change every single hour, right? So right now it is a defense. You get some benefits for using specific warframes and weapons. In my opinion, totally ignore them. But in these missions, there's going to be these drones. You kill the drones and they drop Vitus Essence, or you can get them simply for completing rotations. So the key to this game mode is not dying, right? You do not want to die. So what I recommend doing is either playing Zaku with the Omamori build that we've got right here. And what you could also do is you could throw on the mod Rapid Resilience over where Redirection is, and also Stretch over where I've got Vigilante Vigor, or you could leave Vigilante Vigor on if you really wanted to. And then if you've got them, Mold Augmented and Arcane Concentration. This is going to be a build that we're going to be using in level cap for Zaku. But yeah, everything combined, the Omamori with the dodge chance of the Vast on Time and the shield gating from fast deflection, that's going to be enough to keep you alive and you'll never die in arbitrations. Alternatively, you could also use your Warframe. We've got an Omamori build for him as well, and this is what our Omamori build for Vault looks like. We've got Arcane Circumvent, so we can roll through the enemies, steal their defenses and have them as our own. Mult Augmented, which is just for more ability strength. Fast deflection and Vigilante Vigor for some shield gating. Omamori over the 4 to keep us alive. Shock Trooper as a nice damage buff, so just hold down your first ability to apply this to yourself. Rapid Resilience is going to reduce the amount of time a negative status chance such as heat or slash lasts on you. Then we've got the Holy Trinity of corrupted mods. We've got Blind Rage for our strength, Transient Fortitude for even more strength, and Narrow Minded for a lot of duration, and Equilibrium, so we have a nice energy sustain throughout the mission, paired with our Dreamer's Bomb mod that we got at the start of the game. Both of the builds that I just showed you are going to be enough to keep you alive. You don't even have to use the Incarnate weapons for this if you don't want to. You can keep on using your Naderic with, you know, your Serration elements, stuff like that. This is more of an optimized Naderic build that I'm showing you guys. But of course, you can keep it looking more like this and do just fine. So I'm going to jump in and show you what one of these drones looks like. Once you've played a few arbitrations, come to any relay, open up the fast travel wheel, and you'll see arbitration honors in the bottom left-hand corner. Go ahead, interact with that. And you're going to see a bunch of different mods. So if we take a little look through here, you want to pick up Rolling Guard, you want to pick up Preparation, and then you want to pick up every single Galvanized mod that is in here. You also want to pick up Arcane Pistolier as well. It's quite good too. And that's pretty much it. So now that we have all of that stuff that I literally just listed, we can start optimizing our Warframes and our weapons a little bit, right? Starting with Vault Prime. This would be the type of build that I would shoot for simply just speed running through bounty missions as a newer player. So you've got Roar over the 4th ability for the damage buff, Equilibrium for the energy sustain, Blind Rage and Mult Augmented as a source of ability strength for our Roar and our Shock Trooper, Archon Flow for more max energy, Archon Continuity for more duration paired with Arcane Concentration, Fast Deflection, Vigilante Vigor and Rolling Guard to keep ourselves alive. and of course Dreamer's Bond in the aura. This is your bounty speedrun loadout for Vault. Then for a level cap run where it's really important that you don't die, Arcane Circumvent as an arcane paired with Molt Augmented. Then we're running Fast Deflection, Vigilante Vigor, and Rapid Resilience as our defense. We've got Omamori over the 4th ability, Shock Trooper for the damage buff with Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude to buff up the effectiveness of that. Now Minded for more duration on it, and Equilibrium for energy sustain. For Zaku, it's literally just the Omamori loadout that I've already showed you. So Overextended comes from your Corrupted Vaults, so does Blind Rage and Transient Fortitude. Fast Deflection is going to be for your survivability paired with Rapid Resilience, Stretch for a little bit of range paired with Overextended, and then of course you can swap regular flow out for Archon Flow if you wanted the Forma again. And yeah, those Arcanes. Now, the thing that we got to talk about is Corrosive Projection. You actually get that from Nightwave. So if you go to the little Nightwave console, which is located here, go to Credit Offerings, sometimes Corrosive Projection is going to be in rotation, and you can spend the credits to pick this up. If you don't have enough credits to get it, I recommend just buying it for Platinum. It's really, really, really strong because what this allows you to do is it allows you to fully strip away the enemy's armor with Zaku's third ability, which is actually 3 different abilities, but we're focusing on the one that says Gaze. So you can see defense reduction that sets at 88%. With Corrosive Projection, that's going to allow you to fully strip away the enemy's armor. So your Grasp of Lock, which is the auto-aiming rifles that you're going to be stealing from enemies, those are more or less going to be one-shotting enemies at a level 9,999. So Titania is a little bit different. We've got Vigilante Vigor and Fast Deflection for our defense, Narrow-Minded, Archon Continuity, and Arcane Concentration for our duration. Razorwing Blitz is our augment from the Red Veil, Precision Intensify to increase the damage that we deal while we're in our 4, paired with Rhino's Roar for even more of a damage increase. Equilibrium for energy sustain, and we also have another Corrupted mod here. So this is coming from the Corrupted Vaults again, the same place that we've got Blind Rage. So this is Fleet and Expertise, which is going to give you more ability efficiency for less ability duration, and that's going to make the drain over time for Razorwing very low at 1.25 energy per second, which is quite nice. Moving on to Titania's pistols, you can see that I'm rocking secondary innervate here in the Arcane slot. Now, I can't remember if I needed to get an Arcane adapter for this or not. We will be talking about how you can get secondary, primary Arcane adapters just in a little bit. But here are the mods that I'm rocking. We've got Galvanized Diffusion for some multi-shot, which is really good. Lethal Torrent, this is a Nightmare Mission mod, so you got to be playing Nightmare Missions to get your hands on this. Those are going to appear on your navigation whenever you fully complete a planet, right? So if I go to navigation here, and I go to the very top, let's go. Yeah, there was one right there on Neptune, right? So you look at Neptune, you can see this Nightmare mode. So just go ahead, play that. Hopefully you'll get Lethal Torrent. Just play them on every single planet, every single time that you see them. And hopefully you'll get your hands on Lethal Torrent. So I'm rocking Ice Storm here. This is, again, another Nightmare Mission mod. You can use any cold mod in this slot that you want to. I just think this one is nice because you get the bonus magazine capacity, which is nice on Titania, but you can rock the normal cold mod. I'm also rocking Heated Charge here, and this is simply just to make blast damage. You can see this mod called Pistol Elementalist. Now, to get this, what you have to do is you need to complete the Jade Shadows quest, and that's going to unlock a elevator game mode on Uranus, and all you got to do is ride the elevator, kill a bunch of enemies, and hopefully you'll get this. If you don't want to do that, because it is simply just riding an elevator, the game mode is extremely boring, what you can do is just buy this from someone on the market. This will cost like literally maybe 1 platinum. Or you can swap it out for another heat or another cold mod. It's totally up to you. Just don't mix up the elements. You want to be running Blast and Toxin in this build. Merciless Gunfight. This is going to come from the Scaldra enemies back in 1999. So just kill them until you get this to drop. Galvanized Shot, of course, Galvanized mod from Arbitrations, and Pathogen rounds for some Toxin damage. So once you get as close to those Warframe builds as possible, I'm actually going to swap to the Omamori one on my vault here. The next thing that you're going to probably be able to upgrade the easiest is your melee weapons, so the Praetos in this case. So if we take a look at the Praetos build that I'm rocking, this is what it looks like. It's quite different from what you're probably used to. But we've got Blood Rush. This is from your Deimos bounties. Fury, which is just an attack speed mod, which you should have. Condition Overload, this is going to come from enemies being killed on Deimos. We've got Reach, again, just the mod that you should have. Galvanized Elementalist, this is coming from the Arbitrations vendors. Shocking Touch, just a mod that you should have. Galvanized Steel, again, another arbitration mod. And Weeping Wounds dropping from your Deimos bounties once again. A full stack of melee influence should be equipped. Gemini Cross, you should just come across this naturally as you're playing. And Mentor's Legacy, this is the Tennokai mod that you got after the Whispers in the Walls quest. For your damage to be super high when you're using this Praetos build, right? What you got to do is you need to equip your Doriga. So this is a companion that you can get from the market. Just go to the market, type in Doriga, craft yourself a Doriga. Make your Doriga build look like this. Remember all of those different bond mods that we picked up? So there's Manifold Bond, Aerial Bond, Tenacious Bond, Momentous Bond. Symph Deconstruct comes from your, what's it called, bounties? Your Orvalis bounties, Fortuna bounties, and the rest of the stuff you should just have. Animal Instinct was from a relay, and the rest of it is just basic Sentinel stuff. On your Volklock, make your build look like this. So you have electric, radiation, magnetic, and viral. What this is going to do for you is it's going to apply all these different status effects. And if we go back and we read the condition of Condition Overload, it says plus 80% melee damage per status type affecting the target. So the more status effects we put onto the enemy, the more melee damage we're going to be dealing. So once you've got yourself a nice Praetos build, and once you've got yourself a nice Vault build, what I'd recommend doing is simply jumping in and doing a Steel Path mission. So make sure that you've done everything that you need to do to fully unlock everything on, the star chart. If Venus, for example, you don't have the little icon here on Venus, you got to go to Fortuna and you got to do a Nightcap bounty. I think I've talked about that already, but simply just come into Fortuna, open up the fast travel gear wheel, press Nightcap, talk to the NPC there, and press play bounty, and you'll have it fully completed. Once that's done, you're going to get a message from Teshin. He's going to call you to the relay, go to the relay, talk to Teshin, talk about the Steel Path, and then you're going to have this little symbol here on the right hand side of the screen. Another thing is you got to do at least one run of the Circuit Deviri Experience Lone Story to also unlock the Steel Path too. So that's just a bunch of stuff that you got to do for the Steel Path to be fully unlocked. But yeah, Steel Path mode turned on. Go to Earth, Lua, whatever, and just play a mission. And what's going to happen is it's going to spawn in an Acolyte enemy, and that's going to drop a new currency for us, which we're going to take to Teshin to buy secondary and primary Arcane adapters. Also, if you turn on the Steel Path button here, up beside the alerts button, you can see Steel Path Incursions. This is the new currency Steel Essence that we're talking about. You can simply play these missions, which are going to be rotating out, and you can get a bunch of Steel Essence for just completing them, right? So really good. So this is a Steel Path mission. I've equipped my Electric Shield. I've turned on my Shock Trooper by holding 1, and I've turned on my speed. I'm just using the Praetos build with the Doriga, and you can see that we're slicing through the enemies pretty easily, despite the fact that they're level 100. Down in the bottom right hand corner, you can see that my combo counter is sort of flashing. So let me just go ahead and build that up again. That's how you turn on the incarnate form of your Praetos, and that's actually going to be one of the challenges that you have to do. So you're going to have to build up a 5x combo with the Praetos, which can be quite difficult if you don't have the right loadout or gear. And yeah, just let me build it up again for you guys. You can see it flashing. If I do my heavy attack, that's going to turn on the incarnate form, and we're going to get a bunch of like bonus damage and benefits that we've got from, having those incarnate upgrades, right? So you're just going to feel your damage more or less skyrocket. And we're at a perma 12 times combo more or less as well, because we have like those benefits of, getting combo from picking up ammo and all that stuff. And yeah, like there's literally no struggle when it comes to staying alive or anything like that, because we have Omemorion, we've got the Electric Shield in front of us. We're utilizing shield gating as a mechanic as well. So if we were to take damage to our shields, the shields will tank a shot for us and just keep us alive. So it's quite easy. That big melee symbol that's appearing in the middle of the screen as I attack, I'll try to get it to proc. What that basically allows is a free heavy attack, right? So you just seen it right there. It didn't consume my 4x combo. Just do your heavy attack, whatever that pops up, and you're going to be able to maintain your combo. Meaning that you sustain your melee damage for a lot longer. So I'm doing one of the Steel Path incursions, and I just got the Stalker glow on the screen, and that means an Acolyte is spawning in. You can see Misery on the right-hand side there, and his health bar is going to appear at the top. Just using the Praetos, using a heavy attack on him, you can see that he's dead more or less immediately. You're going to get a unidentified item, which is either a primary or secondary arcane, and you're also going to get 4 Steel Essence. Plus, I'm also going to get the Steel Essence for completing this incursion as well, so that's going to be a lot of Steel Essence. Once you've got some Steel Essence, just come to the relay, go to Teshin, go ahead, jump up to the guy, go to the Steel Path Honors. You can spend that Steel Essence that you got on primary arcane adapters and secondary arcane adapters, as well as relic packs as well, if you want to farm some prime items really easily, which we'll be talking about a little bit later as well. So once you've got yourself a primary arcane adapter, go ahead and equip that on your Fenmore, and as you kill more of those acolyte enemies, you're going to build a very hefty inventory of these primary and secondary arcanes. So I'm using primary Deadhead here on the Fenmore, and this is going to give me on headshot kill plus 120% damage for 24 seconds, stacking up the 3 times with a plus 30% to headshot multiplier, which is quite cool, and minus 50% weapon recoil. As for mods on my Fenmore, it's all pretty straightforward. Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, which is just, you know, more damage. Infect Clip for some toxin to make a viral with the cold mod. Aptitude for more damage for more status chances. Magnetic Capacity for magnetic damage. Serration for straight up more damage. Hellfire for heat, and then I've got a fire rate mod on here. Now you don't have to use this one. This is another corrupted mod one. You could just go ahead, just type fire rate into your search bar. You can use shred, you can use speed trigger, whichever one works for you. It's entirely down to you. On my Latum, this is the build that I'm running. I don't have another Forma to Forma again, but this is going to do just fine. When it comes to the arcane that you're running in here, I've got Cascadia Flare. You could run Merciless, you could run Deadhead, so secondary Deadhead, secondary Merciless. Whichever one you have the most of, just go ahead and throw that on and you're done. And then we've already taken a look at the Praetos build, which is this one right here. And those should be your 3 go-to builds and weapons for basically everything Warframe. In that final slot on the Latum, just go ahead, throw a magnetic mod in there and you'll be fine. And then the last thing that we got to talk about is our focus skills. So this is what I've got done in Matter Eye, right? I've maxed out Phoenix Talons, Inner Gaze, Eternal Gaze, Void Strike, and Void Fuels up to level 2. Haven't invested any more in, and of course I could go ahead and level up, you know, the Torrent Strike stuff if I wanted to as well, but I don't have to. What's actually more important is going to another skill tree, so like Uniri, for example, and then we want to get Last Gas. Now you're going to see that this is going to take 750,000 focus and a brilliant Eidolon shard. So what you got to do is you got to get a Uniri focus lens, equip that on your weapons, for example, or your Warframes, whatever you're using the most of. Get the 750 focused points that you need to get to that like final thing. You're going to need a lot more than that, of course, to level up with Uniru. But then we need to get a brilliant Eidolon shard, and the only way to get that is actually from Eidolons in the Plains of Eidolon. So what we got to do is we got to wait for nighttime. So I got to wait half an hour for nighttime to show up. So to get yourself a brilliant Eidolon shard, what you got to do is you need to come into the Plains of Eidolon and you need to fly it really high. And what you're looking for is that blue glowing light over there. That's going to indicate the Eidolon actually spawning in from a body of water. So what you want to do is you want to fly over here and put a little waypoint down just so you remember, you know, where the guys actually spawned. Then you want to go to the nearest Grenier camps. Shoot this little Eidolon lure. You're going to need 2 of these. Go ahead and hack it, and that's going to start to follow you. I'd recommend heading back to the Eidolon and marking him with an enemy mark instead, so it just tracks him for you. Head over to another Grenier camp to get your second lure. And now what needs to happen is we need to actually charge those lures up with the Vomvalist enemies that you can find roaming around Plains of Eidolon. Now, you don't have to do that right this minute. So what I like to do to sort of like force spawn them in and to, you know, just run around the plains is I just come up to the Eidolon, put down a electric shield, go into my operator, press my 1 and shoot at the Eidolon to drop its shield. Then just go ahead and bring out your Naderic or whatever you've brought, and shoot the little radiator looking limbs. So there's one on each body part, I guess you could say. So one on each arm, and then there's also one on each leg as well. Now, you don't have to use an Anadiric for this. You could go ahead and use the Latum as well if you really wanted to. You can see the Latum works a lot better. So just go ahead and destroy it. He's going to fall on the ground, and he's going to do a big like energy pulse. You can dodge that by going into your operator and holding down your crouch button or pressing your toggle crouch, whatever it is. And what you'll notice is because the lure isn't connected to him, he's going to teleport away. So just go into your Arcwing again, fly way up in the sky, and you're looking for that blue light again. So once you find them, all you have to do is repeat that process. Just go into your operator, press your 1, shoot away the shield, and then shoot the limbs and go back up into the sky. Look for where he spawns again. And you just repeat this process until he has no limbs left. Once you destroy the final limb, what's going to happen is he's going to go into a down but not out state, and it's going to spawn Voms in. You can see these guys just appeared out of nowhere. Go ahead and kill those Voms by shooting them with your Warframe, then going into your operator and run up to the lures that you've got. And whenever you fully charge your lures, they're going to look like this. They're going to have the blue icon above their head. Once they are glowing blue and they're connected to the Eidolon, then you can go ahead and just kill the Eidolon normally by just shooting him with your Latum or your Naderic. And that's actually going to capture the Eidolon for you, meaning it's going to drop a brilliant Eidolon shard whenever it fades away. Now, there are more Eidolons that you could fight. You could take the brilliant Eidolon shard over to the big lake, so the Gara lake over there, and place it in a little shrine, which is going to spawn in a harder version of this Eidolon, which you're going to need to have free lures for. However, for most of you, it's probably not worth doing it like that. I would much rather just do that small Eidolon, rinse and repeat. So capture one, and then go back into the plains, come back out, and do it again that way. You will get more brilliant Eidolon shards fighting the harder ones, but, you know, it's a more tedious process fighting those, and you need to have more of an optimized loadout to do that. So with all of those loadouts that I showed you, and whenever you get your brilliant Eidolon shard for Last Gasp in the Unairu tree, you should be able to do basically everything in Warframe. So if you're to come down to focus, go to Unairu. Once you get your brilliant Eidolon shard, you can come and spend your 750,000 focus standing and the brilliant Eidolon shard to equip this to your Madarai focus skill tree. So you get all the damage bonuses from this, and then the ability to revive yourself when you go down from Last Gasp. And that's kind of like the operator meta, I guess you could say. But yeah, once you've got your Zaku, your Vault, and your Titania all built, once you've got your Fenmore, your Latum, and your Praetos all built in the way that I showed you, the next thing that you want to do is wait for a Void Cascade Omnia Fissure in Steel Path to pop up. And what this is going to allow you to do, if I click on this, is you can use every single type of relic in the game in this one mission. So you can stay in here for as long as you want, open as many relics of many different kinds, and farm up entire Prime Warframe and weapon sets all in the one mission. While doing this, you're killing the Frax enemies and you're getting Arcanes. These are the Arcanes from the Zariman, which you can also sell to other players. So this is the best like place to be for farming platinum. So with those free loadouts, with all the weapons that I showed you, and with this game mode, you're going to be able to do basically everything in Warframe. Everything that we've left untouched, you're just going to have to figure out for yourself. It should all be pretty easy. I've literally given you the keys to success. But yeah, that's going to be it for the guide. Thank you guys for watching. If you've got any feedback, leave it down in the comment section below. Like the video if you liked it, subscribe for more Warframe content, and I'll see you guys in the next one.